Lin Chuan was somewhat unable to react when he was suddenly hugged by such a beautiful girl. However, thinking that this was his future daughter, and feeling the resonance of blood after contact, Lin Chuan quickly calmed down. Who is your mother? Forget it, you don't even need to guess if you have any brains. Is it Bulma? I originally wanted to ask in a roundabout way, but after thinking it was unnecessary, I said directly. Yes, Dad is really smart. My name is Lin Shui. Because it snowed heavily on the day I was born and lasted for several days, Dad gave me this name. Lin Shui introduced herself with a smile. She was not afraid at all, because her arrival caused changes in time and space. This is completely opposite to the future date in the original work. Future date was deeply afraid of others knowing his identity, so he concealed it repeatedly, but in the end it was still known to everyone. Lin Shui. Lin Chuan murmured. According to his style, he really didn't think of a meaningful name, so he chose this name casually, which is in line with his casualness. However, considering Bulma's strength, it was surprising that she didn't stop him from taking this name. Bulma's children in the original book, Trunks and Bra, were both conceived by Bulma. His thoughts turned around, and Lin Chuan was about to say something, when he saw Lin Shui looking at him solemnly. What's wrong? Lin Chuan asked doubtfully. Dad, there are some dirty things on your body. After the words fell, Lin Shui's quick eyes and quick hands swept across Lin Chuan's neck with her right hand. The speed was so fast that even Lin Chuan couldn't see clearly. At the same time, it gave him a chill down his back. If this was to kill him, he might have died just now. My future daughter is really ridiculously strong. Regardless of anything else, he immediately opened the system interface to view Lin Shui's combat power. Target, Lin Shui. Combat Power Index, 999.9 billion. Note, this data is the minimum combat power standard. The host is requested to increase its strength as soon as possible and upgrade the system level. The combat power of 999.9 billion is still the minimum combat power standard. Is the level 1 system just so overwhelmed? Holy shit, this little girl's strength has not reached the Super Sailor God level, right? At this age, if calculated based on time, she should be in the later stages of the Super Era plot. In Lin Chuan's heart, there were 10,000 grass and mud horses running wildly. This is simply too far off the mark. Where did such strength come from in this era? Experienced life? For a moment, Lin Chuan began to think of his future self. If his future self is so awesome, what level has he reached? In other words, how will Lin Shui's future world develop? I'm full of questions, but it's hard to ask them. His eyes were full of doubts until his attention focused on Lin Shui's hands. She opened her pink palm, and saw an extremely small mechanical insect staying in her palm. Such a small insect would be difficult to detect even for a being like Lin Chuan without actively sensing it. Mechanical insect? Lin Chuan frowned, suddenly thinking of something. How could he forget this? Cyborg. Dr. Gero. In the original work, Cell, the ultimate artificial human, was created by relying on these mechanical insects to travel around the world and collect the cells of powerful warriors. Dr. Gro is hiding somewhere at the moment, using special technological means to control mechanical insects and collect cells from them. Uncles, you also have these bugs on your body. It's best to destroy them. Lin Shui kindly reminded her and crushed the bug in her hand. It seems that someone is plotting against us secretly. Unable to explain, Lin Chuan could only say in a roundabout way. Listening to the reminders of Lin Chuan and Lin Shui, several people present checked themselves at the same time and exploded their own power, forming powerful aura storms. Then, mechanical insects that were so tiny that they were difficult to see with the naked eye flew out from their clothes. But there are only a pitiful few. Presumably, many mechanical insects have completed the task of collecting samples and left here. It seems that during this period, there are already people hiding in the dark and starting to create powerful artificial humans. Lin Shui clapped her hands, shook off the ashes, and said, Artificial human? Lin Shui said so, and Lin Chuan followed the lead. This suddenly attracted everyone's attention. After everything was said, Lin Shui did not hide anything and directly reported some of the details of the artificial man a few years later. However, these things happened in the 2 years after she was born, so what I know is not very specific. After some exchanges, there was no communication barrier, and Lin Chuan found the opportunity to change the topic and asked directly. Now, can you tell me why you came to this era from the distant future? I think you won't come for no reason, right? Is there some huge crisis in the future world or… Before he finished speaking, Lin Chuan was just guessing. Lin Shui just smiled and shook his head, with a bit of bitterness on his face. It's true that it's not for no reason, but it's nothing. Let's go aside and have a chat, okay? Dad. Hearing this, Lin Chuan frowned instead. This abnormality made him feel a little more uneasy. Something is wrong, very wrong. What will happen in the future world? It cannot be said directly. If you want to know the future of artificial humans, she has spoken out directly. Seeing Lin Chuan's expression, the two of them walked aside and communicated alone. That's it. The distance was enough. Lin Shui thought for a moment and began to say, actually, the entire world in the future has been destroyed. Although it was an accident that I came to this time and space, it is really to go back to the past. I'll come see you at some point and tell you something. The future world has been destroyed. And the whole. Lin Chuan was shocked. At this time, there was another eavesdropper, and Piccolo was stunned. What's going on? Please tell me in detail. Lin Chuan took a deep breath and said seriously. In the future world, a person who looks exactly like you appears. He is as powerful as you, Dad, and destroys the future world with his own hands. Uncle Goku, Uncle Vegeta, Uncle Raditz, Uncle Piccolo, and the other uncles, including the mother, all died in the hands of that man. Lin Shui's words were like a nuclear bomb exploding in Lin Chuan's heart. With such a plot, Lin Chuan directly thought of the dark man Zamasu. You mean, a person who looks like me appeared and destroyed everything? I also died in the hands of that person? Lin Chuan asked eagerly. What are the characteristics of that person? For example, a catchphrase? He wants to know more specifically so that he can fully understand. If it is Zamasu, it must be the voice of God. Lin Shui shook his head and continued. I don't notice anything special about that person in my memory, except that he is as powerful as you, Dad. In short, you did not participate in the battle, and you were 5 years away from that guy's arrival. Years ago, you said there was something in a place that attracted you, and since then, you have never returned. In the past 5 years, my mother has spared no effort to search for you. She also asked the God of Destruction and the angels for help, but without exception, they all failed. It's like you evaporated out of thin air. No matter which time and space or which world, there is no trace of you. So, before the disaster struck, I disappeared. Lin Chuan suddenly felt horrified after hearing his daughter's explanation. A shuddering feeling ran through my body. In the future world, the development of things will be so confusing and winding. What are you attracted to? Why would he make this decision in the future? Who is that person who looks exactly like him? Everything is unknown. It's okay, Dad, don't you already know what is going to happen in the future? You will definitely be able to prevent the tragedy of this world from happening again. As long as you, future father, don't leave and don't pursue the thing that attracts you, you'll be fine. Lin Shui held Lin Chuan's arm again, seemingly talking and laughing, but nothing happened. But everyone was very concerned about what Lin Shui and Lin Chuan said. After all, they couldn't hear it, but they could see the changes in Lin Chuan's expression. By the way, I have another question to ask Dad. Soon, Lin Shui took the initiative to change the topic and asked. The unpleasantness on her face was wiped away, and her change really surprised Lin Chuan. After going through so much, he still maintains this innocent mind. If you want to know anything, just ask. There was a hint of determination in Lin Chuan's eyes. Since he knew the outcome of the future world in advance, he would definitely use all means to stop it. As long as you are strong enough and don't enter that damn unknown place. Are you able to become a Super Saiyan at this stage? Lin Shui's question surprised Lin Chuan. These words also cheered up Piccolo, and he looked at it without blinking. When he was on Namek, Divine Dragon Barunga said that with Lin Xuan's qualifications, he would be able to become an ordinary Super Saiyan sooner or later. He didn't care before, but now it's different. Because they came back, everyone happened to hear Lin Xue's question. Super Saiyan? What is that? Krillin asked, confused. He didn't know anything, so he was naturally curious about everything. I have heard from my elder brother about the legendary Super Saiyan. It is said that there is a super warrior who appears every 1,000 years in our Saiyan family. Is it possible that Lin Xuan is the one? Son Goku boldly guessed, with a hint of expectation in his heart. Listening to the tone of their conversation, Super Saiyan seems to be a transformation. He was very curious about what this transformation would look like. At this moment, Raditz, who was not far away, and Vegeta, who was planning to take the opportunity to escape, were both stunned. What did they hear? Super Saiyan. That Lin Xuan's daughter is asking Lin Xuan if he can already become a Super Saiyan? Could it be that Talos is the legendary warrior of our Saiyan family? If this is really the case, then I understand that he is so strong. Raditz suddenly felt excited. While he was in awe of Lin Xuan, he also felt a sense of expectation in his heart. Super Saiyan. That is the legend that everyone in the Saiyan clan strives to achieve throughout their lives. Now I can witness the birth of a Super Saiyan in my lifetime. What an honor! No. This is absolutely impossible. The person who can become a Super Saiyan can only be me, Vegeta. Vegeta at this moment, although I have recovered somewhat due to time delay, my legs and feet are still unstable. He almost fell to the ground again, his teeth were clenched, his eyes were about to burst, and he stared at Lin Xuan and Lin Xue without blinking. His pride was at work. As an elite genius with royal blood, logically speaking, he was the one closest to a Super Saiyan. How could it be that lower-level soldier Lin Xuan? Hearing Vegeta's words of struggle, Raditz couldn't help but sneered and glanced at Vegeta with pity. Living in your own world, you never know how big the real world is. Raditz is different because his horizons have been opened this year. Vegeta, you are such a pitiful and pathetic person. You are still living in your own fantasy. For a guy like you, I should have killed you, but because of Lin Xue, I let you live. You are no longer the top genius among us Saiyans. It's time to wake up from this dream you've had for so long. Raditz finished speaking earnestly and turned his attention to Lin Xuan again. Damn it! Shut up! Raditz! Vegeta clenched his teeth, resisting the almost crushing pain on his body, intending to witness Lin Xuan's Super Saiyan with his own eyes. Not true. Facing his daughter's question, Lin Xuan hesitated for a moment and nodded. This move once again aroused the shock in everyone's hearts. Lin Xuan can really become a Super Saiyan. As expected of Dad, you can already become a Super Saiyan at this time. Can you let me see it? Lin Xuan could tell that Lin Xue had other motives, but he did not doubt his daughter. Yes, but although this transformation has been completed a long time ago, it is still a bit rough to master. When I transform, I will generate extremely strong energy and storms, which may hurt everyone, so everyone should stay away. Looking across the group of Z warriors, Lin Xuan both answered and reminded. Hearing this, everyone nodded without hesitation and stepped back one after another. Without worries and obstacles, Lin Xuan no longer has ink stains. Her daughter is still here, but Lin Xuan is not worried about affecting her at all. The powerful combat power of 999.9 billion alone cannot be shaken. Since you are going to transform, you might as well explode with all your strength and let your daughter see it. Although he is far different from this daughter now. His legs were planted firmly on the ground, his fists were clenched, and the breath in his body was surging like an erupting volcano. The veins on his forehead bulged, and the energy began to become violent. Crackling. White electric arcs lingered around the body, and the soul-stirring, terrifying momentum shot straight into the sky. In an instant, the sky within a radius of dozens of miles became dim. The earth trembled and the air pressure continued to increase. tens of millions of levels of combat power are fully activated, which is no small matter in this era. Even in the age of artificial humans, they are considered powerful. A golden light flashed across Lin Xuan's eyes. The S cells in his body began to beat under strong emotional stimulation and began to converge towards the center of his back. The soldiers watching around were already frightened by this terrifying momentum, and were speechless. Have your strength actually improved to this point? Piccolo tried his best to control his restless heart and trembling body. Over these years, he has been undergoing devil training to improve his strength, and he has also practiced with Lin Xuan many times. He thinks that although he is not as good as Lin Xuan, his strength is not much inferior. Nowadays, Lin Xuan's fighting power is 100 times that of him. It is still improving. Is this really the aura that can be radiated from a human body? This guy is even more monster than a monster! Clin was so frightened that he couldn't control himself. His body lost control and his whole body was trembling. It was as if an invisible big hand was pinching his neck, making it extremely difficult for him to even breathe. It's unbelievable. I thought that after practicing with Lord Caillou, the distance between us had been shortened. 1 year? What kind of training have you done in this short year? My power seems insignificant. I have a new understanding of the word powerful. Lin Xuan's figure has been deeply imprinted in Son Goku's mind. Not only has his son Sun Wuhan become so strong, but so has Piccolo, and Lin Xuan is even more frighteningly strong. What does a Super Saiyan look like? Sun Wuhan was looking forward to what Lin Xuan would look like after his transformation. At this moment, Lin Xuan had planted the seeds of becoming stronger deep in his heart. He felt eager for Lin Xuan's power and wanted to achieve such a state. What a terrifying sense of oppression! Is this the true strength of that guy Talos? The gap is too big. It's such an incredible monster. Raditz felt the coercion emanating from Lin Xuan, and could not help but grin. Yes, if you don't even have this, how can you be called the strongest warrior in the universe, a Super Saiyan? This was the first time that he felt a surge of energy and blood, as well as a throbbing from the depths of his soul. What about Vegeta? Even though he dragged his body away a little distance, he was still affected. At this time, he was dumbfounded. He used to be proud of his 18,000 points of combat power, believing that he was the unique and strongest Saiyan. Now reality slaps him hard, waking him up from his dream world. 18,000 points of combat power is very strong? It was a joke from the beginning. He felt like he had become a clown, extremely ridiculous. Clenching fists, unwilling, confused, frightened, appalled, even a kind of despair. At this moment, Lin Xuan's posture changed as the S cells in his body were completely activated. The jet black hair flutters in the wind, alternating between golden and black, with even sparks appearing. Not only that, his pupils and aura are also being replaced with emerald and gold. The rising aura soon broke through the tens of millions combat power mark and entered the unit level of hundreds of millions. Under the power of over 100 million, the entire Earth has been affected, and natural disasters of varying levels have occurred around the world. Earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions. Drink! With an angry shout, Lin Xuan released all the energy in his body. Boom! The golden light suddenly exploded and shot straight into the sky. The dazzling golden light was enough to swallow up everything in the world, causing everyone to subconsciously raise their hands to cover their eyes. This light is so dazzling and gorgeous. After half a minute, the golden light dissipated. In the center of the aura explosion, Lin Xuan had transformed into a Super Saiyan and stood on the spot. Son Goku, Krillin, Son Gohan, Piccolo, Raditz and Vegeta already looked like they had seen a ghost. Their mouths were wide open, and it was no problem to stuff a few eggs in one breath. Is this Super Saiyan? The bottomless aura, it's unbelievable. Is this Lin Xuan's true strength? Son Goku's whole body was shaking uncontrollably, and the appearance of a Super Saiyan was deeply imprinted in his mind. To be honest, he received a lot of scares today, but these scares not only did him no harm, but also had infinite benefits. Seeing a wider world and the existence of Super Saiyan further inspired his desire for power and wanted to become stronger. Weird monster! Klin's face showed fear, his heart beat faster, his body couldn't control himself, and he couldn't control his speech. Piccolo's face was ashen and he said nothing, but his clenched fists expressed his unwillingness. The gap is a bit outrageous. Raditz and Vegeta were completely shocked by this scene, and cold sweat had wet their entire bodies without even realizing it. Super Saiyan, you can't be wrong, this is Super Saiyan, and only with this kind of power can you be the number one in the universe. Talos. Lottie watching Lin Xuan transform into a Super Saiyan, he shouted excitedly. The next second, Raditz's eyes turned and fell on Vegeta, who was already unconscious. Hey! Prince Vegeta, you seem to be very frightened. I wonder how you feel after seeing the Super Saiyan you dream of? Raditz teased Vegeta in a playful tone. Shut up! Raditz! Vegeta said unwillingly with his eyes bloodshot. He looked ferocious, like a mad beast. First he was defeated by Son Gohan, and now he has seen the existence of Super Saiyan. If his heart had not been strong enough, he might have gone insane under the double stimulation and turned into a madman. Ha ha! It seems that our prince has been greatly stimulated. Forget it, there's no point in continuing to tease you. Raditz turned away amid a burst of laughter and stopped teasing Vegeta. Lin Shui just said that Vegeta didn't deserve to die, and combined with what happened constantly, he had no interest in killing Vegeta. Just let this prince fend for himself. They are no longer from the same world. Raditz was so conceited that he even saw a brighter future. Also, now he is considered to be on the Earth side. Although he has not had much contact with Lin Xuan, as time goes by, as things develop, he is considered to be on Lin Xuan's side. Moreover, Raditz heard clearly that Lin Shui from the future also called him uncle. On Earth, when Lin Xuan completed the transformation of Super Saiyan. Located in the underworld, on the King Kai star at the end of the Snake Path. As the master of Son Goku and Raditz, King Kai has been paying attention to what is happening on Earth. He never expected that so many things would happen on the Earth, even so outrageous that they would affect the future. At this moment, watching Lin Xuan transform into a Super Saiyan, King Kai was even more shocked. Because if this power is really counted, it is enough for him, the king of the realm, to look up to. This Saiyan named Lin Xuan has unimaginable potential. This power, even the universe Emperor Frieza is far behind. Super Saiyan, the universe will probably be unstable again in the future. There will inevitably be a conflict between Frieza and the Saiyans. King Kai thought of it a lot, and he even saw Lin Xuan and Frieza fighting face to face not long after. After all, Frieza was one of the culprits responsible for the destruction of the Saiyan clan. Although, it was also because of the order given by Beerus, the god of destruction. However, it was Frieza who took action, and even without Beerus's order, Frieza would have wiped out the Saiyan clan because he was afraid of the existence of Super Saiyans. Frieza, I wonder if after you are defeated by a Super Saiyan, will you regret not completely eradicating the Saiyans? King Kai wanted to watch this show. He was so cunning that he even thought that if Lin Xuan destroyed Frieza in his Super Saiyan form, wouldn't that mean he was helping him slap the god of destruction Beerus in the face? In any case, Frieza is the temporary spokesperson of the god of destruction. And Beerus had destroyed his planet to such a small extent that he didn't dare to express his anger, so he could only laugh in apology. At the same time, located in the higher realm of God, destroy the world of gods. Angel Weiss, who has nothing to do, is observing the major events that have happened in the universe in recent times. He was patrolling the universe, looking for fun, when he was suddenly attracted by the sudden appearance of powerful energy in the universe. This power is inexplicably familiar. Who is it? Weiss's memory is not particularly good. No, that shouldn't be said. It should be said that there are no really powerful people in the lower world, so even those who lamented it 1 second, Weiss will forget it the next moment. However, at this time, he was curious and used Angel's scepter to trace the source of this burst of power. Not long after, his angels had arrived on the earth and saw its target. This is. Looking at the projection in the scepter, Weiss exclaimed. In the picture, Lin Xuan turned into a Super Saiyan and was confronting his daughter, which surprised him. How long has it been since then? This Saiyan has grown so much? But in just a few months, has your power increased to this point? It's incredible. And this girl, huh? She doesn't seem to be from this time and space world. You still have the aura of Supreme Kai of Time, the successor? Or marvel at Lin Xuan's growth, and marvel at Lin Xuan's transformation into a Super Saiyan. But after a moment of emotion, he focused his attention on the unidentified blue-haired woman. As an angel, he could see that Lin Xuan was not from this world of time and space, and had a special mark of time and space on her body. How can the existence of future time and space, despite having the mark of time, be allowed to cross time and come to this uninfected time and space? Moreover, such big changes have been made. Should we wake up Lord Beerus? A special person from the future world appears in today's era. Whis sighed with emotion and couldn't help but look at the palace where the god of destruction Beerus was sleeping. Once people and things that do not belong to this world arrive, no matter whether they do or do not do anything, as long as they appear, this world of time and space will be affected. Now the appearance of Lin Xuan has changed the future of this time and space line. It is equivalent to the originally bright future being suddenly changed and shrouded in a fog. After thinking for a moment, Whis gave up the idea of waking up Beerus. It was not that he ignored it, but that he sensed a special existence hidden in the darkness. Moreover, he felt on Lin Xuan the aura left by him from another time and space world. I see. Is this allowed? Just pretend you didn't see it. The world has been changed and deviated from its original historical trajectory. Weiss realized that Lin Xuan's appearance might not be accidental, but that this world was destined to be good. The corners of his mouth curved, and Weiss didn't know what he noticed, and he smiled meaningfully. On Earth. After stabilizing the transformation of the first stage and first form of Super Saiyan, Lin Xuan took back all the aura released from his body. His normal combat effectiveness already reached 35,558,850 points at this time. And it is still improving with the combat power plus 1 per second. With this strength, the combat power increases 50 times. Today, his combat effectiveness has reached a terrifying 1,777,942,500 points. The increase in combat power after transformation has changed from plus 1 per second to plus 150 per second. There is no doubt that the increase per second has also been doubled with the increase in transformation into a super race. Although, it is not the normal state that increases, but the combat power in this state, there is no change. But it's also good news. Because if the increase is still plus 1 per second after transformation, it will stretch your hips. Feeling that he was exploding with all his strength at this moment, if his daughter hadn't been here, he would have been extremely excited. After all, my strength is undoubtedly invincible in this era. But his daughter's lowest combat power was 999.9 billion, which was invisible and made him not excited at all. I have become a Super Saiyan, what should I do next? After calming down the crazy surge of energy in his body, Lin Xuan looked at Lin Xuan with a handsome expression and asked. The majestic, handsome and powerful character that comes with the Super League makes Lin Xuan look so outstanding. In one simple word, it's handsome. As expected of you, Dad, not only can you become a Super Saiyan during this period, but your power is also so powerful. In my impression, Dad has always been the strongest Super Saiyan, and he can always save the day from danger and turn the tide. At this moment, Lin Xuan's eyes were shining. She was very happy that she could see her father transform into a Super Saiyan again after so many years. Although it is just an ordinary first-level Super Saiyan, it is already extraordinary. Looking her father up and down, the smile on her face became brighter and brighter. Finally, a special light flashed in his eyes. Then, I will also become a Super Saiyan. As soon as Lin Xuan said this, everyone present was stunned. Lin Chuan's transformation into a Super Saiyan has subverted everyone's perception. Now Lin Shui is here too. The next second, in the disbelief eyes of all of them, Lin Shui's whole body flashed with golden light. Unlike Lin Chuan's transformation, Lin Shui completed the Super Saiyan transformation in just an instant. This shows his proficiency. This is also inevitable. Given their strength, if it becomes very difficult to reach the top level, then what's the point? Naturally, it was done in one go, without any leakage of energy. This was Lin Shui's intuitive feeling for Lin Chuan. The appearance of another Super Saiyan left an indelible impression on everyone present. 2 Super Saiyans? Could it be that Super Saiyans are not the only ones who can be achieved through practice? Son Goku was the first to react. A bright idea flashed in his mind. Emerge. Since Lin Chuan can become a Super Saiyan, and his future daughter can too, there is no reason why he can't. They are all Saiyans, so he is not bad either. As long as you practice hard, you will be able to complete the Super Saiyan transformation one day. The hearts of everyone present were in their throats at this moment. Now that the 2 Super Saiyans were confronting each other, they could not imagine what would happen next. Although they are father and daughter, no one knows what this future Lin Shui will do. He perfectly restrained the excitement when transforming into a Super Saiyan, and used his energy almost perfectly without any leakage. Coupled with the difference in form and the details of free control, Lin Chuan understood that this was undoubtedly the first level of Super Saiyan at full power. At this time, he is definitely far inferior to his future daughter. Although it was very shocking, Lin Chuan was also very happy. At least this daughter is very strong. The stronger she is, the better she can live. So, are you going to fight me? Xiao Xue. Lin Chuan asked directly with a smile in his eyes. The intention to learn from each other is too obvious, and he is not stupid. Hee, we just have to fight, Dad. Lin Shui showed a proud smile on his face. The next second, she took action directly, preemptively, and kicked Lin Chuan in the abdomen. It was very fast and powerful, and it directly locked onto his exposed flaw. Lin Chuan, aware of the attack path, squatted down and raised his right arm. A timely defense was made. There was a loud air explosion of bang. This seemingly ordinary kick contains the power to destroy the world. Not only did it overturn Lin Chuan in the Super Saiyan state and push him back more than 10 meters, it also made Lin Chuan's arms numb, and he felt pain. Such a sudden scene caught everyone present off guard. Is this going to start a war? Moreover, it is such an unimaginable speed and terrifying power. Lin Chuan, who was flying upside down, tried his best to stabilize his body with a violent energy. He looked at Lin Shui, with a trace of relief in his doubtful eyes. As expected of her own daughter, even though her strength was suppressed to the same level as him, she still suppressed him. His strength seems to be very strong, but it is still far from enough. A very beautiful kick. Since I achieved the Super Saiyan transformation, this is the first time in my history that I have felt such a lot of pressure. As expected of my daughter. Lin Chuan moved his arms, and the next second, he became excited. It is a good thing that his daughter wants to have a good fight with him. Ever since he completed his Super Saiyan transformation, he has always felt lonely at a high place. In this era, no one will be his opponent anymore. Unless Shalu appears in advance. Hee, that's for sure. My strength was all taught by you, Dad. You have to be careful next. Your state is still the initial stage of Super Saiyan. According to what you once told me, Dad, it is only the first stage of the first stage of Super Saiyan. What I am maintaining now is after breaking through the second stage of Super 1 and the third stage, Perfect Super 1 full power. Lin Shui rubbed the bridge of her nose confidently and put on a fighting posture. Lin Chuan also realized something, that is, this daughter seemed to be forcing him and telling some things. For example, the transformation of Super Saiyan has many levels. What he has achieved is just the first stage of transcendence. This daughter is really, Lin Chuan had an indescribable feeling. In this life, it was the first time that I was moved by family love. For 26 years I was alone. Come on! Use whatever skills you have, just to show me how strong you, my daughter in the future world, are. Lin Chuan would not escape from his daughter's challenge. Moreover, this battle also has great benefits for him. Maybe he can use this battle to stabilize his Super Saiyan state and take his strength to the next level. The two Super Saiyans continued to fight, and this scene made everyone present feel nervous. After all, the simple aftermath is so terrifying. Gohan, Krillin, let's watch the battle in another place. With our current strength, if we continue to stay here, they won't be able to fight. Son Goku is self-aware. With his strength, he can just send an energy wave. Kill him. With Son Goku as an example, Sun Wuhan and Krillin nodded one after another, and the three of them used Wukong Jutsu to stay away from this area. Of course, it's not really to a faraway place, but to a place more suitable for watching the battle. Piccolo followed closely behind him and stopped several hundred meters away from the battlefield. As for Raditz, he saw that the situation was not going well and slipped to a safe area. Only Vegeta was left, who was seriously injured and frightened by the two Super Saiyans to the point of doubting his life. Damn it! Just wait. As long as I, Vegeta, don't die, I will become a Super Saiyan sooner or later. By then, I will leave you all alone. Kill them all. Even if no one helped, Vegeta still relied on his tenacious will to drag his severely injured body out of the area. This just happened to give him a chance to escape. Of course, no one will want to kill him at this time. After all, he is too weak. On the battlefield, the atmosphere is boiling. The father and daughter looked at each other and understood what the other was thinking. But in the blink of an eye, the two of them shot up into the sky with anger and started the first round of collision. There was a loud bang of boom. The father and daughter collided, causing a terrifying explosion high in the sky. The terrifying power swept through the sky, and the dazzling lights spread in all directions. Both of them soared in the sky at dozens of times the speed of sound. In just a few seconds, hundreds of moves had been exchanged. Although on the surface they looked evenly matched, in fact Lin Shui had the upper hand. This girl's fighting style is so sharp. She doesn't give me a chance to breathe. But that's right, she is my daughter after all. During the battle, Lin Chuan felt tremendous pressure. His fighting skills are even more perfect in the hands of his daughter. That was the accumulation and evolution of later generations over the past 1 or 2 decades. They are both the first stage of Super Saiyan, and they can also judge the difference between the first stage and full power. Even Lin Shui only used lower strength to be on par with him. Lin Chuan was daydreaming, and Lin Shui was also thinking at this time. Dad's fighting ability is really powerful, but it's just at this period. The power of the first level and first form of Super Saiyan can be so powerful. No wonder the later fully formed Cell, known as the Ultimate Android, and the later Majin Buu were all easily killed by Dad. Lin Shui sighed inwardly. The next second, a bad smile flashed across her face. Since Dad is so powerful, I have to work harder. In an instant, her strength increased sharply, and she struck Lin Chuan in the face with a powerful punch. The power of this punch is extremely terrifying. No matter how you look at it, Lin Chuan cannot avoid it, but what is unexpected is that just when the fist is about to hit Lin Chuan's face, Lin Chuan turns into an afterimage and disappears from the place. So fast! Lin Shui was surprised when she noticed her father dodged his attack. But soon, she realized what was going on. It's not super high-speed movement, it's teleportation. Lin Shui suddenly came back to her senses and turned around quickly. She was surprised. She didn't expect that her father would already know this trick at this time. In her sight, Lin Chuan's fist continued to enlarge, getting closer and closer to her, but stopped just when it was about to fall on her face. Boom! The strong wind of the fist blew through Lin Shui's golden hair, making her whole body tremble. I originally planned to lower my own level, and then rely on my own strength to suppress my father, and at the same time help my father avoid taking some wrong paths in the future. But she didn't expect that she didn't need to worry about her father's strength at all. In the same realm, her full power was actually suppressed. Although it was not an all-out battle, his father did not really use all his strength. You had too many thoughts when attacking and were not pure enough, so you gave me an opportunity to take advantage of you. Being distracted during battle is a taboo. I believe I have taught you this in the future. Remember, don't be careless when facing any opponent in the future. Even if you are facing me. Lin Xuan had nothing to teach Lin Shui, he could only tell her some truths. I know, Dad. You are really, at this time, you are already so verbose. Lin Shui stuck out her tongue in a strange way. She was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and she had to express herself. So since I've told you so much in the future, you should learn a lesson. Lin Xuan couldn't help but add another sentence. This girl is too innocent. Lin Xuan was a little worried. She always suffered a disadvantage when encountering enemies. Again! This time I won't be like before. Lin Shui didn't stop there. The next second, she became angry again and prepared to attack. When Lin Xuan saw this, he would not be afraid. However, when the battle between the two sides is about to start again, a stern scolding interrupted the fight between the two. Have you had enough trouble? This battle is over, Lin Shui, please stop. I knew it would be bad to take you back to the past, and you escaped from my custody. It took me so long to find you. You have messed up this space-time line. Below the two of them, a pink-haired girl with a thin stature and wearing a special god's uniform appeared. Her words caused Lin Shui's expression to change. For a moment, she had no choice but to take back her strength and calm down. It was really not the right time to come. I should have known from the beginning that I should have used more strength to fight against my father, and also let my father see Super 2 and Super 3. Now it's better, there is no chance. Lin Shui felt a little regretful. Lin Xuan looked at the pink-haired girl below. His eyes changed slightly and he frowned. Of course he knows this woman. Supreme Kai of Time Kuranoa. His daughter met Kuranoa, the Supreme Kai of Time. Moreover, from what she said, it was obvious that she was the one who brought her here. This can also explain why the future daughter can come to this time and space. Seeing Lin Shui and Kuranoa talking, Lin Xuan also landed in front of Lin Shui and Time's Supreme Kai, Kuranoa. Your future friend? Xiao Xue. Lin Xuan knew the other party's identity, but he couldn't say it clearly. Hello, Lin Xuan from the past world, I am the Supreme Kai of Time, Kuranoa. As you can see, your daughter and I are friends. She came to this time and space this time because I brought her here. She originally wanted to see you in another timeline, but she didn't expect to come to this time and space unexpectedly, and she even went to such an extent. She is really ashamed. The Supreme Kai of Time, Kuranoa, glanced at Lin Shui while explaining. Obviously complaining. At this time, Lin Shui looked like it had nothing to do with him. It's like saying it's not my fault. I see. I understand now. What's going on? My daughter will be in the future thanks to your care. Lin Xuan released the first-level Super Saiyan transformation and returned to his normal state. In response to Lin Xuan's show of goodwill, the Supreme Kai of Time, Kuranoa, showed a smile on his face. She never thought that Lin Xuan would be so wise and friendly at this time. She knew very well the importance of Lin Xuan. This man would surpass even the gods in the future, and could be as powerful as Angel. After several exchanges, Lin Xuan learned some more things from the Supreme Kai of Time, Kuranoa. It turns out that Lin Shui has joined the Space-Time Patrol in disguise. Because the time and space world in the future was completely destroyed, Lin Shui was rescued by Kuranoa and brought back to the Nest of Time. Can't we really stay for a little longer? Kuranoa. Lin Shui obviously wanted to stay here. However, Kuranoa would not allow it. I have been very generous and did not hold you accountable for your misbehavior. You have to know that time is very scary. If it continues to stay, a few words from you and me may create a new future. Kuranoa, what you said was very serious. Indeed it is. Otherwise there would not be so many parallel time and spaces in the Dragon Ball world. Lin Shui was still unwilling to give in. She looked at Lin Xuan with tears in her eyes. Let's go with her. Although we haven't met for a long time, I know that you have grown up very well. In the future, maybe we will see you again. When I am strong enough to reverse time and space and change the future, I will go find you. My daughter! Facing Lin Shui, Lin Xuan could only say such comforting words. How can he be involved now? Regarding Lin Xuan's guarantee, Lin Shui seemed to have gained spiritual sustenance. Farewell is always sad. Seeing Lin Shui being taken away by the Supreme Kai of Time, Lin Xuan clenched his fists. After all, I am still not strong enough. Otherwise, he could even force her to stay. No matter what the bullshit rules are, no matter what the impact is on the future. Being weak is the original sin. The battlefield has returned to calm. Huh! Lin Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. The amount of information he came into contact with today was so great that he could not even imagine the future of this world. However, now that he has learned what will happen in the future, he will naturally not wait for the tragedy to happen. He will also do his best to change the future. After the situation stabilized, Son Goku, Sun Wuhan, Raditz, Piccolo, and Klin gathered around. They had many questions to ask Lin Xuan. Under Lin Xuan's explanation, this was considered perfunctory. Piccolo, on the other hand, actually heard what would happen in the future and communicated with his mind. Unconsciously, the relationship between Lin Xuan and Piccolo evolved into the relationship between Son Goku and Piccolo in the original novel. Something else needs to be said. During this gap time, a circular universe ship rose into the sky and left the Earth. Who is riding in this universe ship but Vegeta, who is covered in bruises? Seriously injured, he used the life support device to forcibly extend his life. As long as he is supported until he returns to the military base near the Milky Way for treatment, he will be able to regain his life in a very short time. Super Saiyan. Talos, Raditz, Kakarot, and that kid, just wait for me, sooner or later, Gita will come back again. Vegeta secretly made up his mind in his heart that he must come back for revenge. With the end of the incident, the crisis on Earth has temporarily come to an end. The unconscious Yamcha, Tianjin Fan and Dumplings were taken back to the Celestial Temple by Krillin and Sun Wufan for treatment. Because of Den's relationship, everyone became active very quickly. Son Goku and Raditz originally planned to continue in-depth discussions with Lin Xuan, and even wanted to see the gravity training room mentioned in the exchange. However, Lin Xuan told them not to worry, especially Son Goku, who should go home first, and this was the temporary solution. Returned home to the manor. As soon as he came back, Lin Xuan was caught by Bulma, who was looking for someone anxiously. "What's wrong, Bulma? You look very anxious. Are you looking for something?" Lin Xuan asked suspiciously, and what he immediately thought of was naturally his daughter Lin Shui. His and Bulma's daughter. Lin Xuan didn't know that Lin Shui had already met Bulma before finding him. "Lin Xuan, you came back just in time. Your return means that the Scion crisis has been resolved. Let me ask you, have you ever seen a girl with blue hair? She is wearing clothes from our capsule company. She looks like me, and me." Bulma did not say go down, but the eyes have made it very clear. Lin Xuan was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that mother and daughter had met, and became embarrassed. After all, there was no real development between him and Bulma. "You, look at your expression, have you seen her before?" Lin Xuan said. "What do you think?" "That's our future daughter," Bulma said. The two looked at each other, and suddenly the atmosphere changed. The two of them have been getting along for a year, and their relationship is indeed very harmonious. They meet every day, eat together every day, and even find time to chat many times. When it comes to development, in fact, the two of them have some ideas in their hearts. After all, they have been living under the same roof and have long been accustomed to the other's existence, but neither one will take the initiative. Who could have imagined that at this juncture, a girl from the future suddenly appeared and said she was their child? This sudden amount of information, and what will happen in the future. It's not that Bulma can't accept it, but it's the same as Lin Xuan. After some exchanges, Lin Xuan told Bulma everything. "So she has left? Can't you stop her? Our daughter will be so pitiful and alone in the future, And you are her father. Bulma showed some strength. You think I don't want to? That requires me to have enough strength. Do you know how many eyes are staring at this? This spans time. Even if no one else will stop me from keeping my future daughter, Supreme Kai is the top god. Do you think a small god like the Earth's god can compare? All I can do is keep getting stronger. Lin Chuan responded forcefully. Angrily, the two of them almost leaned against each other. Some things may require such an impulse to go smoothly. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, it was already the afternoon of the next day. Located on the rooftop of the manor's large roundhouse. After having sex with Bulma yesterday, she was out of control. If it wasn't Bulma's first time, how could Lin Chuan be satisfied with just one time? This also made Lin Chuan more aware of the past of the plot. Although Bulma was used to being careless, she was really protective of herself. No matter how hard Yamcha tried, he never succeeded with her. Lin Chuan had to thank his daughter. If it hadn't been for her sudden arrival, he and Bulma really didn't know when they would get together. Sitting on the sofa on the rooftop and meditating, Lin Chuan bathed in the sunshine and had maintained this posture for a long time. He was absorbing all the information he got yesterday. Mainly based on the insights after fighting with my daughter, and the help of perceiving the power of the Supreme Kai of Time, Kuranoa, to complete my understanding of the power of God. With his monster-like talent, he got some basic skills from the divine power cultivation method from Shillong Barunga. In addition, after meeting the Supreme Kai of Time, Kuranoa yesterday, he had a new understanding of the power of God. The breath of divine power is very wonderful. If you develop your practice in this direction, you will vaguely seem to have come into contact with an unknown field. The whole body is surrounded by white aura, which would normally be very scary, but now the aura is very stable, and there is not even a slight breeze here when it erupts. It seemed that he had reached a critical point in his cultivation. Lin Chuan, who was meditating, suddenly stood up. With his eyes closed tightly, he stretched out one hand forward, and the white airflow around him gathered along his arm and into the palm of his hand as if he had a conscious mind. This airflow was extremely calm, as if it was alive and fixed in Lin Chuan's palm, and then changed from a gaseous state to a liquid state. Lin Chuan, who had his eyes closed tightly, opened them and stared at the white energy condensed in his palms. Is this the power of God? No! This should be life energy. After carefully sensing it for a moment, Lin Chuan thought that the thing he had condensed was not the power of God, but a ball of energy. Very pure life energy. After practicing for so long, I finally developed this kind of power. Lin Chuan was a little puzzled. Logically speaking, he felt something in his heart, and the new path he thought of combined with the primary God's power cultivation method. What he cultivated must be the power of God. What is the connection between this life energy and the power of God? Or is it that the power of God is the energy after the further evolution of life energy? If so, what should he do next? Just when Lin Chuan was thinking about how to go further, he suddenly felt two familiar chi flying towards his position at an extremely fast speed. Is it from Kakarot and Raditz? It seems they can't wait any longer. Lin Chuan could distinguish the auras of the two people in just a moment, and he had already understood the purpose of the two people coming to him. No need to think too much, it must be for gravity training. The two are now eager to become stronger. This is also a good thing. In his sight, the two black shadows continued to expand, eventually forming the appearance of Son Goku and Raditz. As the two people came to the front, Lin Chuan was calm and smiling. The energy was naturally taken back into his body, preventing them from seeing it. Although I know you want to become stronger quickly, you are too anxious. Lin Chuan still couldn't hold it back and teased them. Hey, I can't let you go too far. Gohan has also told us about gravity training and the development potential of the great elder on Namek. Lin Chuan, let's try gravity training too. It's boring to become stronger alone. Son Goku directly stated his intention. After his horizons were broadened, he understood how insignificant he was. Even though his combat strength now exceeds 10,000 due to his injuries, he is nothing like an ant in this era. Even his son Sun Wuhan can be beaten with one finger. You shouldn't refuse, Talos. Raditz narrowed his eyes slightly, waiting for Lin Chuan's answer. He also desires to become stronger, so powerful that he can surpass Vegeta's power. Next time he sees Vegeta, he will defeat Vegeta in his own way. Of course, no problem. As long as you are ready, come with me. Lin Chuan took Raditz and Son Goku to the gravity training room without hesitation. After a while, they arrived in front of the huge dome-shaped gravity training room. Opening the door of the gravity training room, Lin Chuan took them inside. This is the gravity training room. This is a device that controls gravity and can change the surrounding gravity environment according to the user's needs. The upper limit is 1,000 times the gravity environment of the Earth. However, it is naturally impossible for you to withstand such a large gravity now. Everything has to be done step by step and slowly. Let's start from the lowest 10 times. Lin Chuan walked to the device that controlled the gravity environment and turned on the gravity environment as he spoke. Here on Earth, a new round of cultivation has begun. The other side is located in the Beta Galaxy. A super-large universe ship, larger and more imposing than Frisia's main ship, is sailing in the universe. There is a very special mark on the outside of this universe ship. Cooler Legion. That's right, this huge battleship is Frisia's brother Cooler's universe ship. Located in this huge battleship, Cooler is sitting on his throne. Unlike Frisia's aura of playing with everything in the world, Cooler's body exudes a permeating cold aura from time to time. Compared to his arrogant brother Frisia, Cooler also appears to be more mature and powerful. Because Frisia's body could not withstand the excessive energy, he degenerated independently. He faced the world in his short first form all year round, with a pitifully low combat power of 530,000 points. Even if it uses 100% of its final form's combat power, it only has 120 million points, which cannot be maintained for a long time. He is different. He has always presented his strongest appearance to the world all year round. And it will not bring any burden to your body. And just without the combat power of the ultimate transformation, he has already reached 150 million points, which is 30 million points higher than Frisia in his final form. More than that, his full power is far beyond this. Once he finally transforms, his combat power can reach a terrifying 470 million points. Neither Frisia nor his father, the Kurdish king, know this now. King Cooler, according to the latest news, it has been determined that the Dragon Balls were created by the Namekians. Your brother, King Frisia, is already on his way to Namek. Should we catch up now? At this time, a blonde universe man wearing a Cooler Special Force combat uniform came forward, knelt down humbly in front of Cooler, and reported. He is none other than the captain of Cooler's special team, Shuiza. Now Cooler's right-hand man. The combat power is as high as 170,000 points. After listening to Shuiza's report, Cooler's expression remained unchanged and he said, "Let my stupid brother go to Namek first. Rumor has it that there are many powerful warriors among the Namekians, and he wants to take all the Dragon Balls. It's not that easy to collect everything. Our top priority right now is to go to planet Adrat. Rather than unrealistic things like Dragon Balls that can fulfill any wish, what I care about right now is making myself stronger. The special abilities mastered by the people of Adrat can make my strength even further. Yes, Lord Cooler, I will order you to go down and rush to the star of Adrat at full speed." Shuiza stood up humbly and walked towards the control room of the spacecraft. Earth. Gravity training room. Starting with the lowest 10 gravity? Raditz and Son Goku were somewhat dissatisfied after hearing this. But they will soon know that Lin Chuan did not belittle them, let alone look down on them. Buzz buzz! As the gravity training room was activated, the surrounding environment was quickly filled with a layer of scarlet light. The number on the display also changed from 0G to 10G. Under the pressure of 10 times the gravity of the Earth, Son Goku and Raditz only felt their bodies suddenly sink. It's really 10 times the gravity, just like the feeling at Kaosama's place. Son Goku moved his body enthusiastically and said, Since there is such an effect here, there is no need to think about going to Master Kaya to practice. Not enough. If this is the case, even if the gravity is increased, it seems to be the same. Sure enough, what is really important is the potential development you have experienced on Namek. Raditz has a certain understanding of gravity training. After understanding, the reason why Lin Chuan, Piccolo, and Sun Wufan became stronger was attributed to the Great Elder's potential development. He even felt that the reason why Lin Chuan broke through and became a Super Saiyan was inseparable from the development of his potential. If he goes too, maybe that's okay. Raditz took it for granted. He had no idea how much pressure he would face next. Listening to what the two said, the corners of Lin Chuan's mouth rose slightly, and he smiled intentionally or unintentionally. Don't worry, 10 times gravity is no problem for you. If you can't even handle it, then your training this year will be in vain. Next, it's 20 times the gravity. As he spoke, Lin Chuan adjusted the gravity environment from 10 times to 20 times. Buzz buzz! The scarlet light in the space became more and more intense. Lin Chuan would not feel anything because he was powerful enough. Son Goku and Raditz only felt as if their bodies were suppressed by some invisible force, making them unable to react for a while and bending down. Is this an environment with 20 times the gravity? My body feels a lot heavier. Feeling the pressure on his body, Son Goku's breathing became heavier for a moment. It's not that it's unbearable, and if you practice in such an environment, you will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. I think you guys are quite relaxed. How about increasing it by 20 times? Lin Chuan didn't hold back, nor did he choose to just increase it by 10 times. A smirk appeared on the corner of his mouth, making him want to see the two of them embarrassed. Under 40 times the gravity, Son Goku and Raditz's expressions suddenly changed. Oh damn it, it's only 4 times the gravity of planet Vegeta, so it makes me so miserable? Are you kidding me? Feeling 40 times the gravity for the first time, Raditz began to secretly improve. Strength. Not only did he forcefully stand up straight, he also tried his best to stabilize his energy. A combat power of over 10,000 people can indeed achieve this under 40 times gravity. If not, it would be too useless. Brother can bear it, so can I. Son Goku originally stared blankly and tried his best to maintain it. Seeing Raditz's decisive exertion, he gritted his teeth and forced himself. Standing up straight against 40 times the force of gravity. At first, I really didn't expect that the increased gravity would be so terrifying. Looking at how high your fighting spirit is, why don't you improve it 10 times or 20 times? Or should you practice in such an environment first? As soon as Lin Chuan said this, Son Goku and Raditz's expressions suddenly changed. Transformation. The 40 times gravity environment is already very difficult for them now. If it were to be improved further, what would it be like? Without giving them a chance to answer, Lin Chuan directly increased the gravity to 50 times in order to let them understand the horror of gravity training. The sudden surge of gravity caused Son Goku and Raditz's pupils to shrink sharply, and their bodies leaned forward uncontrollably. Every cell in the body was pressed by gravity, and even the bones creaked under the pressure of gravity. At this moment, the two finally understood that the reason why Piccolo and Sun Wuhan became so powerful was not only because of the potential development of the Great Elder on Namek. Among them, gravity practice is also particularly important. In other words, this is simply a cheating device for practitioners. If they had begun to undergo gravity training long ago, their strength would have definitely improved by leaps and bounds, and would have exceeded the current limit. In terms of potential ability, both Son Goku and Raditz are confident that they will not be worse than others. Especially Raditz, after experiencing King Kai's training, he felt that he was also a genius. Okay, let's overcome 50 times gravity first, and then 100 times. Let me tell you first, Gohan is practicing here and can withstand more than 100 times gravity. Since his body is still growing, Piccolo and we didn't increase the gravity training on him. As for Piccolo, he can already practice in a gravity environment of 150 times. State the specific situation. For a moment, Son Goku and Raditz's pupils shrank sharply. How incredible this is! Son Goku thought simply, and he stood up desperately. That kid Gohan can do it. How can my father fall behind? That is to say, as long as I can withstand 100 times gravity, I can have the power to defeat Vegeta's great ape. Raditz' idea was more direct. True, but there are still differences. After adapting 100 times, it does not mean that you will become very strong. It depends on the individual. Moreover, although the original Son Goku achieved 90,000 combat power points in 6 days, it was a strong crisis that forced him to grow. Furthermore, the reason why Sun Wuhan was able to defeat the giant ape Vegeta was related to the Great Elder's development of potential. It broke the boundaries in one breath. Practice well, I won't be here to accompany you. If you really can't bear it, control the gravity yourself. I believe you have seen it clearly. If it doesn't work, you can just turn off the gravity equipment and control it with words. He left a message. Lin Chuan left the gravity training room. Because of the arrival of Son Goku and Raditz, Lin Chuan waited for a group of Z warriors for 2 consecutive days. Everyone in this era is still eager to become stronger. Everyone is striving to be the best, unwilling to be left behind. Even Yamcha is in this category. However, the limits sought are different, and the motivation to become stronger is also different. There are naturally many reasons for their arrival. One was mentioned by Sun Wuhan, one was suggested by the god Piccolo that they come to Lin Chuan for advice, and the other was that Son Goku and Raditz had already started practicing. For all of them, Lin Chuan would not refuse anyone thousands of miles away. Even for Yamcha, Lin Chuan only held the mentality that if he didn't cause trouble, everything would be fine. Of course, whether this group of people can withstand such a cultivation method depends on themselves. It is worth mentioning that in the past, in order to satisfy Lin Chuan, Piccolo and Sun Wuhan, many people used the gravity training room, so Bulma had already carried out the transformation, and there were a total of 5 gravity training rooms. Therefore, Z warriors also have the opportunity to practice alone. Without dragging others down, you can also explore and become stronger on your own. Otherwise, let them go after Son Goku and Raditz, and they will eat whatever they want. It's enough to have a combat power of less than 4,000 and be able to practice hard under 20 times gravity. More than 20 or 30 times, even if they can practice for a short period of time, they will not be able to maintain it for too long, and it will kill them. After arranging them, Lin Chuan continued his practice without interference. Piccolo and Sun Wuhan have also been here in the past few days. After learning about the situation in the gravity training room, Piccolo did not intervene and chose to meditate and practice hard like Lin Chuan. Sun Wuhan actually entered Son Goku and Raditz's gravity training room and practiced together. So unknowingly, 10 days passed quietly. During these 10 days, the relationship between Lin Chuan and Bulma became closer and closer. Because the relationship was exposed, although the two were not as tired as a passionate couple, they were no longer what they used to be. It should be said that after tasting the forbidden fruit for the first time, who can endure it again? Although Lin Chuan is a scion, he is a time traveler, and his soul and thoughts retain the concepts of his previous life. If you have done something like that, you will naturally be responsible to the end. Lin Chuan would always be by Bulma's side except for training time. In this regard, Bulma never expected that Lin Chuan was not a blockhead, nor was he the kind of person who didn't understand the style, but he had never understood it before. Today, I still continue to practice the power of God. For more than 10 days, I had a deep understanding and pondered the difference between the life energy I had cultivated and the power of God. At this time, he was on the lakeside behind the manor, suspended above the lake with his legs crossed, holding his breath and concentrating, entering a state of deep meditation. The breath around him is gradually transforming into liquid life energy. Mastering the method of condensation and transformation only requires time. After converting enough Qi into liquid life energy, Lin Chuan felt more and more incredible about this special energy. Awakening from a meditative state. The initial transformation has finally been completed. If you want to increase the level of energy, you still need a new way of cultivation. Palunga's cultivation method is not a real cultivation method of divine power. Otherwise, there would be no way to give it to me. Supernatural power is not something that can be easily cultivated, especially since I only have the strength I have now. I think Palunga must have guessed that I would reach this point, but how will I transform in the future? It's not that easy to truly transform into a Super Saiyan God by yourself. I sighed in my heart, and kept talking in my mouth. Lin Chuan's only complaint now is that the plot of the original work is too simple. If you really want to become stronger and break through, no aspect is easy and simple. Otherwise, super beings would be everywhere in this world. If you want to become stronger, you have to find another way. Next, we have to work hard to hone the Super Saiyan form. After the cultivation of God's power has reached this stage, I still have no clue. I can only seek breakthroughs through daily accumulation in the future. Therefore, the next few days will be about research on the Super Saiyan form. The first stage of Super 1 is just the beginning, the second and third stages are transitions, and reaching full power is the key. Only by cultivating Super 1 to the extreme can you touch Super 2, or even Super 3. Speaking of which, because I couldn't break through before, I had been training hard for normal combat strength. Now he can completely concentrate on perfecting his form, because his normal combat power will continue to increase every second even if he doesn't practice. System, are you really incomplete? You haven't told me how to level up until now. I sighed in my heart, something that Lin Chuan has always cared about until now. From activation until now, there has never been an active prompt or any special interface popping up. It's like it doesn't exist, like it's passive. However, Lin Chuan knew that the system could definitely be upgraded, he just needed to explore it himself. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. The more I think about it, the more upset I get. I also have to take action on my next plan. I also have to go to the planet Yudetra. Arriving at the shore, Lin Chuan strode towards the big round house. Go to the planet Yartra. This is also stimulated by the future daughter. Of course, it also has something to do with meeting the Supreme Kai of Time. The power of time, he wanted to get it. Lin Chuan wanted to see what special abilities the Atra people had besides teleportation, clone techniques, and energy separation techniques. Maybe this magical race also hides forbidden tricks, and maybe it involves time. This is the only thing Lin Chuan can think of for the time being. If you make a wish like the dragon, you may not be able to obtain the ability to travel through time. It's just a trip that takes nearly a month. If you move instantaneously, you will not be able to travel through space without feeling the breath and without the mark of space. Of course, Lin Chuan already had an idea. He was going to go find King Kai. The original book is a living guide, and he knows the location of all the planets. But whether he can use King Kai to implement this positioning will only be known after he tries it himself. As for how to get to the underworld, it couldn't be simpler. God can help him. Back in the big round house, Lin Chuan found Bulma, who was watching TV series. She has also been free in the past 2 days. After the group company's affairs were settled, she occasionally took time to assist her father in research. After lunch, Lin Chuan told Bulma his thoughts. Lin Chuan had explained this matter to her a few days ago, so Bulma had no objection. Lin Chuan also had a reason to become stronger. Save the future daughter. Although it is far away and elusive, this is a goal. Afternoon. Above the Temple of Heaven. At this moment, Piccolo, the god of heaven, is teaching Den to learn knowledge about gods, and also begins to formally teach him some skills belonging to gods. The gods Piccolo and Den stood on the edge of the temple, overlooking the lower world. If we want to see the lower world from the Temple of Heaven, we must rely not on the eyes of the body, but the eyes of our souls. Remember not to rush for success, just take your time. God Piccolo said warmly. I understand, Grandpa Tianshan, Den said humbly. In the time since he came to Earth, he has become accustomed to the life here. Although there are no companions and relatives in my hometown, there are also new companions and relatives here. Well, with your talent, you should be able to understand it soon. God Piccolo's face was filled with a satisfied smile. No one hates obedient children. It was at this time. A sound of whoosh sounded through the air from behind them. Lin Chuan's figure appeared on the temple of heaven out of thin air. Sensing the arrival of someone, the gods Piccolo and Den turned around at the same time. Is it you? After seeing Lin Chuan, God Piccolo's heart suddenly tightened and his face became solemn. Uncle Lin Chuan, long time no see. Den felt more natural after seeing Lin Chuan. For various reasons, his relationship with Lin Chuan was not bad. Moreover, Lin Chuan can take him across the interstellar space back to planet Namek, which can be regarded as an elder that Den relies on and trusts very much. Well, it's true that we haven't seen each other for a while. Are you doing well here, Den? Lin Chuan joked with a smile. Grandpa Tianxin is very good to me, and Mr. Popo has always taken good care of me. Gohan will come to play with me when he has time. Den said obediently, and the heart of a child is very easy to be satisfied. Really? That would be great. Lin Chuan also uses another way to treat children. After Su reminisced about old times, Lin Chuan changed the topic. The gods must be wondering why I paid a sudden visit, right? I'll tell you the truth, I hope you can take me to the underworld. There are some things that I need to see King Kai and get his information help. Lin Chuan explained his purpose directly. Go to Lord Kao? The god was shocked by Lin Chuan's words and felt incredible. You know, a year ago Lin Chuan had the opportunity to go, but Lin Chuan didn't take the initiative to say so, and Raditz took the spot away. There are many things that you and I can't explain clearly. In short, you just need to take me to the underworld. Lin Chuan did not explain too much. God is ashamed. Unable to go into details, he could only nod in agreement. He is not stupid. What happened on the earth some time ago is vivid in his mind, and it also involves the future. Immediately, the god looked at Den again. Today's lesson ends here. You can let Bobo take you to the lower world, Den. Yeah, I understand, Grandpa Tianjin. After receiving the permission, Den happily trotted over to Bobo without any scheming. After letting Den and Bobo leave, the god Piccolo negotiated with Lin Chuan and immediately went to the underworld. Although he is old and crossing borders requires a lot of energy, he can still do it. Along with Lin Chuan and the god Piccolo disappeared on the Temple of Heaven. Hades' underworld. Is this the underworld? Arriving in the underworld, Lin Chuan looked around. Looking closely, an endless avenue is right in front of you. This is Huangquan Road. On this avenue are countless white souls. These are the souls of dead beings who have come here to wait for the judgment of Yama, the god of the underworld. Look to the other side. Not far in front of them was the Yama Hall. The main hall in front is where the god of the underworld, Yama, judges souls. God Piccolo was afraid that Lin Chuan didn't know, so he explained. I know, let's go. Lin Chuan said casually and took steps forward. Along the way, he ignored the ghosts maintaining normal order and the souls queuing up. His sudden appearance naturally disrupted the order. But no one dared to stop them. Because one is a living person. One is a god. Next one. In the Yama Palace, the lazy and slow voice of Yama King, who was working, sounded. When Lin Chuan heard this, he didn't say much. He just took a step forward and walked casually to King Yama's desk. He was not afraid, but God Piccolo was so anxious that his heart almost jumped out of his throat. At this moment, King Yama also noticed Lin Chuan, a living person. A living person? How did you come to the underworld? Hey! Are you the god of the earth again? You always do this, which makes me very troubled. King Yama seemed to find something interesting and hit after having a haha, my spirits improved. I'm really sorry, Lord Yama. This man also wants to see Lord King Kai. God Piccolo said bravely, sweating profusely. Those two people came back not long ago and have become successful in their cultivation, so more and more people want to find Kao-sama. Do you really think that anyone can complete this snake path? Those named Son Goku and Raditz, they fell into the snake path and almost stayed in hell forever. If I hadn't been generous, they would have never had the chance to meet the King of Kai. Yama King glanced at the god Piccolo and said, obviously he felt that cats and dogs came to challenge Snake Road, which made him, the Demon King of Hell, lose face. God Piccolo was helpless and didn't know how to answer the question. He could only look at Lin Chuan. He didn't care, it was Lin Chuan who wanted to come anyway. You are wrong, King Yama. I am not who you say you are. I don't need to run away from Snake Road. I just want to meet King Kai and discuss something. I am passing by you as a way to pass by. Lin Chuan spoke directly. Others are afraid of King Yama, but he is not afraid. If he were a dead man, he could still judge him. But he is a living person and he has no control over him. After hearing Lin Chuan's words, Demon King Yen was a little embarrassed and stared. Lin Chuan did not tolerate him, and said directly to the god Piccolo, you can go back. After saying that, Lin Chuan directly used his sense of energy to envelope him. Not long after, the existence of the King Kai star was sensed. He performed teleportation and disappeared here, leaving behind the confused King Yama, the god Piccolo, as well as a group of imps and souls waiting for trial on the King Kai star. At this time, King Kai didn't know that Lin Chuan had arrived in the underworld and was heading towards him. Driving his antique car, King Kai was in a happy and joyful mood. Since Son Goku and Raditz left, he has had a lot of leisure time. In addition to driving around every day, he would watch some funny jokes or use his special ability to watch some bloody scenes in the lower world. The life of a KO is like this. It seems boring, but there is fun in it. Alas! I spent the past year teaching Goku and Raditz how to practice, but now I feel a little uncomfortable. Without the two of them, life seems really boring. As King Kai spoke, he looked at Huang Quan and sighed repeatedly. I drove without looking at the road and cried twice afterwards. According to the past, this King Kai planet was his personal territory, and except for his two pets Gulegli and Bobris, there was no one else. He can drive however he wants. However, how could he have known that at this moment, Lin Chuan's figure appeared here out of thin air? In an instant, he was frightened with a comfortable look on his face. There was a loud noise of bang. A car accident happened. King Kai's car hit Lin Chuan. Naturally, the person was unscathed, but King Kai's car was severely deformed and the tires flew off. No! My beloved car! King Kai flew out and immediately got up. His first thought was that his heart was bleeding. Seeing that the whole car turned into a pile of scrap metal, King Kai was about to get angry. After taking a closer look, the anger in his heart quickly disappeared, and the expression on his face changed drastically. His eyes changed from anger to confusion, and finally to disbelief. Isn't this the Super Saiyan on Earth? You are that Saiyan on Earth, Talos? King Kai exclaimed. I didn't expect you, King Kai, to know me. It seems that you are also paying attention to what happened on the Earth 10 days ago. That's good, I don't need to introduce myself, Lin Chuan said with a smile on his face. Although it was a surprise, now that King Kai already knows his identity, it will be much easier to do things. After glancing at Lin Chuan and listening to Lin Chuan's words, King Kai could no longer take care of the damaged car. I can't believe that you actually came to my place. Talos, what do you want to do when you come to my King Kai planet? Could it be that you also want to practice under my hands? King Kai asked with a hint of suspicion. Hearing this, Lin Chuan shook his head directly. Although I am indeed quite interested in your Kaioken, the main purpose of my coming here is to ask for your help to help me find the coordinates of the planet Udrat. By the way, I want to try it. Can I teleport directly from you? Lin Chuan said. King Kai was slightly startled when he heard the name of Star Udrat. I see you are interested in the special abilities of the Adratites, right? As a king of the realm, especially since the planet Adtra is in the northern galaxy, he knows it very well. You guessed it right. Lin Chuan did not refute. This doesn't need to be hidden either. No problem, let me see where the Udrat star is. King Kai didn't hesitate and activated his ability. The two tentacles on his head swayed slightly. This ability was extremely weird. Speaking of which, you have learned how to teleport. Isn't this the trick of the Atra people? King Kai said while searching. It's a long story. Anyway, let's find it first, and then talk about it. Lin Xuan didn't answer too much. Although he was perfunctory on the surface, he actually had some admiration for King Kai in his heart. This guy is so smart. As time passed by, Lin Xuan waited quietly. Finally, after a while, King Kai found the location of Adrat. We found the location of the star Adrat. However, something seems wrong. Something big is happening on the planet. Wait. Then that guy is Cooler? How come he is on the planet Adrat? King Kai's exclamation made Lin Xuan's expression suddenly change. Cooler? He is no stranger to this character who exists in the theatrical version. Frisia's brother really does exist in this main time and space. Moreover, according to King Kai, he is on the planet Adrat at the moment. What kind of labor management plot is this? Is it also the butterfly effect caused by my arrival? That's nonsense. Lin Xuan thought to himself. Suddenly he thought of something. In the original work, Cooler used the teleportation technique to fight Super Saiyan Son Goku. Now think about it, how did Cooler learn teleportation? Is this a coincidence, or is it destined to happen? It seems that the planet Adrat is about to encounter a catastrophe this time. It encounters Frisia's demon brother, Cooler, who is even more cold-blooded and perverted than Frisia. King Kai is the star of Adrat. Feeling sorry. He knew how powerful Cooler was. He was a demon even more terrifying than Frisia. Looking to the side, King Kai saw that Lin Xuan had no reaction, so he tentatively said, I have found the location of the planet Adrat, but this planet is being invaded by the Cooler Legion and will probably be destroyed soon. That Cooler is the brother of the current king of the universe, Frisia. I think if you don't know Cooler, you must also know how terrifying Frisia is. Do you want to go there now? He hoped that Lin Xuan would go to Adrat. After all, Lin Xuan can already transform into a Super Saiyan, and according to his inference, with his strength after transformation, he can easily solve Cooler's problem. Although it's surprising, I didn't expect to meet him at this time. It's good that I don't have an opponent to have a good fight with. Lin Xuan felt King Kai's thoughts. But Lin Xuan had his own ideas. Cooler, according to the original combat power level, has 470 million points. Although she is not his first-hand enemy, she can still have fun with him. Since he had a fight with his future daughter 10 days ago, his desire to fight has become even stronger. Then, seeing Lin Xuan being so direct, King Kai felt ashamed. Tell me the location of Star Adrat, or can you help me sense the aura there, and then I can teleport there? Lin Xuan said. If it was indeed a bit difficult before, you have to find a stronger chi to make you feel it. Now that Cooler is here, it couldn't be easier. King Kai said. With the help of King Kai, Lin Xuan finally felt what the means were. That will is directly connected to the lower universe. Not only can you see the situation in the lower world, but you can also feel the breath of the lower world. It stands to reason that with Lin Xuan's strength, he can actually do it, but it is still difficult, and it is impossible to perceive it very accurately. I'll take the first step. I'll come back to you after I deal with Cooler. Lin Xuan raised the corner of his mouth, locked Cooler's breath, and used teleportation to disappear. After a long time, King Kai came to his senses and murmured with surprise, Why are you coming back to me? Thank you readers for your strong support. Please beg for votes and rewards. These two should be the only ones tonight, and I will continue to update them tomorrow, no less than 10,000 to 20,000 words a day. On the planet Adrat. Due to the full-scale invasion by the Cooler Legion, the planet Adrat at this moment has changed beyond recognition. Countless iconic buildings collapsed, smoke billowed, and flames shot into the sky. The members of the Cooler Special Forces, leading countless soldiers, are carrying out destruction everywhere, demonstrating to the people of Adrat on this planet, and at the same time enjoying the pleasure of destruction. At this time, Cooler was also confronting the Great Elder Karu on the planet Adrat. You devil! Great Elder Kalu angrily scolded Cooler, his eyes filled with anger, but unable to resist. He hates it. He hates that he is not capable enough to stop Cooler and cannot control the current situation. Although they, the Atras, have various strange abilities, they have always been a kind-hearted and peace-loving race. I never thought that one day, my kindness would provoke such a terrible emperor of the universe. Not only was the Cooler in front of him so terrifying that it was unimaginable, but even the fighting power of this man's men was so terrifying that even if they tried to resist, they could not stop him. Even escaping became a luxury. Teleport? Indeed it can. However, there are also old, weak, sick and disabled people among the people of Atra, and there are even some people with poor qualifications or special people who are not used to teleportation. Now they are like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Ho ho ho! The great elder of the Adratites, I said that I came here just to learn the teleportation of your Adratites. You must know that it was your unwillingness to teach that led to the destruction of your planet Adrat. Without strong enough power, there is no way to maintain such ability. You still have a chance now, but my patience is limited. You should also know that I will not show mercy. The longer you delay, the more Adrats will die until the end. Kill them all. Cooler's cold words lingered in the ears of Great Elder Kalu like the whispers of a devil. Such a naked threat made the Great Elder Kalu dare to be angry but afraid to speak out. If he doesn't agree, all his people will be slaughtered by the demon Cooler. But once he agrees, if a being like Cooler learns the teleportation of the Adratites, he will probably kill them all. How should he choose? As a Great Elder, Kalu has never encountered such a dilemma since the day he was born until today. At this moment, 3 members of Cooler's special team suddenly landed in the sky and landed next to Cooler, respectfully. Dre, Mr. Cooler, all the Adratites living nearby have been controlled. As long as you give the order, you can kill them all. Nez, hey, those Adratites who wanted to escape were all caught directly by me using the high-voltage power grid, and now we have them all put on collars that restrict their movement. Shawiza, Lord Cooler, please give me your next step. Thank you for your hard work. I'll stay put for now. Cooler smiled coldly. Turning around, he turned back to look at the Great Elder Kalu. You also heard that all the living Adratites nearby have been controlled by us. Should we continue to fight until the end of our race, or should we hand over the teleportation to my king, and then we can still be friends? Hurry up and choose. If you don't choose, a new game will start, and you won't have a chance in a while. Cooler crossed his arms and was ruthless in everything he said and did. In his eyes, such a lowly species of life is just an ant. It is also strange that the Creator actually gave the people of Atra Star such a natural advantage. Great Elder Kalu gritted his teeth. He was trembling all over. Finally, he seemed to have made some decision and had to lower his proud head. Can you guarantee that I will teach you teleportation and you will let us Adeltra planet go? Hearing this, Cooler smiled and said, Of course. I am the Emperor of the universe. I will do what I say. So sure. How it will be done is unknown. After receiving the final psychological comfort, Great Elder Kalu sighed. Compromise is the only way to go. This situation happened to be clearly seen by Lin Chuan, who came through teleportation. Lin Chuan has arrived, but he didn't show up. After determining Cooler's true intention, he was ready to take action. I didn't expect that the dignified Cooler would engage in such coercion and inducement. It's really shocking. You Cooler are also the Emperor of the universe after all. You still do things in this way. Don't you think it lowers your worth? Lin Chuan's voice sounded and echoed in the area, attracting the attention of Cooler and all the Special Forces members, including the Great Elder Kalu of Adrat. The situation changes in an instant. Oh? I didn't expect there to be other outsiders on the planet Adrat. Inferior humans? Huh. Tails? So that's it, you are a scion. Things are getting more and more interesting. After seeing Lin Chuan coming out of the darkness and confirming Lin Chuan's identity as a scion, Cooler was only slightly surprised and then quickly showed a playful expression. Have you been on the planet Yudetra before, Or did you just come to this planet recently? From what I know, there seem to be only a few Scions. According to the news from Frisia, you Scions have been quite active recently. You should not be among those people, right? Cooler didn't stop talking and asked directly. Such questions told Lin Chuan that Cooler and Frisia's messages were indeed in sync. Is it necessary to dwell on this? Now you shouldn't say that I, a Scion, am so bold and reckless that I dare to appear here. In front of the Emperor of the Universe? Unfazed by the unexpected answer, Cooler took a long time to react before he finally came to his senses. The look in his eyes changed drastically because a mere Scion monkey actually mocked him in this way. I understand you are here to seek death. Cooler is cold-blooded than Frisia, that's for sure. As soon as these words fell, the atmosphere suddenly changed. Do it earlier to save time. Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and his eyes also exuded a dangerous atmosphere. Cooler didn't move or be disturbed. The men beside him stood up after understanding. As a Cooler Special Operations Team member, Dre's combat power is as high as 185,000 points. Wild and burly, he took a step forward. Humph! Let me ravage you on behalf of King Cooler. A mere Scion monkey dares to escape in front of us. How can you, King Cooler, tease you like this? Dre stepped forward as he stepped forward, while flipping the combat power detector worn on his right eye. With the activation of the combat power detector, Dre also clearly saw Lin Chuan's combat power value at this time. Dre, what's his combat power value? Nez asked with a playful look on his face, his arms crossed. The people of Atra were so useless that he didn't even have fun. If this Scion had some strength, he could be teased as a mouse. TCH. I thought he was so powerful, but it turned out to be a waste with only 5,000 combat power points. Dre had a look of disdain on his face. With 5,000 combat power points, they are not even as good as the elite soldiers under their command. Humph! Is a mere 5,000 points of combat power so far away? Scions are indeed simple-minded ants. Hearing this, Shuiza crossed his arms and didn't care. He will not take action against such ants, and will wait for the good show to begin. Click it! Click it! Dre was gearing up, and the joking look on his face became more intense. Scion, don't be afraid, it will only hurt for a moment. After Dre said this, he rushed towards Lin Chuan with anger, and hit Lin Chuan's face with his huge fist. A sound of whoosh pierced the air. Del Rey's fist that was supposed to hit unexpectedly missed. What? The attack failed, and Dre felt in disbelief. The remaining people, Cooler, Shuiza and Nez were all shocked by this scene. Lin Chuan also teleported behind Dre at this time. The trash is talking about yourself. How dare you be qualified to talk to me? Lin Chuan said indifferently. He raised his hand, golden light flashed in his palm, and in just a moment, vast golden energy shot out from his palm like a roaring giant wave. Boom! The roaring energy released with a single palm engulfed Dre's body entirely. When the energy dissipated, Dre's figure no longer existed. In this extremely destructive energy, Dre was directly burned to ashes by Lin Chuan's domineering power, instantly killing Del Rey, whose combat power was as high as 185,000 points. This moved Cooler, who had underestimated Lin Chuan at first. He has not seen such a powerful low-level human warrior for many years. Hey, are you kidding me? Dre was actually killed by this guy. How is that possible? Nez's face was horrified, and his body fell back uncontrollably, with cold sweat already soaking his whole body. He knows how strong Dre's fighting ability is. Now, he was killed instantly by the person in front of him. The opponent's combat power was at least 200,000 points. No! 5,000 combat power points, has not changed. Damn! This guy is the type who can control his combat power at will. That guy Dre was fooled from the beginning. His true combat power is definitely above 250,000 points. Shuiza was already sweating profusely from nervousness. He didn't understand why a Scion could have such strong fighting power. 250,000 points. Is this really the combat power that a scion can achieve? Nez was sweating profusely. The great elder of Adrat Kelu was extremely happy when he saw Lin Chuan instantly killing Dre with one blow. No matter what Lin Chuan's identity is, as long as he can get rid of these bad guys in front of him, he will be the most noble friend of the Adrat people. Even if you have 250,000 points of combat power, you two can still fight together. Cooler had a strong interest in Lin Chuan and ordered, Shawiza, as you command, King Cooler. Nez, as you command, King Cooler. Cooler has given the order, they have to go even if they don't want to. Otherwise, death will be even worse. A Shawiza has a combat power of 170,000 points. Another Nez's combat power reached 163,000 points. The two of them join forces. Even if their combat power reaches 250,000 points, they are indeed capable of fighting. However, that's about it. Shawiza and Nez looked at each other and put on fighting postures. Both sides secretly accumulated strength at the same time, and finally rushed out at the same time, one from the left and the other from the right to attack Lin Chuan. It's so boring, with the power of an ant. Lin Chuan would never let go of those who actively seek death. These two guys are not even as good as Dre, who was instantly killed by him just now. Even if they attack at the same time, what's the use? Garbage should be thrown into the trash can. Lin Chuan is also a person with a temper. He will fight back when he is ridiculed. At the moment when the two of them acted, Lin Chuan also acted at the same time. Faster than lightning, in just one breath, he arrived in front of Shawiza and Nez one step ahead, accumulating energy in his hands and pressing them against their chests. How is that possible? Shawiza's face changed drastically. How could he be so fast? Nez was horrified. Boom! Boom! The energy beam shot out directly, swallowing up the bodies of Shawiza and Nez. These two people repeated Dre's fate and were burned to ashes under Lin Chuan's devastating energy attack. Killing two of his generals instantly again made the look of surprise on Cooler's face even more serious. Is this young man really sent by God to save us? Great, he looks very strong, and he will definitely be able to defeat the demon Cooler. Great Elder Kelu's mood became excited, and his previous fear changed. Ba bang bang! Such a wonderful performance. Cooler changed his attitude and instead of getting angry, he clapped his hands and applauded. The sudden applause made Lin Chuan turn around and look at Cooler. I have killed all your men, and you seem to be very happy. Are you stupid? Or stupid? Lin Chuan teased expressionlessly. In between words, he directly used stupid words to cover Cooler. They are sharp-tongued and sharp-tongued. They were killed just because their skills were inferior to others. But you have indeed aroused my strong interest. As a scion, you have such a powerful power, which makes me admire you with admiration. Your performance just now didn't look like you only had a few 100,000 combat power points. According to my guess, your combat power should be over 1,000,000 points, right? Now that 3 of my Special Forces members have died in your hands, the position next to me is also vacant. How about you fill this position? Below 1 person, above 10,000 people. Cooler liked Lin Chuan in front of him very much. He knew very well that it was not about having too many soldiers, but about having the best, so he extended an olive branch to Lin Chuan. Each of his Special Forces members has been carefully selected, and their combat effectiveness has reached more than 150,000 points. Even the strongest Jinyu under Frisia was an unqualified member who was passed over from him. He has traveled most of the universe, and there are very few people with Lin Chuan's strength. It is best to keep it for your own use. Listening to Cooler's soliciting words, Lin Chuan tried not to laugh out loud. This guy is really arrogant. But yes, before this era, they did belong to their frozen demon clan. Compared to being under 1 person, I prefer being over tens of thousands of people. Speaking of which, even if I agree, aren't you afraid that I will surrender to you and wait for an opportunity to kill you? Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes, said in a joking tone. To be honest, both Frisia and Cooler are arrogant. It was because of their extreme arrogance that they all died in the end. Cooler's death was actually more aggrieved, because he sent Kakarot away, and finally went to Earth to give Kakarot his head. Hearing Lin Chuan's words, Cooler didn't have much unexpected expression on his face. Instead, he was unexpectedly calm now. Every soldier under my command has the ambition to replace me, but they all failed in the end. Do you know why? As he finished each word, Cooler's hands slowly opened, and he was wearing a terrifying look. The cold evil aura spread at an extremely fast speed. The combat power reached a level of 100 million and began to press towards Lin Chuan. As Cooler's pressure expanded, the temperature of the surrounding space dropped sharply, and the great elder of Audrat, Keilu, was even more frightened by this evil energy. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, was not affected by Cooler's aura. Even if he doesn't become a Super Saiyan, he can still use his power as he wishes. In other words, he has achieved perfect control over his own power. In particular, he has condensed infinite life energy in his body. It's not the power of a god, but it's stronger than ordinary energy. Moreover, by using the energy pool of Super Saiyan, he can be as strong as he wants. Just over 100 million! Just right for him to take on the next level challenge. Are you so frightened that you can't speak? He. It was as expected by me. I will tell you, my combat power is 150 million points. You're not stupid enough to think that you can defeat me, are you? Cooler showed off his figure to Lin Chuan extremely arrogantly. The cold evil energy in his body rolled like a tsunami, and he seemed to think that just by doing this, he could scare Lin Chuan. But what he didn't expect was that Lin Chuan did not show a frightened expression, but looked at him like a clown. You're right about this. I really don't think it's a big deal for you. Is 150 million points of combat power very high? Lin Chuan crossed his arms and stared at Cooler with frosty eyes. Humph. Killed 3 of my capable men, and now you say such words, you are really seeking your own death. Scion monkey. If you don't want to surrender, then go die. Cooler's face, the smile on his face disappeared, replaced by murderous intent. Cooler's actions are like thunder and fast as lightning. Bang! The billion-level energy spread the ultimate destructive power in all directions. This punch containing murderous intent was blocked by Lin Chuan in an understatement. The two sides faced off, and powerful force spread in all directions. The ground beneath their feet was dented by the force, forming a huge crater more than 10 meters deep. The great elder of Audrat, Keilu, who was on the side, was in tragedy. He was overturned by the aftermath of the battle and flew 100 meters away. The two sides faced off for more than 10 seconds, but there was still no result. Lin Chuan had a confident smile on his face, and golden arrogance flashed around him. Facing Cooler's angry blow, he was as steady as a rock. Normal strength is insufficient, energy intensity comes to support. There is also the energy pool of Super Saiyan. Cooler was gritting his teeth and exerting force at this moment, switching from attacking with one hand to using 2 hands. Lin Chuan did not escape, but clasped his fingers with him and began a power struggle. Gravity training is not in vain, his physical strength is no longer what it used to be. No matter how hard Cooler exerted himself, Lin Chuan's burst of power was equal to or even better than his, making it impossible for him to easily take advantage. What's wrong? Is this the only level of fighting ability you think you have? Looking at Cooler, whose expression looked as ugly as eating shit, Lin Chuan curled up the corner of his mouth and a sneer appeared on his face. Being ridiculed, Cooler was furious and roared, "You self-righteous wild monkey, stop being so complacent." Cooler roared, seized the opportunity, charged up and kicked out. Logically speaking, this attack should have severely damaged Lin Chuan, but Lin Chuan had already anticipated Cooler's attack and easily dodged the attack. The two sides distanced themselves, and stepped tens of meters away from each other, arriving outside the pit and standing face to face. In the first confrontation, he did not take advantage and was even ridiculed by the opponent. At this moment, Cooler felt heavy. He finally understood why Lin Chuan refused his solicitation and even had the courage to attack him. Just based on the performance just now, it can be concluded that the opponent's combat power is definitely very close to the unit of 100 million. Suddenly, an idea appeared in my mind. But soon Cooler was forgotten again. Because he thought it was impossible. Your fighting ability is indeed beyond my expectations. With this strength, you are indeed qualified to fight against me. But with this level of fighting power, you will never be able to defeat me. In the battle just now, I probably understood how strong you are. 90 million points of combat power. Even above this, but it does not reach 100 million units. As a reward for shocking me, I will let you experience the truly terrifying power. You are the first to witness it, ha 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 ha. Cooler teased while raising his breath. You can hear from his words how conceited and arrogant he is. But unlike Frisia, although he was very playful, he didn't hold back. Facing Lin Chuan, he chose to directly use his full strength to carry out the final evolution. Sure enough, there is another level of transformation. In that case, take it out quickly and don't waste time. Otherwise, your current strength will make it impossible for me to exert any energy. Lin Chuan crossed his arms and said casually, Wild monkey! You won't be able to laugh anymore. Cooler roared with murderous intent in his eyes. In an instant, his body began to expand, the energy in his body rioted, and his powerful breath leaked out, causing the surrounding air pressure to become unstable. In just a few seconds, this explosive increase in energy caused the entire Adrat star to shake violently. The surviving Adratites all showed expressions of despair at this moment. Because of the explosion of Cooler's power, the area of 100 miles has been covered by dark clouds. The sky shook and the earth shook, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The strong wind roared and wreaked havoc on the earth. It would be no exaggeration to say that this situation is the end of the world. Cooler's transformation continues, and the pressure released from his body becomes more and more terrifying. Feeling the increasing energy, Lin Chuan's expression did not change at all, and he stared at Cooler indifferently from beginning to end. Even if his combat effectiveness under normal conditions is far inferior to that of his opponent, he can still temporarily use the boundless energy pool of the Super Scion to supply himself, making himself stable. I've kept you waiting for a long time. Come on. Let you see the terror of this king now. Cooler, who had completed his final transformation, unleashed his evil energy wantonly and laughed heartily. At this moment, he was like a mecha demon. The whole body exudes terrifying coercion. Speaking of it, you can be considered the strongest opponent I have ever encountered. Faced with Cooler's wildness, Lin Chuan said with a hint of playfulness. Knowing that Cooler now has 470 million combat points, he is not panic at all. Compared with more than 10 days ago, he was able to complete the transformation in a short moment. It is worthy of praise that you can feel the ultimate power of this king, and still perform it like this. However, you will die soon. My current combat power is 470 million points. Cooler mocked. He began to use his momentum to press towards Lin Chuan, trying to suppress it forcefully. Lin Chuan was full of disdain for this. It's already this time, and you're still playing this game. Take action, I'm tired of waiting. With a fighting spirit in his eyes, Lin Chuan raised his hand and made a command gesture. Humph. You are really looking for death. Wild monkey. Without any further hesitation, Cooler suddenly burst into flames. A powerful and heavy punch, with a terrifying momentum that could shatter everything, hit Lin Chuan. Just what I want. Seeing this, a golden light flashed in Lin Chuan's eyes. Golden aura has gathered around the body, making it seem like a transformation, doubling its strength. Not a super race. It's a mimicry super match. With the help of the Super Scion energy pool, your own strength increases by nearly 10 to 20 times. He charged up a punch, causing layers of powerful punches to be thrown out suddenly. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded. The fists of Cooler and Lin Chuan collided, tearing the earth apart, shaking the space, and causing the entire Adrat planet to be affected fundamentally. Feeling the terrifying weight coming from his fist, Lin Chuan's heart sank, but his eyes were full of excitement. Cooler is indeed a good opponent for a warm-up battle. At the same time, both sides drew back their fists as quickly as possible and punched each other again. This time, no one had any defense and used their bodies to withstand the blow firmly. Bang! Pound! Two piercing sounds exploded. Both sides took the most powerful blows from each other. Lin Chuan bared his teeth and backed up dozens of meters away. Cooler did the same. Feeling the pain coming from his chest, the militant factor in his body was completely activated. Cooler is different. He is the emperor of the universe, but he was injured by a mere wild monkey? Are you kidding? He is now in his ultimate form. Death. The killing intent surged. A flash of light flashed across Cooler's eyes, and his burly body burst out at extreme speed. The huge soles of the feet, carrying the power of destroying the heaven and the earth, blasted towards the door facing Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan hurriedly crossed his arms in defense, covering his chest. Boom! The ground cracked and rocks flew. Cooler's terrifying force overturned Lin Chuan's body. Even if he inserted his feet into the ground, Lin Chuan still flew backwards hundreds of meters away. Hiss! It really hurts. The pain in both arms stimulated Lin Chuan's spirit. Cooler's attack is extremely destructive. While Lin Chuan was sighing, Cooler's attack came again. Not having much time to sigh, Lin Chuan burst out and faced off again. Bang! 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 Thrilling explosions resounded in all directions, and the figures of Lin Chuan and Cooler quickly shuttled across the earth like polar shadows. This physical duel and collision was so terrifying and frightening. Both sides used their close combat capabilities to the extreme. In the eyes of outsiders, Cooler's fighting power is fierce and sturdy, and he has the upper hand in this battle. All physical indicators surpassed the current Lin Chuan, and Cooler showed his terrifying suppressive power. The crazy attack with fists and kicks did not give Lin Chuan any chance to breathe. The current situation is extremely unfavorable to Lin Chuan. However, this also made Lin Chuan even more motivated to fight. The more difficult this battle is, the greater the reward will be for him after he survives it. The warlike factors and Scion blood in his body were boiling. Lin Chuan felt a warm current surge in his body, and his combat power increased rapidly in this battle. Bang! Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chuan hit Cooler in the face with a heavy punch, knocking him back. The counterattack has begun. What? The repulsed Cooler stabilized his body, his eyes filled with horror. Is it an illusion? He felt as if this Scion had become stronger again. As expected of Frisia's brother, you are indeed a very dangerous guy. Lin Chuan twisted his neck and moved his limbs. Hot steam was rising all over his body at this moment. After this fight, he gained a lot of insights. Needless to say, Cooler is indeed a master. Lin Chuan has never seen this guy's fighting style before. The Scion blood in his body was activated, eager to fight with the strong. This is the nature of Scions. Fighting nation, Scions. Humph. Are you still pretending now? Do you think I really can help you? The combat strength of nearly 500 million is not empty. Even if Lin Chuan uses the Super Psi energy pool to mimic his form, there is still a gap. In Cooler's eyes, Lin Chuan became a lamb to be slaughtered. After the previous confrontation, he had roughly figured out Lin Chuan's strength. Next, it's time for him to completely crush him. This wild monkey must pay the price for his arrogance. It seems that your fighting power is only at this level. I have to say that your strength reminds me of the legend of your clan, the Super Scion. Unfortunately, even if you are still not worth it in front of me. Mention it. Cooler said jokingly. The next second, the huge body shot out and sprinted in front of Lin Chuan again. Weird and unpredictable attack methods, killing every move, all aimed at the weak point. I admit that you do have two skills. Compared with Frisia, you are definitely stronger. But for me now, that's all. Faced with Cooler's continuous attacks, Lin Chuan has found the rhythm of the battle. He has become accustomed to Cooler's offense, and his body has gradually imprinted the opponent's offensive line into his instincts. Even if he doesn't need any special reaction, he can dodge. While dealing with Cooler's attack, he absorbed the insights brought by this battle, which enriched his combat experience. In combat effectiveness is the top priority, and combat experience is also essential. If you want to defeat the strong with the weak, you must learn from each other's strengths, absorb a lot of experience in the battle, and use your own skills to make up for your shortcomings, thereby making yourself more perfect. Frankly speaking, what he needs now is such a high-intensity battle. Cooler helped him and appeared at the right time. Losing the idea of continuing to play, Cooler's murderous intent increased sharply, and his strength also increased sharply for a while. Wild Monkey, the game is over. I want to show you the power at the top of the universe. The huge body displayed speed beyond the limit, as if entering an uninhabited land, crossing the space and landing behind Lin Chuan. His body instinctively sensed the coming crisis, and Lin Chuan's spine felt chilly. Just as he was about to turn around and block, he was knocked over by an irresistible force and sent high into the sky. There was a sharp pain from muscle tearing in my back. However, this made Lin Chuan smile instead of angry. I took advantage of this injury and made progress again. Even though you have absolute certainty during the battle, you can't be careless in the slightest. Especially when it is determined to be 100%, you have to keep an eye on it. The violent energy takes control of itself and takes back control of the body. Cooler on the ground was already accumulating energy, and in an instant, he fired an energy cannon with terrifying destructive power. Well done! He crossed his hands, and the golden aura formed a defense. The vast energy continued to expand in Lin Chuan's eyes, until it finally swallowed up his body. On the King Kai star. At this moment, King Kai is watching the situation on Star Adrat. Looking at the entire universe, battles of this magnitude are rarely seen. No! Even in the past few thousand years, there has not been such a terrible war. What on earth is this guy thinking? Wouldn't it be better to just turn into a Super Saiyan and kill Cooler? The Frozen Demon Clan is a master who will destroy the planet if he is stimulated. If you let it go, you will harm yourself. King Kai trembled as he spoke. That old face had been eroded by cold sweat. He didn't use all his strength directly in Kelinchuan. Otherwise, Cooler is no match for him. The sky is filled with smoke. Cooler's destructive energy cannon exploded instantly after hitting Lin Chuan. The destructive power is terrifying, destroying the world and destroying the earth. The scalding heat wave stretches for dozens of miles and swallows the entire sky. The atmosphere was torn apart, and hurricanes roared in space, sweeping in all directions. Hum. It's over. Sure enough, I am still too strong in my final form. Cooler gave a sinister sneer. In his opinion, Lin Chuan must have no bones left. The ultimate winner of this battle is undoubtedly him. Of course, he wouldn't know that he was leaving too much behind. In the battle just now, he only used 5 pieces of power. If it were full force, the damage would be even greater. At this moment Kailu, the great elder of the planet Adrat, who is the only one in this area, has been filled with fear. Lin Chuan was killed, and then their planet Adrat could only be controlled by Cooler. He won't know, and Cooler won't know either. At this time, Lin Chuan was holding his breath in the center of the explosion. After enduring such a fierce blow, he stood here unharmed. The body is surrounded by a layer of golden aura, like an unbreakable defense. Fortunately, I transformed into the Super Saiyan form in time. Otherwise, I might have overturned in the gutter just by relying on the mimic form. Lin Chuan sighed secretly. I have to say, Cooler is indeed powerful. Lin Chuan originally thought that with the help of mimicry's amplification, he would be able to match his opponent. In the end, I miscalculated and missed a beat. However, it is not the loss in terms of combat ability, experience, skills, tricks, etc., but the gap in pure combat power. Maintaining Super Saiyan form. The S cells in the body are fully activated, and a steady stream of energy flows throughout the body. A normal increase of 50 times in combat power. Lin Chuan's combat power at this time was as high as 1.88 billion points. The increase of 11 days, coupled with the breakthrough in his own cultivation, the normal state is doubling every moment. Otherwise, he would not be able to reach the current level after fighting against his future daughter 11 days ago. As the smoke receded, Lin Chuan's figure slowly emerged. Huh! What's going on? Transformation? Blonde? Scions can only transform into giant apes? Cooler was horrified and suppressed his restless heart. He was sure to hit that move just now. However, the other party relied on this transformation to survive without any damage. Looking at the high sky, the golden figure was so sacred and inviolable that even he felt a strong psychological oppression in his heart. Lin Chuan looked down at the dilapidated land like a savior. As his transformation became more stable and his strength increased dramatically, Lin Chuan had an absolutely confident smile on his face. Falling slowly, finally, we arrived at a place only a few dozen meters higher than Cooler. Are you really the legendary Super Saiyan? Cooler shouted loudly with a thought in his mind. Be careful of the Scions who will turn into golden hair. He remembered the warning left by his ancestor. What? Are you scared? Lin Chuan said condescendingly. After a moment of instinctive fear in his body, Cooler was stimulated again and roared unwillingly. Afraid? Stop joking. So what if I'm a Super Saiyan? I am the strongest in this universe. Cooler, who was so stimulated that he was delirious, said such a joke. You are the strongest in the universe? Then where do you place the god of destruction, Beerus? Cooler narrowed his eyes slightly. Lin Chuan's words made Cooler's pupils shrink suddenly. How do you know? In disbelief, Cooler took a step back. The next second he saw the joking expression on Lin Chuan's expression, he became even more angry. How dare you play tricks on me? In just one moment, he sprinted high into the sky, like a rocket, rushing straight towards Lin Chuan. Sprinting in front of Lin Chuan, Cooler punched out with an iron fist full of rage. There was a muffled sound of bang. Cooler's full blow hit Lin Chuan in the abdomen. This terrifying punch power can crush even an asteroid. A really star-shattering punch! But this punch failed to have the slightest effect on Lin Chuan. This feeling is like hitting an indestructible Super Kassangang. No matter how powerful he is, he can't make any waves. Such an absolute gap made Cooler's eyes widen in horror. Bloodshot eyes covered his eyes, and anger exploded in his chest. No. Impossible. Give me, die. Unwilling to accept the facts, Cooler unleashed all his energy. Withdrawing his fist, he launched that strange and fatal blow again. Bang! Pound! Bang! Pound! Bang! Pound! Dull explosions came from the space again and again. However, no matter how powerful the attack was, it could not break through Lin Chuan's tough and powerful chi barrier. The battle has reached this point and is actually very boring. Lin Chuan had fought with him before and was really relying on him to become stronger. Now that the effect you want has been achieved, there is no need to continue to waste time. Cooler, your strength is indeed amazing, but it only ends here. It is your honor to die in my hands. You are the first person who needs me to become a Super Saiyan to kill. Lin Chuan's cold words fell. In an instant, he accumulated strength and hit Cooler hard on the abdomen. It looks like just a punch from Yun Danfeng, but it hides a mystery. Bang! With one blow, the powerful punch penetrated Cooler's abdomen, tore the air, and reached far away. Poof! Cooler, who was hit hard, let out a shrill scream. Blood spurted out of his mouth and slid down the mechanical mask. If it weren't for the unique bone mechanical mask that protected his face after transformation, his painful look would have been very interesting. At this time, there is no arrogance in those eyes that initially regarded everything as a stupid dog. After seeing Lin Chuan's true power, fear began to take root in Cooler's heart. He was truly afraid. The stronger you are, the more you cherish your life. Especially their frozen demon clan. It's impossible, Cooler, but I want to be the strongest in the universe in the future. How could I be beaten by a hateful scion like you? Just one punch. Covering his abdomen with both hands, Cooler fell back in the air. Like a lost dog, how can he still have the demeanor of being the emperor of the universe? It's time to wake up from the dream. You can't even withstand this punch, you're too weak, Cooler. Lin Chuan's indifferent voice of judgment lingered in Cooler's ears, hitting the depths of his soul. Cooler gritted his teeth at being so scorned. He considers himself to be the true emperor of the universe, the unparalleled super-frozen demon in history. Neither his father, the king of Kurds, nor his younger brother, Frisia, can compare with him. He surpassed his limits through training and became stronger, thinking that he is invincible in the universe. Even if it was the god of destruction that appeared in the past, he had an idea to replace it. Lin Chuan looked at the sudden change of momentum in front of Cooler, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Unexpectedly, not only did this guy not beg for mercy, but he actually changed. Super Saiyan, you are indeed very strong, far better than me now. But don't think that you will win this battle. After Cooler finished speaking, he didn't know what method he used. When he turned his hands, a bright red fruit appeared on his palm. This fruit is particularly bright and covered with protruding fleshy balls. It exudes a strange life energy, but also gives people a strange ominous feeling. What is this? He narrowed his eyes and memories flooded his mind. Lin Chuan felt familiar. Until his memory froze, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he exclaimed, "Spiritual tree fruit? There is no mistaking it. The thing in Cooler's hand is the fruit of the spiritual tree. According to legend, the fruit that only gods can eat has wandered into the world. In the world of theatrical Gaiden, he was acquired by the Scion Dares. In the investigation and research of the previous life, the origin of the spirit tree fruit was said to be that after the god of destruction Beerus ate the fruit, he accidentally spit the fruit core on a certain living planet while traveling across the universe. Eventually, that core became the seed of the spiritual tree. It's not surprising that Lin Chuan, the spiritual fruit, appears in this real world. The strange thing is, shouldn't this thing be in Dale's hands? How did it end up in Cooler's hands? Could it be that Cooler met Dares on the way to Audrat, and after killing him, he seized the fruit of the spirit tree? It seems that you know this thing, so you are right. At first I doubted that this fruit would have side effects and did not dare to eat it. It's interesting to say that on the way to planet Audrat, I met an interesting scion. After eating this fruit, his combat power will be greatly improved. After killing him, I got this something. Cooler looked at the spirit tree fruit in his hand uncertainly. This thing can greatly improve combat effectiveness. Before switching, you need to do analysis and research to make sure there are no hidden dangers before eating. Now, in order to deal with Lin Chuan in front of him, he must eat this fruit, no matter it is poisonous or not. Click, click, click! After opening the mask, Cooler opened his mouth and swallowed the huge spirit tree fruit in 2 or 3 mouthfuls. As the fruit of the spiritual tree entered his abdomen, the majestic vitality filled his body. This feeling? Cooler's eyes widened, and the energy in his body spurted out uncontrollably. The icy blue aura lingers around, and Cooler's aura becomes more and more terrifying, comparable to the appearance of a demon. He could clearly feel that the potential in his body was being developed, and his combat power increased dramatically, as if he was riding a universe spaceship. His stagnant state was broken through, and his strength, speed, reflexes, and mental strength all ushered in a dramatic improvement. Paying attention to Cooler's changes, Lin Chuan had no time to stop him. Seeing Cooler's increasing strength, Lin Chuan also became a little more serious. The combat power exceeded 1 billion and stabilized at 1.05 billion. This improvement effect made Lin Chuan feel incredible. Just a fruit of the spiritual tree can have such a great effect. Directly increase Cooler's combat power to over 1 billion. Could it be said that spiritual fruits are not just about improving combat power, but also about developing potential? Lin Chuan thought to himself. Coupled with the potential of the Frozen Demon clan, it makes sense. Fortunately, his strength is far superior to Cooler. Otherwise, just facing Cooler, who has now eaten the fruit of the spirit tree, I am afraid he will overturn. After completely digesting the majestic vitality in the fruit of the spirit tree, Cooler recovered from the pleasure of a sudden increase in power. This spirit tree fruit actually improved his power so much. It is indeed a treasure. If he had known earlier, he should have eaten the fruit of this spiritual tree in advance, so that he would not have to suffer the humiliation just now. Wild Monkey, now it's your turn to be afraid of me. As his strength increased dramatically, Cooler's temperament also changed. Even though he was so severely beaten just now, he forgot about it because of his increased strength. The next second, Cooler shot out without hesitation. He did not choose to face Lin Chuan directly, but reached an altitude of hundreds of thousands of meters. What is this guy doing? Lin Chuan murmured with hesitation in his eyes. Suddenly, the iconic scene of Frisia using the planet-destroying bomb flashed in his mind. Could it be that this guy is going to use this trick? With a thought in his mind, Lin Chuan also took action. Since you Adretites are unwilling to teach me teleportation, then just follow this planet and turn it into dust in the universe. He 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 he. And you, a Super Scion, how are you going to deal with this move from me? Fall under this king's supernova. Even if the planet explodes, their family of frozen demons can still survive in the universe. But Scions can't, not even Super Scions. Cooler doesn't know that Lin Chuan has already acquired the ability to survive in the universe. At the tip of Cooler's index finger, an extremely rich crimson energy mass appeared. This mass of energy is constantly being expanded and increased, and the terrifying pressure drives the aura that destroys the world and sweeps across the entire Adrat planet. After a short period of 10 seconds, a supergiant energy light bomb with a diameter of nearly 10,000 meters and as big as the sun appeared. This terrifying scene also frightened all the surviving Adretites. Humph. It's a good idea to destroy me and this planet together, but you seem to think too highly of yourself. Even if you eat the fruit of the spirit tree, you are still an ant in my eyes. Lin Chuan dismissed Cooler's behavior. The energy in the body surged like a tide, gathering along the arms and into the palms. Just kidding, what if he was defeated by a mere Cooler? He is not that weak. The gap between a combat power of 1 billion and a combat power of nearly 1.9 billion is huge. Sharp-tongued Wild Monkey, regret it in the world of death. Follow the Adrat star and turn into the dust of the universe. Cooler roared loudly and threw his big hand downwards. In an instant, the supernova, which was 10,000 meters in size, fell straight down, tore through the atmosphere, and violently pressed down on Lin Chuan. The space was ignited by the scorching energy, and the scalding high temperature set off layers of flames in the space. This situation and scene are so spectacular and terrifying. But Lin Chuan was not moved at all. Looking at the approaching supernova overhead, a cold smile appeared on his face. The only person who will die will be you, Cooler. Thunder Smash Cannon. With one word spoken, a golden energy beam wrapped with infinite lightning shot out from Lin Chuan's palm. This energy beam is so huge and terrifying, and its power cannot be estimated. The terrifying energy hit the supernova, and instantly pushed the unstoppable supernova back arrogantly. What? At an altitude of 10,000 meters, Cooler looked at the supernova that was pushed back, and his three views were subverted again. He tried his best to release his own energy, trying to suppress the supernova that was pushed back. But he didn't know that Lin Chuan's strength was far superior to him. Even if his strength improved, it was still far behind Lin Chuan. Unable to stop the supernova's advancement, Cooler could only use his own body to block it. Damn it! Damn Science! Cooler resisted the advancement of the supernova with all his hands, and his whole body was directly pushed out of the Adrat star, and was still rushing towards the distant sun. The supernova's advance was already very fast, and coupled with the blessing of the Thunder Smasher cannon, Cooler couldn't break away at all. Unable to break free, Cooler was pushed back and forth, roaring with a ferocious expression. With his vitality and physical strength, even if the supernova and the Thunder Smasher cannon exploded at the same time, he would be crippled at most, but would not really die. However, when he noticed the huge star waiting for him behind him, Cooler's whole body is feeling bad. Damn Scion! Cooler roared unwillingly, and was finally pushed to the huge star. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall that 25 years ago, he witnessed Frieza destroying planet Vegeta and annihilating the Scion clan in the spaceship. Back then, he discovered some fish that had slipped through the net, but because of his arrogant personality, he didn't take Scions seriously, so he didn't pay attention to them. Today, he understands that not only Frieza is an idiot, but so is he. If he had ordered his men to kill all the Scions who were lucky enough to survive, how could he have ended up like this? It's a pity that there is no regret medicine in life. If I had known this, why would I do it in the first place? Accompanied by a burst of white light, Supernova, Thunder Smasher Cannon, and Cooler all ceased to exist at this moment. On the planet Adrat. Through sensing the breath, Lin Chuan had determined that Cooler's breath had completely disappeared. I don't know if this guy will meet Piccolo Star again by chance, and then be resurrected again. However, even if he is resurrected, just kill him again when the time comes. Even if Cooler is really still alive by then, and has created countless metal coolers with a combat power of tens of billions, he doesn't care. When that time really comes, how can his strength be only tens of billions? Lin Chuan took back his mind and stopped caring about Cooler's affairs. He took the initiative to cancel the Super Saiyan transformation and breathed a sigh of relief. The golden aura dissipated, all the aura was restrained, and Lin Chuan returned to normal. This scene was watched by the Adratites from all over the planet, as well as the great elders of Adrat. At this moment they were stunned, shocked by Lin Chuan's terrifying power and unable to control themselves. This killed the terrifying Cooler. This Scion is their savior of planet Adrat. After witnessing Lin Chuan's terrifying power with his own eyes, the great elder of Adrat, Kailu, has made a decision. That is, no matter who Lin Chuan is, as long as he will not harm their planet or harm their clan, he will agree to any request of the other party. The great elder Kailu was so wise. He knew that Lin Chuan must have some agenda to come to their planet. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? If he came here for Cooler, it would have been reflected in the previous exchanges. Falling from the sky, Lin Chuan did not go directly to Kailu. Instead, he used his thunderous means to kill all the Cooler Legion soldiers on the planet. These people are all elites, each with thousands of combat power points, and the weakest ones have thousands. Keep them for fear of accidents. When it's time to be ruthless, Lin Chuan will be ruthless. Afterwards, Lin Chuan found Kailu, who was forced by Cooler. At this time, Kailu was already mentally prepared. Because Lin Chuan helped them eliminate all their enemies, in the hearts of Kailu and the Atra people, he truly became the savior. I am the great elder of the star Adrat, Kailu. Dear guests from the alien world, thank you from the bottom of my heart for saving our Adrat family. Kailu showed respect to Lin Chuan and performed the highest standard of etiquette among the people of Atra. Lin Chuan didn't understand, but he didn't care either. He immediately said, "It doesn't matter, I just got rid of some disgusting guys. That Cooler also has a grudge against my Scion family." When the great elder Kailu heard this, he was immediately frightened. Looking at Lin Chuan's cold expression after the war, I felt a knot in my heart. Although he had heard it before, but now that he was sure, he felt a chill. The reputation of Science in the universe is not good. Looking at Lin Chuan's expression, he feels like he has fallen into the tiger's mouth again. Could it be that you came to our planet Yadetra to teleport? Great Elder Kailu said bluntly. As soon as these words came out, Lin Chuan shook his head. The purpose of my coming to your planet is not just to teleport, but I have already learned another version of teleportation. I heard that you Adratites have many strange abilities, and teleportation is one of them. I came here just to ask for advice humbly. Here, the situation has stabilized. On the King Kai planet at this time, King Kai was wiping the cold sweat on his face with a handkerchief. The power of Super Saiyan is really terrifying. A guy as strong as Cooler even ate spiritual fruits to enhance his strength, but he was killed in one fell swoop. I'm afraid his strength is already the best in the lower universe, right? King Kai sighed with lingering fear. Now that the scourge of Cooler has been eliminated, only Frisia and King Kurt are left in the Frozen Demon clan. Even if there are still tribesmen who have not awakened from the ice, those are nothing. With the existence of Lin Xuan, it is only a matter of time before the hidden dangers of the Frozen Demon clan are completely eradicated. The news of Cooler's death will definitely reach the ears of the Kurdish king and Frisia before long. The Frozen Demons are ruthless, but they will definitely take the initiative to seek revenge from Lin Xuan with a trace of curiosity. By that time, the era of the Frozen Demon clan dominating the universe will come to an end. No wonder his future daughters are so ridiculously strong. This Lin Xuan's future achievements are limitless, maybe even comparable to that god of destruction. Moreover, he is also favored by the Supreme Kai of Time. The future development is becoming more and more confusing. At the same time, destruction in the world of gods. Leisurely Weiss was enjoying tea while watching the battle that ended early on the planet Adrat. Although it was another accident, it reminded him of Lin Xuan, a scion, so he took a look. But seeing it again this time surprised him again. It wasn't that his strength had increased, but that there was an energy in Lin Xuan's body that was incredible to him. Your growth rate is really beyond my expectation. The direction of the world seems to have completely changed. I'm afraid the speed of this change will become faster and faster. Perhaps you are the scion closest to the Super Scion God. Weiss spoke earnestly, and just when he was about to take a sip of tea, something happened again. Boom! A huge explosion occurred in the God of Destruction's palace. Weiss was already used to this situation. Let me take a look at what you are dreaming about, Lord Barris. When his interest arose, Weiss turned off the projection on Lin Xuan's side and used his special ability to open the dream scene. It doesn't matter if you don't see it. Weiss was surprised when he saw it. In the dream, Barris was fighting with a warrior radiating light. The terrifying power of the two was just released at will, and countless planets were destroyed. Every move of his hands and feet has the power to destroy the world. No wonder, I just said that my sleeping appearance has been getting worse and worse in the past 1 or 2 years. A precognitive dream? Perhaps Lord Barris is overly eager for an opponent. Narrowing his eyes, Weiss had a premonition. This golden figure may be the Super Scion God. That's all. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed since Lin Xuan defeated Cooler and came to the planet Eudetra. Lin Xuan, in more than a month, acquired many skills from the Adratites. As a distinguished guest who saved the planet Adrat, the great elder Kalu did not hide anything from Lin Xuan. He told almost all the skills and tricks of the planet Adrat, and taught him everything he had. Needless to say, the Adratites are really a magical race, and they have created countless abilities. Teleportation, clone technique, energy separation technique, body hardening, transformation technique, foreseeing the future, and so on. Even with his monster-like talent and unique insights, he has only mastered 3 techniques. The energy separation technique must be learned. The hardening of the body is of great help in combat, and can greatly improve defense. There is also a vision of the future, where you can briefly foresee the future during battle. The only thing that disappointed Lin Xuan was that even the Adrats didn't have any tricks related to time. Originally, I was expecting that the Atras might have skills similar to Flash Time. But if you think about it carefully, after all, it involves a taboo area that even gods cannot easily touch. If you want to come into contact with the realm of time in the future, you must at least complete the transformation of Super Scion God. In general, Lin Xuan has gained a lot after more than a month. Not only has he acquired 3 different skills, but his own understanding of the Super Scion state has also improved. Now, we have been able to complete the first and second stage of Super Scion, begging for votes and rewards. In the Holy Land, Lin Xuan had finished his last round of training and was saying goodbye to Kalu, the great elder of the Eudetra planet. Thank you for your care during this time. I have been here for a long time. Although I am also interested in other abilities, I must leave. Facing the great elder Kalu, Lin Xuan expressed his sincere gratitude. Without his personal teaching, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to grow so fast. Not to mention learning 3 stunts so quickly. Although I really want you to stay on our planet Yudetra, I know you will never stay. No matter what happens, no matter when the time comes, you will always be a friend of our Adratites. So if you have any needs in the future, feel free to come to us. If you can help, we will do our best. Great Elder Kalu expressed his stance. How could Lin Chuan not know? In fact, these days, Kalu and other Atra people have set their sights on him. All the people of Atra hope to keep him as a strong man and become the protector of the planet. During this period, they even used what they thought was a honey trap. Perhaps to the people of Atra, she is a great beauty, but as a human being, Lin Chuan would never be able to accept her. Then I'll thank you in advance. I believe that one day in the future, maybe I will come again. Send a message to Supa, Husu and Tate for me, and we'll meet again when we are destined. Lin Chuan's words also seemed to provide a guarantee to the people of Atra. I was just about to use teleportation and go directly to King Kai. But he didn't expect that King Kai would take the initiative to find him. Lin Chuan, I have something important to tell you. King Kai's voice sounded in Lin Chuan's mind. King Kai? What's going on? I'm about to go find you. Lin Chuan was confused by King Kai's proactive contact and still being so impatient. This old guy has never been like this here. After thinking about it, there was a guess in my mind. It's about Namek. Today, Namek is being invaded by Frisia's legion and needs your help. Actually, I should have told you a few days ago, but I was afraid of hindering your practice, so I have to tell you now because Goku Raditz and the others have arrived on the Namek planet. King Kai's words made Lin Chuan frown. I see. Calculating the time, it's almost time to advance the plot. Because of the news brought to Frisia by Vegeta, Frisia went to planet Namek to seize the Dragon Balls. With an idea in mind, Lin Chuan continued to communicate. You are really calm enough. You are telling me the news now. Aren't you afraid that something will happen to you? I was thinking that you can teleport, and can directly cross the universe to the planet Namek, so... King Kai's answer made Lin Chuan feel even more cunning. I understand. I plan to go to your side first. Since the situation there is special, I will go over and have a look first. After saying this, Lin Chuan ignored the great Elder Kalu. Using teleportation, he locked the space imprint on the Namek planet and disappeared in place. This sudden disappearance, and what Lin Chuan said made the great Elder Kalu look frightened and incredulous. King Kai, there are also some special legends on some planets. Therefore, the great elders and wise men of Atrastar, as well as the great elders of Namekians, etc., have all heard about it. At this moment, outside Namek, a large universe ship with the logo of the capsule company passed through the atmosphere of Namek and finally landed steadily on a huge desert island. The hatch opened and many people walked out from inside. They are Son Goku, Raditz, Son Gohan, Piccolo, Tenjin Rice, Gyoza, Yamcha, Krillin, and of course Bulma. Is this planet Namek? Although Gohan, you have already explained it very clearly, but seeing it with your own eyes is still incredible. It is so different from the environment on Earth. Son Goku looked around and sighed. The next second, his eyes changed drastically, and he looked sharply into the distance. That breathtaking evil aura must be Frisia, right? It's really scary. I didn't expect there to be such a powerful existence in this universe. Son Goku's murmur caused everyone to amplify their senses to sense the evil energy that enveloped the world. Everyone was more or less shocked, especially Tianjin Rice, Dumplings, Kellen and Yamcha. Although their strength is no longer what it used to be, it is still not as strong as Piccolo, Son Goku, Raditz, and Son Gohan, who are already far superior to them. Humph! I've decided to take action on my home planet of Namek. No matter how scary Frisia is, I will make him pay the price. Piccolo's words were fierce, and you can see his mood. He is not afraid at all, because to him, although Frisia's energy is evil and huge, it is not as good as him. This is inevitable, because Piccolo's combat power is already 1 million. Without Frisia's transformation, his combat power would only be 530,000 points. The scene flashes back to a week ago. While they were practicing, they suddenly received a distress message from Namek from Dent. Everyone made the decision immediately, boarded the Universe spacecraft carrying the gravity training room, and headed for Namek. Originally, if Lin Chuan was there, he could have teleported over directly. But there has been no news from Lin Chuan since he left more than a month ago. Son Goku and Raditz also learned about Lin Chuan's whereabouts from King Kai, saying that he was practicing new skills on the planet Udetra. It should be said that after more than a month of gravity training, everyone's strength has surpassed an era. Not to mention Dumplings, Tianjin Rice, Kellen and Yamcha. The strength of Son Goku and Raditz has already exceeded 300,000 points. Even, approaching 400,000 points. More than a month of gravity training has had a remarkable effect on the Scions. With more than 150 times the strength, coupled with the two brothers' desperate sparring, they were constantly injured and recovered, constantly getting stronger. It should be said that it was thanks to Lin Chuan that he found the cat immortal and negotiated the business of planting fairy beans. I also gave Ecolobii a warning so that he could not continue to act recklessly. Otherwise, Z warriors would have absolutely no extra fairy beans to use. Dad, I seem to feel a very familiar aura. Vegeta, who was injured by me last time on Earth, is also here, and his aura is strong and weak. Sun Wuhan suddenly said. As soon as the words came out, let everyone feel it with all their strength. Sure enough, I noticed Vegeta's aura, and there were several very powerful auras over there. Vegeta? I didn't expect that he was also on the Namek planet. His breath is a little weird. Could it be that he has also learned how to control his breath? Son Goku murmured after sensing it carefully. One sentence. At the same time, his mood also became excited. Last time on Earth, there was no winner. This time, when they met again, even though he was no longer the same person as before, he still wanted to have a good fight with Vegeta. Decide the winner and loser in an honest and fair manner. What about Raditz? He couldn't have the same idea as Son Goku. In his opinion, his strength has reached its current limit, and Frieza is confident enough to give it a try. Vegeta was completely ignored by him. Prince of the Scions? A joke from a bygone era. Raditz now has an idea of what level I am now, and what level are you. It would be great if Vegeta is here. I was defeated by that Nappa at that time. This time, I can't say I have to take a few tricks. Vegeta's figure appeared in Tianjin Fan's mind. His previous defeat at the hands of Nappa reminded him to become stronger. With our current strength, we can definitely defeat that Vegeta. As long as he doesn't perform the Great Ape. Klin answered. Obviously he was beaten like that last time, and now that he has a chance to take revenge, he is naturally eager to try. The most important thing is that his own strength has become stronger. Don't worry. I have already thought about dealing with the Great Ape. No matter whether it can be stopped or not, as long as the Scion's tail is cut off, the Great Ape will be lifted. Yamcha said with confidence. On the face full of confidence, there was a sentence. I am familiar with cutting off the tail. The exchange continued, and finally, Piccolo took the initiative to speak, interrupting a group of people who were eager to take action. Come with me. Just now, the Great Elder has learned that we have arrived on Namek, and he wants to see you. As he spoke, Piccolo slowly levitated into the sky. The Z warriors who heard this had different expressions on their faces, and each had their own thoughts. Son Goku, Raditz had already wanted to meet the Great Elder, and tried to develop his potential, so he followed him without hesitation. The rest of the people looked at me, and I looked at you, and followed one after another. Yamcha was left alone and glanced at Bulma. She originally wanted to ask if he would be needed to take her with her, but Bulma ignored his presence, and immediately created a jet after turning the universe ship into a capsule. A trace of resentment grew in Yamcha's heart. He finally knew that he had no place in Bulma's heart. Now, it's too late to regret. He could only focus all his hatred on Lin Chuan. It was because of Lin Chuan that he took away his future wife. Yamcha would not know that he is too self-righteous, thinking that he is an absolute strong man on earth because of his high strength, and beautiful women and money will come. Only after losing it did he realize that he had missed the best. Even if there is a big forest, he in this forest will not last forever, it will only be a small part of his life. A few short minutes later, a group of Z warriors, led by Piccolo, arrived at the Great Elder's residence. Nelu, who had been guarding the Great Elder, nodded to Piccolo after noticing the descending Z warriors, and said, "Are you finally here? Piccolo, the Great Elder has already given the order you go in." After receiving permission, Piccolo and Nelu looked at each other and nodded, looked at Son Goku and his party, and finally entered the Great Elder's house together. After seeing such a huge elder, everyone couldn't help but take a breath. "Are you, the Great Elder?" It's exactly what Gohan said. "It's really great." Although Son Goku's words were exaggerated, his attitude was very respectful, and he also acted like he was doing good to him. "Welcome, friends from the distant Earth. Thank you for coming to help us resist foreign enemies. This kindness will be remembered by all Namekians." Ahem. Piccolo, if you ask them to line up in a row, I don't have much time left, so I will treat it as repaying your kindness and developing your potential one by one. I hope that with my development, you will have the power to reverse the situation. The performance of the Great Elder was particularly eager. He seemed to realize that his life was coming to an end and wanted to make one last contribution. Hearing this, everyone except Piccolo and Sun Wufan ignored the meaning of end of life, and everyone looked excited. After all, it is too tempting to develop potential, which can allow them to surpass their limits and become more powerful. Piccolo and Sun Wufan are the best examples. After the potential is developed, he is completely different from before. Soon, everyone lined up in an orderly manner, with Son Goku as the first to exploit the potential. Later we went to Raditz, Klin, Yamcha, Tianjin rice, and dumplings. The process of potential development lasted for about 10 minutes. After developing everyone's potential, the Great Elder's condition was already extremely poor. "The power has really improved a lot. Is this how you have developed your potential, Great Elder? It's so amazing!" Son Goku could feel the powerful energy flowing through his body, which made him feel flattered. The power now is several times what it was just now. This kind of improvement speed is much faster than cultivation. Son Goku would not know that at this time, his combat power value had reached over 1 million points. So strong! Power is constantly erupting in the body. The combat power increased sharply again, and Raditz's heart was extremely swollen. Now, he is even confident that he can easily kill Frieza. He can also be a Super Saiyan. The distance got closer and closer, and he became more and more excited. "It's unbelievable, is this really my power?" Klin felt as if he was in a dream. His combat power went from close to 40,000 points to 120,000 points. "In such a short period of time, we have developed our potential power. This method is more than my year of hard training, and even the results of my hard work in the gravity training room are far behind." Tianjin Fan tightened his grip. With his fist, he could feel the power all over his body. His combat power increased from 50,000 points just now to 150,000 points. "Tianjin, I also feel that I have become very strong and my superpowers have also been improved," Dumpling said in a happy mood. As the weakest of the Z fighters, Dumpling's combat power has also increased from 10,000 points to 30,000 points. "If I had this power when I was on Earth..." Yamcha's combat power increased from 30,000 points to 70,000 points. The sudden increase in strength made him hate that this power came too slowly. If there were only so many people on Earth, he wouldn't be so embarrassed. "Ahem, how much strength you can improve has a lot to do with your accumulation of potential. Everyone's potential is different, and I have seen you all have great potential." Terrible child. The physical exertion was too great, and the Great Elder's face showed signs of fatigue. Only then did everyone come back to their senses from the joy of increased strength. "I was so rude just now that I almost forgot about the Great Elder. When people develop their own potential, they must pay a very high price. This can be felt from the changes in breath. Dear friends who have come from afar, the future of Namek depends on you." the Great Elder said weakly. Hearing this, everyone nodded one after another. Once you have received the favor, you will naturally have to pay what you have to pay. Guarantees are essential, but they are not absolute guarantees. After all, even if the strength increases, no one knows how things will develop. Only after it is resolved can we truly say that they have saved planet Namek. After seeing off the Z warriors, the Great Elder sighed. As someone who could predict the future, how could he not know that even with his help, this group of people might not be able to contend with the ultimate terror? Nailu! The Great Elder called. Master Great Elder! Nailu heard the call, walked in quickly, and finally stood respectfully in front of the Great Elder. With a quick glance, he could already see that the current Great Elder was very weak. Exploiting your potential so many times takes a huge toll on your mental and physical strength. In a sense, it has shortened the Great Elder's short lifespan in disguise. Neru, you are the strongest warrior left on our planet Namek. Now my lifespan will come to an end. Go and assist those people and Piccolo, Neru, maybe we will need you in the end, sigh. Halfway through the Great Elder's instructions, it was difficult to continue. He doesn't want to see anyone sacrifice. Nayla seemed to understand the Great Elder's intention. As long as you are alive, I will never leave your side. Unless that time really comes, Nera said firmly. When the Great Elder heard this, he didn't speak anymore, but just closed his eyes silently. The countdown of life has begun. At the same time, it is about 3,000 miles northwest of the Great Elder's location. At this time, Vegeta had been tortured to the point of being bruised and bruised. Especially the right arm, the entire arm bones have been broken, almost comminuted fractures. The combat uniform was shattered and covered in blood. And his opponent is none other than Lycum of the Genia team. Just like the plot development in the original work, after Vegeta came to planet Namek, he was temporarily distracted because of his own strength. Since recovering from his serious injury, his strength has greatly increased, and he has killed Sabo and Dodoria on Namek one after another, which has greatly increased his self-confidence. After eliminating Frisia's right and left hands and destroying all the combat power detectors, Vegeta believed that his actions would not be discovered again. Frisia can't find him, and he can't threaten him. Now, the arrival of the Genius Special Forces team has directly shattered his extravagant hopes. Just one Lycum almost destroyed him. Even though his combat power index reached 40,000 points, he still looked fragile. He was looking for a way to break the situation, but the situation in front of him was a dead end no matter how he looked at it. No one can save him. Damn it! Is this really the end of the game? I haven't become a Super Saiyan yet. I'm not willing to give in. Taros, why are you a Super Saiyan? Obviously I am the most talented Saiyan. Vegeta shouted in his heart. Hey hey hey! Little Vegeta, what's with that desperate expression on your face? You were extremely arrogant at the beginning. I'm going to give up, but I have to let me have fun. The torture has just begun, Lycum said with a cruel smile. Not far behind him, Bart and Geese were playfully discussing how Vegeta would die next. Goodus sneered sinisterly, waiting for Lycum to crush Vegeta to death. He and Vegeta have a grudge, they are life and death enemies. Lycum, kill him quickly. If you continue to waste time, King Frieza won't be able to wait any longer. Jinyu spoke at this time. I know, Captain. Lycum waved his hand slightly impatiently, but still signaled Captain Jinyu not to worry. Jinyu has long been accustomed to this. Now Vegeta is just a grasshopper. Even though he can jump, he can't jump very high. The Dragon Balls have also been obtained, which means they have completed the task given to them by King Frieza and recovered the 6 Dragon Balls stolen by Vegeta. Is the overall situation decided? However, accidents always happen at this time. The combat power detectors of everyone in the Genius Special Forces reacted. Multiple powerful combat forces were detected approaching at extremely fast speeds. What's going on? Is it a Namekian or a companion of that guy Vegeta? Does he have a companion? Jinyu was confused. His eyes followed the direction guided by the combat power detector. At the same time, other members of the Jinyu Special Forces also looked in the same direction. I saw several figures galloping towards me from the distant horizon, and quickly landed on Vegeta's side. Those who came were the Z warriors who had fully developed their potential. In order to find out what's going on and find out what the situation is, I came here. Kakarot? And Raditz! Seeing the old acquaintance whom he regarded as his enemy, Vegeta's eyes widened with an expression of disbelief. They also came to this Namek planet. Hey, isn't this our Scion Prince, Vegeta? It's really embarrassing to be beaten like this by the Jinyu Special Forces. Seeing Vegeta, Raditz instinctively turned on sarcasm. Raditz! You! Hearing Raditz's taunt, Vegeta gritted his teeth angrily. If his body hadn't reached its limit, he would have crushed Raditz to ashes. Okay, brother, please stop saying a few words. By the way, what's going on now? Son Goku was caught in the middle, and he saw some new signs. Isn't Vegeta with them? After being beaten like this, can you say? Klin on the side also had an immature idea. I'm afraid it was because of the temptation of the Dragon Balls that they fought against each other, right? They were just outnumbered. After looking at Vegeta coldly, Tianjin Fan commented. His eyes were on the members of the Jinyu Special Forces, but Vegeta was quickly ignored. As soon as Vegeta was hit hard, his strength plummeted. Secondly, he was no longer interested in Vegeta like this. On the contrary, the enemy on the opposite side was even more tempting. These people look very strong. The Dragon Ball must be taken back. How about one of us dealing with each other? It's time to try our current strength, Yamcha said. When it comes to the person who wants to show off the most after improving his strength, there is no one other than him. And in order to appear the most outstanding, he also set his sights on Lycum, who was ravaging Vegeta. If he defeated Lycum, that didn't mean he was far superior to Vegeta. In this regard, Vegeta can be said to be in a state of confusion at this moment. What the hell is this? One person versus one person? He thought this Earthling was crazy. The Z soldiers are talking. Team Jinyu is also communicating. How could they not be angry at Yamcha for saying such things? What a shame. That guy with long hair has only 20,000 combat points. Who is going to kill him? There are others, they are all a bunch of guys with only 10,000 to 20,000 points of combat power. Who is Jinyu? As Frisia's strongest elite, even though he was originally recruited from Cooler's special team, he is still better than 10,000 people. Over the years he has fought on countless planets for Frisia. When had he ever been so angry? Just low-level humans. Jinyu gave an order, and Gudu, Bart, Giz, and Lycum all responded at the same time. I haven't had enough fights with Vegeta yet. Leave this long-haired guy to me. I will definitely let him know how stupid he is. Lycum directly regarded Yamcha as an ant. It just so happens that both of them intend to make each other their rivals. I don't care who it is, but since I have a choice, leave Raditz to me. After all, he is a Scion, so I can also move around, Giz said, choosing Raditz. A group of them are looking for the strongest person on the opposite side. Otherwise, if it is too weak, it will not be able to withstand their 3 punches and 2 kicks. They don't know that each of the Z fighters they are selecting at this time has the power to kill them. Raditz simply ignored his words. Now, except for Frisia, who is qualified enough to let him take action, Team Jinyu is not taken seriously by him at all. Giz, you are really cheating. Leave that tall bald man with 3 eyes to me. Bart chose Tianjin Rice. Apparently Son Goku was ignored. With his harmless look on his face, no one would think he was powerful. Unlike the grandson Goku in the original work, he appeared and was so domineering that he instantly defeated Lycum and crushed everyone. Then I'll take care of the 2 short ones first. Gudu's combat power was low, but he had the secret skill of time pause, and he behaved calmly. The atmosphere became extremely solemn. Jinyu Special Forces! All troops are dispatched. Jinyu gave the order. 4 special operations team members attacked at the same time. Z warriors also responded immediately. Yamcha and Lycum fought together and started the war. Tianjin Fan vs. Bart, the two directly competed in speed and went to another island. Keith looked down upon him because of Raditz, but Krillin was full of fighting spirit and stepped forward. Gith was very disdainful of this, but the momentum shown by Klin shocked him, and Gith had to fight this battle unwillingly. Where is Gudu? His targets were originally Klin and Dumpling. But now I was stopped directly by Dumplings. This is not only a showdown between combat powers, the most important thing is a competition between superpowers. Gohan, give me a fairy bean! Watching the battle begin, Son Goku did not panic or be affected at all. After all, everyone is already stronger than the other party. Okay, Dad. Son Gohan obediently took out the fairy bean bag from his pocket, took out a fairy bean and handed it to Son Goku. Raditz and Piccolo on the side saw this and frowned. When Son Goku threw the fairy beans to Vegeta, the two of them were stunned. Vegeta was puzzled. I don't know, what's the use of this thing? Hey, Kakarot, are you crazy? Give that guy the fairy beans! Raditz scolded in confusion. Giving it to Vegeta was a waste of resources in his opinion. I can't understand this time either, Son Goku, you are doing your own evil, Piccolo said coldly. He didn't have any good impressions of Vegeta. Just give him a fairy bean. After all, I haven't defeated him myself yet. If he dies like this, he will have one less opponent in the future. It would be a pity. Son Goku randomly found an excuse to excuse himself. His mother's heart overflowed, and for Vegeta, who had defeated him, he wholeheartedly wanted to pull Vegeta onto their side of the ship. Then, after Vegeta also became stronger, he defeated him one-on-one. Vegeta, these are fairy beans. If you eat them, they will not only heal your injuries immediately, but also restore your strength, Son Goku said to Vegeta. Hearing this, Vegeta was immediately shocked. It's really unimaginable that this thing can have such an effect. After a brief silence, he gritted his teeth and swallowed the fairy beans. He has no choice. As the fairy beans are consumed, the effect explodes. Vegeta only felt the muscles of his body expand. Not only did all the injuries on his body recover, but all the hidden diseases that had been left behind were also recovered by the cure of this fairy bean. He recovered from serious injuries, resurrected with full blood, and experienced an explosive increase in combat effectiveness. This thing actually has such a terrible effect? Feeling the surge of energy in his body, Vegeta was shocked by the fairy beans. Such a thing is actually a product of the earth. His strength has at least doubled from before. At this time, he looked at the Z warriors again and his eyes widened. Especially Yamcha, who was instantly killed by Nappa with one blow, was able to suppress Lycum in a short battle. That is an existence that can crush him. Their strength has improved so much? So Kakarot and Raditz. Vegeta suddenly felt horrified, and his eyes turned to Son Goku in disbelief. At this moment, Son Goku and Raditz seemed to be shrouded in a fog, making him unpredictable. The gap was completely widened. Vegeta involuntarily clenched his fists, his unwillingness reached the extreme, and his eyes were filled with bloodshot eyes. Can a bean have that kind of effect? On the other side, Jinyu watched Vegeta's recovery. That humble bean actually has such an effect and must be snatched up. His eyes changed slightly, and Jinyu looked at several battlefields. The combat power detector he was wearing was constantly changing the data. During the battle, the combat effectiveness has changed significantly. I see, are you the type like me who can control your combat power at will? No wonder they all have so much courage. Jinyu cheered up a little. Those guys who look inconspicuous are actually not inferior to the members of his Special Forces team in terms of combat effectiveness. Forget it, if you lose, you won't be qualified to stay in my queue. Then let me deal with the situation here first. Jinyu turned his eyes and focused on Son Goku. At this time, Son Goku also turned his attention to him. You should be the leader, right? Although your anger is not as strong as Frisia's, it's not bad. That's right, let's do some warm-up exercises together. In the flash of lightning, Son Goku smiled and moved directly. With an extreme burst of speed, he arrived in front of Jinyu in a blink of an eye and punched out hard. Seeing this, Jinyu had no time to be surprised and directly raised his hand to block Son Goku's attack. The two of them disappeared at the same time. The next second, in the air, hand-to-hand combat breaks out. The speed of exceeding 100,000 points of combat power is so fast that it can't be detected by the naked eye. The figures of Son Goku and Jinyu kept twisting and turning in midair. In the short battle, either one could take advantage. It was Son Goku who hid his strength and played with Jinyu. Otherwise, with Son Goku's strength, he could crush Jinyu and kill him with one move. Watching the battle, Raditz and Piccolo, who did not take action, expressed their opinions. Jinyu's strength is higher than I thought, but that's all. Kakarot is training with him, it's really boring, Raditz said. If it were him, he would kill Jinyu immediately to avoid further trouble. This is his character, and it hasn't changed even now after so many years. Piccolo knows Son Goku better than Raditz. That guy gets stronger when he gets stronger, and gets weaker when he gets weaker. The two people's comments caused Vegeta beside him to take a breath. It's already this far and you haven't used your full strength yet? Damn it! What went wrong? Why am I so far behind them? Is it all the fault of that guy from Talos? Wait. Kakarot and Raditz have both come to Namek, so that guy must have come too. Vegeta's concerns grew deeper and deeper. At this moment, a muffled sound exploded in the sky. Jinyu fell from midair, with a blood stain hanging from the corner of his mouth. After several rounds of fighting, Son Goku began to exert his strength. Jinyu couldn't bear this effort. How could Jinyu have imagined that a seemingly non-threatening lower-class human race could be so powerful in combat? On other battlefields at this moment, the battle between the members of the Jinyu Special Forces and the Z Fighters has also entered a stage of being crushed. The first is on the battlefield between Yamcha and Lycum. After perfectly adapting to the power at this time, Yamcha began to use all his strength, from being evenly matched at the beginning, to firmly gaining the upper hand, and now, it was a complete suppression. What's wrong? Pineapple Head, is this the only level of your fighting ability? If that's the case, then I'm not polite. Yamcha continued to tease. He had forgotten how he was almost killed by the Vegetable Man last time. How can your fighting power be so high? No, it's impossible. I don't believe it. Lycum seized the opportunity and opened a distance of more than 10 meters from Yamcha. At the same time, the breath in the whole body rose rapidly, and Lycum's muscles tightened. Let's have a taste of my special skills! Lycum! Super Battle Bomb! In the process of performing his tricks, Lycum can be said to have a wide open door. In this case, no matter how stupid Yamcha is, he will never miss it. Without hesitation, he sprinted in front of Lycum and punched Lycum's abdomen with his fist filled with all his strength. A burst of air explosion sounds like bang. Sounded. You have no martial ethics. Being forcibly interrupted from casting his ultimate move, Lycum's eyes widened and he was furious. If you're to blame your own ultimate move for being too slow. Taking advantage of the victory, Yamcha launched a special move to attack Lycum. The Wolf Farm Wind Fist attacks from all directions, causing a devastating blow to Lycum's body. Damn it, if you hadn't consumed so much energy fighting that Vegeta guy, you wouldn't have, Lycum said. Before he finished speaking, Yamcha kicked him hard in the face. Death is not far away either. Other side. Bart and Keith, who had transformed into a joint operation, were still suppressed by Tianjin Fan and Klin in all aspects. Their special attack red and blue light balls are unable to do anything to the opponent. The cooperation between Tianjin Fan and Klin is flawless. Coupled with the gap in combat effectiveness, Bart and Keith could only be beaten. Chi Circle Slash! Klin seized the opportunity and decisively released a round of Chi Circle Slash and threw it at Bart. How can a move at this speed hit me? Bart ejected sideways, dodging Klin's Chi Circle Slash attack. Be careful! Geese noticed that the situation was not good and warned loudly. What? Bart had a premonition, and a Qigong cannon with extremely destructive power continued to magnify in his eyes. Tianjin Fan's Qigong cannon has condensed and formed, carrying terrifying destructive power and swallowing up Bart's body. In an earth-shaking loud noise, the dying Bart's seriously injured body fell to the ground like a meteorite. Damn it! Bart has been eliminated, so the red and blue light balls can no longer be used. Geese looked extremely ugly, looking for a way to break this situation. The current war situation is extremely unfavorable to him. Turtle Pie Qigong Wave! When Geese was distracted, Clin seized the opportunity and came behind him at an extremely fast speed to gather energy. The azure energy beam broke away from the palm and struck from behind Geese. Oops! Geese had a premonition that something bad was going to happen. He had no time to dodge and was engulfed by the wave of turtle Qigong. Both Bart and Jiai's were killed, and in the end only Gudu was left. At this moment, Gudu was helpless due to the competition with Dumpling's superpowers. The two are both masters of superpowers. Although they are involved in different fields, they each have their own merits. Damn it! Lycum and the others were all killed. No, I can't repeat their fate. Golden Binding Technique! Goody used his special move. The superpower is fully released and I want to trap the dumplings. What is this? The use of the Golden Binding Technique made Diaozi panic, and his superpowers were completely suppressed despite his original advantage. Movement is restricted and unable to move. Humph! Go to hell! Gudu smiled sinisterly, pointing his right hand at the big tree in the distance. Just like the scene in the original book against Sun Wufan and Krillin, Gudu wanted to use the cut trees to take away the life of Dumpling. Just when Gudu was about to take action, a golden energy beam struck from the distance and pierced Gudu's heart. No! Damn, someone attacked! Gudu's heart was pierced, and he died on the spot. With the death of Gudu, the constraints on Dumpling were lifted. Are you okay? Dumpling. Tianjin Fan came to Dumpling's side. It was obvious that he was the one who rescued Dumpling just now. Yeah. Dumpling nodded repeatedly. As long as it's okay, then that guy will be the only one left. Tianjin Fan's solemn gaze fell on Captain Jinyu. On the main battlefield. After Jinyu witnessed all the team members being killed, his face was ashen and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. The Jinyu team was wiped out under his nose, which was a slap in the face. Goku, your speed is too slow. Do you want to help? Those guys can't even warm up for us. Yamcha took the lead and came to Son Goku's side, saying confidently. Next came Tianjin Fan, Clin and Dumpling. Have you all finished the battle? Then I'll get rid of him quickly. Son Goku's casual words reached Jinyu's ears, which immediately made the latter furious. Stop looking down on others! Do you think I, Captain Jinyu, are the same as those guys? Die to me! The furious Jinyu decisively exploded with all his strength, and his 120,000 points of combat power exploded. White-purple flames ignited all over him, and a white-purple ball of destructive light shot out from his palm. Such amazing energy made everyone change their expressions slightly. Boom! The power of the explosion was extremely terrifying. The aftermath swept across all directions, and a huge mushroom cloud shot straight into the sky. Such a horrific attack is indeed terrifying. However, for the Z warriors, it is not worth mentioning. After the Great Elder's potential was developed, except for Yamcha and Dumpling whose combat power did not exceed 100,000 points, Krillin and Tianjin Fan both had combat power of 120,000 and 150,000 points. What a risk, what a risk! You guys are really messing around. Are we going to die together? From the center of the explosion, Son Goku's carefree voice came. What? Jinyu heard the sound and suddenly felt bad. When most of the thick smoke dissipated, the unscathed appearance of the Z soldiers was revealed. Impossible! How could your combat power be so strong? Realizing the gap in strength, Jinyu was dumbfounded and retreated uncontrollably. He had a feeling that he might be doomed. At this moment, a voice sounded, which shocked him. Not only did he stop, but his eyes showed joy. That was a sound he would never forget in his life. Captain Jinyu, my most powerful man, it seems like you can't deal with these outsiders. Frisia arrived here at some point. He was sitting on the stroller, suspended in midair, overlooking everyone. With his appearance, an infinite coercion descended from the sky, covering the entire world and catching everyone present off guard. King Frisia! This subordinate is incompetent, please forgive me. Looking up at Frisia in midair, Jinyu hurriedly knelt down on one knee with a pious attitude. Frisia was not surprised by this performance, and couldn't help but let out his iconic laugh. Others can't feel it, but Jinyu knows the deep meaning and it's terrifying. Is he going to be liquidated by King Frisia? Frisia didn't pay attention to the frightened Jinyu. After quickly falling from the sky, he also got off the stroller. He glanced at Jinyu casually. Forget it, let me do some exercise today. If my guess is correct, these people are scions and earthlings from the earth. Frisia did not kill Jinyu. Even if the opponent failed in his mission, he would not die. Especially since he has so few available men now. All the elites died in this incident. I'm so sorry, King Frisia. I feel honored to be able to see your majestic action. Jinyu's flattery was slapped indiscriminately. Keep the Dragon Balls safe from me. If you can't even do this, then you don't need to exist, you know? Jinyu, Frisia said again. Yes, even if I die, my subordinates will definitely guard the Dragon Ball, Jinyu said excitedly. The situation suddenly changed and the pressure increased greatly. Is this the Universe Emperor Frisia? Yamcha was ashamed and frightened. After his strength increased greatly, he was about to be slapped in the face so soon. He refused to accept it, but there was nothing he could do about it. The evil aura was really terrifying. What an evil aura, a bottomless feeling, Klin muttered with a solemn expression. Compared to those people we dealt with just now, they are not even a bit stronger. Tianjin Fan agreed. Frisia! Seeing Frisia's arrival, Vegeta looked nervous. While feeling scared, a ball of anger ignited in my heart. He is indeed no longer the same person as before. After recovering this time, his strength increased greatly again, giving him a little more confidence. Moreover, now that there are Kakarot and Raditz, Natalos must also be hiding in the dark. Super Saiyan, ask Frisia if you are afraid? Is he Frisia? Son Goku looked at Frisia on the battlefield, frowned, and braced himself. Before I felt the other person's presence through breath. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, it was not that the other party was too strong, but that he found that the other party did not seem to be as strong as he thought. When he looked at Frisia, Frisia was also looking at him. After all, this scion had just easily defeated Jinyu. This scion looks familiar. Looking at Son Goku's appearance, the long-sealed memories in Frisia's mind emerged. When planet Vegeta was destroyed, the scion who resisted to the end seemed to look like this. I see. You are the child of that scion. No wonder you can defeat Jinyu. It's a pity that we managed to escape the big explosion of the planet and survive. Instead of staying well on the Earth, we have to come to Namek to die. Frisia has recognized Son Goku's identity. But he doesn't care. A wild monkey is always a wild monkey. Frisia! Raditz, who had been silent for a long time, also roared when he saw Frisia. All the anger he had accumulated over the years exploded, and Raditz didn't waste any time talking, and unexpectedly attacked on his own initiative. Seeing Raditz who dared to attack him, Frisia was surprised for a moment, and then his eyes showed deep contempt. What kind of thing do you dare to attack him? He remembered that Raditz was just an ant scion with a combat power of only 1,500 points. Isn't this the little follower beside Vegeta? How dare a mere wild monkey take action against me? It's ridiculous. I think my life is too long. After saying this, Frisia's eyes burst out with lasers, heading straight towards Raditz. This was done with murderous intent, without any mercy. It is also to kill one person as a warning to others, so that these people can consider themselves first, and then think about whether to disobey him. However, what happened next left Frisia in disbelief. because the rays from his eyes were shot away by Raditz. What? The attack was easily disintegrated by the opponent. You know, this has not happened for many years. A mere follower of Vegeta has such strength. What went wrong? Surprised, Raditz had already rushed in front of him. After Frieza was frightened, he immediately came to his senses and had a fist and kick collision with Raditz. In the end, the two sides clasped their fingers and wrestled with each other, and the terrifying power burst out like a tide. Boom! The terrifying aura storm swept across all directions, and the powerful air pressure tore the earth apart. The momentum of destroying heaven and earth seems to be enough to change the world. The air pressure became heavier and heavier, forming a huge pit with a diameter of tens of meters and a depth of nearly 10 meters under the two people's feet. Moreover, the giant pit is still expanding with the explosion of power. What a terrible anger! Is this Raditz's current strength? Klin exclaimed, trying his best to maintain himself under this power. Even if his strength has improved, he is still at the level of Jinyu. It's really amazing! As expected, no matter how hard you put in, there will be rewards. I'm not as good as you, Goku and Raditz, Tianjin Fan admitted. Everyone present was shocked. Yamcha and Dumplings are the only places to seek refuge. Piccolo, Son Goku and Son Wuhan frowned. Raditz's action obviously also helped them test Frieza. What about Vegeta? At this time, he was shocked when he saw the scene of Raditz and Frieza wrestling. Impossible! How on earth did he manage to improve his combat power to such an extent? Are you kidding me? Am I dreaming? Vegeta's eyes were dull and his expression was shocked. Only 2 months have passed, and the strength of Raditz, who was beaten so violently by him, has actually improved to this point. Doesn't that mean Kakarot's strength has become stronger than this? Jinyu, who was overturned by this terrifying aura, was shocked beyond words. How could he have imagined that Raditz would have this level of strength? Also suddenly, a bold idea came to Jinyu's mind, that is, if he could take Sarada's body, he could also have this kind of strength. In a deep pit. The aura storm became more and more terrifying. Frieza looked at the changing data on the new combat power detector, feeling extremely unbelievable. Bang! What? Frieza was shocked when the combat power detector exploded. What kind of scion is this? The combat effectiveness has reached this level? Over 500,000 points. Bang! The energy exploded, and both Frieza and Raditz flew out of the pit. The scion monkey who survived by chance has evolved to this point. Could it be? Frieza's frown deepened. The cause then, the effect today. However, he didn't want to believe it. What a bullshit legend. Ha ha! It's unbelievable, Frieza. My combat power has increased from 1,500 points to what it is now. I am evolving towards the Super Saiyan you fear. Raditz shouted triumphantly. Now that his strength has increased significantly, he has the confidence to kill Frieza, who used to control them. I see, you're not a Super Saiyan yet. It should be said that this is the funniest joke I have heard in these years. Frieza's smile was very cold, and the energy in his body also surged. And out. Raditz's strength made him fearful. Therefore, he planned to directly use his true skills to drive these people away without leaving anyone behind. Idiot! Do you think Frieza's combat power is only this? He can transform. Seeing this, Vegeta thought of something and shouted loudly to remind him. Raditz, this idiot, didn't take advantage of this moment to kill Frieza, but instead spoke arrogantly. Isn't this giving Frieza a chance? Transform? Hearing this, Raditz was shocked. I have never heard of Frieza transforming. Doesn't this mean that this strength is far from everything the other party has? 530,000 points is only part of Frieza's strength. Ho ho ho! Little Vegeta, I didn't expect you to know about my transformation. It seems that you were fully prepared before coming to Namek to fight for the Dragon Balls with me. Immediately, I will let you wild monkeys experience the horror of falling into hell. After finishing his words, Frieza smiled ferociously. The energy exploded, The armor on his body was directly shattered, and his body began to undergo horrific deformations. The physical body expanded, the body straightened up, and became extremely tall. The head was deformed, and a pair of sharp devil horns sprouted from the left and right sides. The posture is completely different from before, from a short man with a height of 1.5 meters to a burly devil with a height of 2.5 meters. The evil aura emanating from nowhere caused everyone's expressions to change dramatically. The strength has at least tripled. Damn it, it's all over! Vegeta was desperate. His anger, is it fake? How could it reach this point? After carefully feeling the other person's breath, a look of fear flashed across Clint's face. Hey, no matter how strong you are, you should have some control. We are already so strong, but in comparison, we are still no different from ants. Yamcha already had the intention of retreating in his heart. Tianjin Fan was so nervous that he was sweating profusely, and remained silent. Is this just going to scare you? I've told you before that if you don't have the skills, don't come. Piccolo muttered nonchalantly. I encountered refutations when I came before, but now no one dares to answer this sentence. Because several people were indeed afraid. Son Goku and Son Gohan remained calm. For Son Goku, who has become stronger, as long as he is at this level, there should be no need to worry about Raditz' safety. As for Son Wuhan, even if his strength is less than 500,000 points, he is at least at this level, so he is not afraid. Frieza, who had completed his transformation, showed a joking smile and locked his scarlet eyes on Raditz. Wild monkey, you just said you were about to become a Super Saiyan, right? In that case, then take your dream and die for me. As soon as the words fell, Frieza's huge body shot out and struck straight at Raditz. The huge fist struck straight at Raditz's face without any cover. Frieza thought that after his transformation, he was strong enough to crush everyone, but he still made a mistake. His fist seemed unstoppable, but it was blocked by Raditz with one hand. Frieza was stunned for a moment when his fist was blocked. In this daze, Raditz didn't give him a chance to react, and charged up a kick to knock him back. Feeling the pain in his abdomen, Frieza frowned. This wild monkey's combat power has actually reached the point where it can resist even his transformation. I thought you were so powerful. After the transformation, will your power only reach this level? I'm so disappointed. Emperor Universe, you should show some strength that interests me. After saying that, Raditz's whole body ignited with a bloody aura, the blood in his body was stimulated, and his combat effectiveness once again experienced a surge. After developing his potential, his combat power level increased from 3 to 400,000 points to 1 million points. Now, with the blessing of special skills, the strength has reached over 1.5 million points. Feeling the increasingly terrifying aura on Raditz, which even surpassed his own, Frieza was shocked. He had never looked at Vegeta's former little follower. Can it be so strong? What kind of monster did he allow to slowly grow? Fine. Frieza felt lucky that he hadn't fully grown up yet. Take the move! Frieza! After stabilizing his vitality and blood, Raditz fired 2 destructive rays with both hands. Frieza jumped into the air, emptying his energy. The powerful shock wave hit a 100-meter-high mountain island and blew it into pieces on the spot. Taking advantage of the victory, Raditz did not stop and teleported one step ahead to directly above Frieza, slamming down his fists like meteors. Frieza was caught off guard and was shot down from midair to an island, setting off a terrifying smoke that shook the entire area. Rushing out again, Raditz locked onto Frieza and dived towards Frieza at full speed. Are you kidding? Frieza's eyes were bloodshot, and he felt ashamed inside. He, the majestic emperor of the universe, was actually injured by a lowly wild monkey? Furious, Frieza stood up suddenly and hit Raditz's jaw with an upward kick, knocking him over. With an explosion of breath, Frieza chased after Raditz, who was flying upside down. Raditz, who was knocked away, stabilized his body violently and sprinted towards Frieza again. Boom! The two collided, causing a huge explosion on the way. In a burst of white light, the two men struggled together, and a hand-to-hand fight broke out. Waving his fists and kicking his legs to the side, the attack was so terrifying that even a single move could shatter an island on Namek. The fist and kick attacks continued, accompanied by energy attacks, which raised the fight to a higher level. Raditz is stronger than Frisia. This also made Frisia fearful and retreat when facing Raditz. Frisia regrets it. How could he have imagined that his million-point combat power after his transformation would now be so worthless and suppressed by a low-level wild monkey? Change again? He can do it. But he must first get rid of being continuously chased by Raditz. At this moment, on the planet King Kai was watching Raditz crush Frisia with a happy expression. Although he, his disciple, has not received his true inheritance. But it has to be said that Raditz's strength and decisiveness are far beyond what Son Goku can match. King Kai can imagine that if it were Son Goku who was fighting Frisia at this time, the battle would not go so smoothly. Beautiful, well done! Raditz, attack with all your strength, don't give him a chance to transform, crush him directly, defeat him, and finally kill him. King Kai was so excited that he now spoke with a strong sense of malice. Speaking of which, King Kai did not expect that in just 2 months, his 2 disciples would not only become so powerful under gravity training, but also have the potential of the Great Elder to be developed after arriving on Namek. Originally, he thought that without Lin Xuan, it would be impossible to deal with a guy like Frisia. Now he has another idea, that is, even if Lin Xuan is not around, Raditz and Son Goku should be able to defeat Frisia who has not transformed. If the 2 of them join forces, maybe they can fight to the end even if Frisia transforms. Speaking of which, you are watching from the side and not taking action, right? It's also to see how strong Raditz and Son Goku are? Anyway, for you, a battle of this level is really not worth mentioning. You have already defeated Cooler. While mumbling, King Kai burst into laughter of, he again. In recent months, he has been really happy. The most critical thing is that the Frozen Demon clan is finally coming to an end. On the planet Namek, the location of the Great Elder. Because of the impact of the war, this place was also affected. Because Bulma is an ordinary person, she stayed here and was looking into the distance worriedly. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside her and hugged her into his arms. Don't worry, I'm back. A soft whisper came from Lin Xuan's mouth, which made Bulma's heart suddenly thump, which could not be calmed down, and she turned to look happy. Wrong. The next second, Bulma raised her head angrily and complained. You still know how to come to me? You disappeared for more than a month, and I thought you were dead. An accident happened, and I had to stay on the planet Yardtra for a while. I planned to go back to Earth, but I heard King Kai talk about things here. I had already gone to see the battle there before, and now in order to ensure you're safe, I have to send you back to Earth first. Just in case, Lin Xuan must ensure Bulma's safety even if it consumes energy. Please vote. Please reward. The book club is short of people to discuss the plot, so you can come in and give more suggestions. In addition, there will be beautiful pictures and extras. He explained to Bulma what happened to him during this period. This is also an explanation that must be made. At any rate, the relationship between the 2 has long been established. If he completely ignores Bulma's feelings, then he is too selfish. After explaining clearly, Lin Xuan once again proposed sending Bulma back to Earth. Regarding life safety, Bulma agreed to Lin Xuan's proposal. After all, as an ordinary person, she would be a burden if she stayed on planet Namek. If it weren't for others being unable to pilot the universe ship in the first place, she would definitely not have come. It would be great to be able to go back now. Teleporting across the stars, Lin Xuan sent Bulma back to Earth, and then returned to the Namek planet. Originally, Lin Xuan planned to send the Great Elder and all the Namekians to Earth, so that he would really have no worries. However, the Great Elder was unwilling, saying that he wanted to coexist with planet Namek. In this case, Lin Xuan couldn't say anything else. After leaving the place where the Great Elder was, Lin Xuan came to the battlefield again. Watching the battle progress, Lin Chuan made an evaluation in his heart. It should be said that the strength of all Z warriors has been greatly improved. Especially Raditz and Son Goku, who didn't expect that they had not seen each other for more than a month. After the Great Elder developed their potential, they had already reached a combat power of more than 1,000,000 points. Originally, Piccolo was the strongest among them all, and Sun Wuhan was the second. Now, Son Goku and Raditz are catching up. Piccolo's combat power is a full 1.5 million points. Although Raditz and Son Goku are still not as good without the help of means, once these two guys use the secret skills they learned from King Kai, they can crush Piccolo. Without using all of his strength, he completely suppressed Frieza's transformation. His fighting skills are indeed far superior to those against Vegeta. However, if you continue to play like this, Frieza will change. When the time comes, unless you can double your strength on this basis, I'm afraid you will be suppressed in turn. Analysis comes out of your mouth. Others don't know, but he knows it. Frieza's combat power before transformation is 530,000 points. The transformed Frieza's combat power exceeds 1,000,000 points. Frieza's second transformation has a combat power of over 3,000,000 points. As long as Frieza transforms into his second form, except for Son Goku who can continue to suppress him with the help of Kaioken, everyone else will have to avoid his edge. At this time, a fierce battle was in progress. Raditz showed his superb fighting power. With the blessing of his own special skills, even Frieza after his transformation was difficult to resist. Frieza was trying his best to get rid of Raditz's pursuit, while Raditz pressed forward step by step, giving Frieza no chance. This also makes the Universe Emperor face an unprecedented dilemma, which can be said to be difficult to move forward. Damn wild monkey! You have really angered me! How could Frieza continue to endure the continuous defeat? Incompetent and furious? Frieza didn't know that his resistance and roar had become trophies in Raditz's eyes. Ha ha! Is this all you can do? Frieza, you are still the Emperor of the Universe. In front of me now you, the Emperor of the Universe, have completely become a guy who has been eliminated by the times. The ship of the new era has abandoned you. After defeating you, I, Raditz, am the new Emperor of the Universe. During the attack, taunts continued. Raditz seems to have seen himself ascending to the throne of the Universe Emperor after killing Frieza. Because of the pleasure of revenge, he lost himself. He didn't even think about it. This so-called Emperor of the Universe was just the dream he pursued before. Now, he actually doesn't need to care about that at all. His real goal should be to follow in Talos' footsteps and become a Super Saiyan. After enduring Raditz's taunt again, Frieza looked ferocious. The burly figure kept punching and kicking, and the attack was shockingly powerful. However, despite this, he could only resist Raditz's attack. As long as Raditz exerts a little force and speeds up, he can hurt his body. Shock arose in his heart, and Frieza even felt the threat of death. If he continues like this and cannot complete the next stage of transformation, then Raditz can kill him. Damn it! This damn wild monkey has no intention of giving me a chance to breathe. Frieza thought to himself after understanding Raditz's intention. Accept your fate? How is that possible? Cunning flashed in his eyes. Frieza directly gathered his strength and fired an astonishing super wave cannon. The explosion set off fire and thick smoke, covering the sky. This kind of attack is not powerful, but it has a very good covering effect. Naturally, Frieza was shocked again the next second. Because his blinding technique could hide himself, Raditz was not affected at all and punched him away again. He didn't know that even if he couldn't see it, Raditz could still lock on to his aura. How could he be allowed to escape? However, this punch knocked Frieza away, and Raditz stopped attacking, preparing to continue taunting to show his strength. He didn't know what to do, giving Frieza a chance to make a comeback. Frieza landed on the island, his eyes bloodshot. The burly body was covered with scars, making people shudder. Without any hesitation, Frieza directly released the huge energy in his body. The second change is ongoing. Raditz in the sky was still pretending to be 13 at this time. Frieza! Is that the end of it for you? Hee hee hee. Today I will show you how terrifying we Scions are. Keep your eyes open and look carefully. How powerful is my entire power now? With an angry shout, Raditz raised his hands to the sky with his fists, and then retracted his hands to his sides as if released. Not only did he show off his muscular body, but he also completely released the power in his body. The blood around Lattice became thicker and thicker. Although this is not Kaioken, it is still a secret that is not inferior to Kaioken. When Vegeta invaded the Earth, the limit of the skills Raditz could display was increased by 50%. Now unleashing all his strength, he has been able to increase his combat effectiveness by 100%. Therefore, Raditz's combat power has now reached 2 million points. 2 million points of combat power. The terrifying momentum doubled, affecting everyone in the area. Everyone was shocked, even Piccolo couldn't help but be moved. He is like this, not to mention Tianjin Fan, Klin, Yamcha and Dumpling. Where is Son Goku? He also clenched his fists excitedly. Speaking of which, he also wanted to have a good fight, but his elder brother took action, so he could only wait. On one side, there's Vegeta. At this time, his mood completely hit rock bottom. Although he felt happy watching Frieza being crushed and seeking revenge, he didn't want to see Raditz crush Frieza. He, the Prince of the Scions, became the most ridiculous person at this time. Up in the sky, Raditz looked at Frieza on the island below, motionless. He was no longer like before, rushing up to die at the slightest provocation. The strange aura made Raditz frown, and suddenly felt a strange feeling. What's going on? Is Frieza still hiding this anger? Raditz murmured in his heart. After fighting to this point, he thought Frieza was bluffing. If there was anything hidden, he would have already revealed it under his previous pressure. However, before 10 seconds passed, the situation on the island suddenly changed. Countless red cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of Frieza's burly and powerful body. The process, which was like peeling off skin, surprised everyone. The alien-like monster emerged from Frieza's original body, and it brought with it an extremely terrifying bloody aura. What? You can still transform? Looking at Frieza, who looked more like a monster, Raditz couldn't help but be shocked. But after thinking that his strength was strong enough, he calmed down. Falling slowly, he finally reached the island. No matter what, he will crush Frieza again. With the confidence brought by his strong strength, Raditz had no doubts about himself. Even though he felt Frieza's aura change drastically at this moment, he could not shake his belief. Being on the other side, Jinyu was already so excited that he couldn't help himself. After witnessing Frieza's transformation, his admiration and respect for Frieza grew even stronger. I knew King Frieza was playing tricks on that wild monkey before. However, now that King Frieza has transformed again, this Raditz is nothing to worry about. It's just a pity for that powerful body. Wait, hum. Maybe I can take advantage of the last moment to swap bodies with this wild monkey. By then, my combat effectiveness will be able to reach that level. Jinyu began to make calculations. He even neglected to protect the Dragon Ball. On the island, the second transformed Frieza stared at Raditz's whereabouts with blood-filled eyes. Without the performance of the first transformation, the strength after the second transformation gave him enough confidence to crush this wild monkey. As for the final form, which is only a second transformation instead of a third transformation, he still kept a secret for himself, not wanting to expose everything at once. However, it also solved part of it. If something goes wrong, the second transformed body can directly complete the final transformation. Wild monkey, I'm sorry to tell you that I'm tired of playing games. Now it's time to kill me. With his strength greatly increased, Frieza shot out in an instant. The weird body moves like a wild beast. The speed shocked Raditz. The next moment he reacted, he punched out, but what he hit was a ball of air. What? His pupils shrank, and Raditz suddenly sensed a crisis and turned around suddenly, crossing his hands to protect his chest. There was a loud bang of pound. Second transformation. Frieza didn't know when he came behind him and kicked him away. The incomparably huge force destroyed Raditz's body. Raditz felt as if his arms were torn apart, and the pain was excruciating. How is it possible? Is this the true form and true strength of Universe Emperor Frieza? Forcibly stabilizing his body, Raditz gritted his teeth and shot continuously, sending several shock waves towards Frieza. Go away. Frieza simply ignored this. What level of attacks do you need to dodge? Fierce fighting breaks out again. It's just that this time in the battle, Raditz fell into absolute passivity. Frieza dominated the battle, causing all the Z warriors to take a breath. God knows things will develop to this point. Okay, that's terrible. Uncle, if he continues like this, he will be killed. Sun Wuhan's voice rang out, directly touching everyone's hearts. His senses were correct. The evil energy Frieza is exuding now is too terrifying. Even if Raditz is very strong, there is still a gap. What should we do now? With our strength, we can't help at all, Goku, Krillin said. Tianjin Fan and Yamcha echoed that this is their idea as well. Now, only Goku and Piccolo are eligible to intervene. I've said it before, that guy Raditz is so self-righteous. He thinks he can do whatever he wants when he's strong enough. He should have killed Frieza just now, but now he has no chance. Vegeta is here sure interrupted. Obviously, he was blaming Raditz for not taking action. After hearing this, everyone felt a little disgusted with Vegeta, but this was indeed true. After thinking for a long time, Son Goku took the initiative to speak. Wait a little longer, even if Frieza transforms again, he will become stronger. But brother, he may not lose. It was just a short-term defeat. What the real result will be is not yet clear enough. As the battle continued, Raditz was no longer able to crush Frieza as vigorously as before. At this moment, he could only try his best to resist Frieza after his second transformation. Under the suppression of that absolute power, Raditz once again felt like he was being played. His combat effectiveness is indeed continuing to increase. But the gap at this time is obviously not something that a small improvement can make up for. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. After Frieza determined that Raditz was at the end of his strength, he toyed with Raditz with a cunning smile on his face. Wild monkey, where did your arrogance go? You were not like this just now. Keep on pleasing me. Continuous attacks, every punch and kick, can break through Raditz's defense and cause huge damage to him. Of harm. However, in a short period of time, Raditz's state was almost the same as Frieza's previous transformation. His body was covered in scars, and his battle uniform was stained with blood. Perhaps because he was tired of playing, a murderous intent flashed in Frieza's eyes. But in an instant he attacked without holding back. The crushing blow hit Raditz's weak spot hard. Bang! A heavy blow pierced into Raditz's chest and abdomen. The terrifying power swept through Raditz's body, severely damaging his internal organs, making him so painful that it was difficult to breathe, and his brain briefly crashed. Pfft! Blood spurted out from his mouth, Raditz's sturdy battle suit was destroyed, and his whole body flew upside down like a kite with its string broken. It didn't stop until it hit an island mountain not far from Jinyu. The body was covered in rocks, and the crushing pain in his abdomen made Raditz lose the ability to fight. At this moment, Raditz's expression was extremely ugly. Frieza's blow almost killed him. Before he could recover, the white-purple light flashing on the horizon instantly made the hairs on his body stand up, and he sensed a fatal sense of crisis. Wild monkey, go to hell with your dream of becoming a Super Saiyan. After the words fell, the destructive energy in Frieza's palm became more intense. This is to kill Raditz. It can be felt that the light group contains unimaginable ultimate destructive power. Have I stopped here? Damn it! At this moment, Raditz was in a daze, as if he saw death waving to him. Stop it! At the same time, Son Goku, who knew that he could not wait any longer, got angry and took the initiative. Scarlet evil energy ignited all over his body, and he used Kaioken twice, and his combat power increased to more than 2 million points. His body rushed out like an aurora, and Son Goku's attack directly attracted everyone's attention, including Frieza. Raditz, who thought he was certain to die, never expected that his younger brother would save him again. The appearance of Son Goku sent the destructive energy released by Frieza flying to an altitude of 10,000 meters. The terrifying energy explosion made the sky darken. This situation is like the end of the world. Kakarot. Taking a deep breath, Raditz tried to get out of the gravel, but found that he had no strength at all. He gritted his teeth and had to remind, "Be careful! Frieza, that guy, is a monster." "I know! Brother, just have a good rest. Frieza is left to me to deal with." Son Goku nodded and sprinted in the direction of Frieza the next second. Looking at Son Goku walking away, Raditz was very moved. At some point, he had developed a feeling of great trust in this younger brother. It was at this time. Raditz did not expect that Jinyu would suddenly stand in front of him. Was giving him an evil smile. "Ha ha! Raditz, you didn't expect that you would die in the hands of my captain in the end." Jinyu put his hands on his hips, looking like a clown. Hearing this, Raditz was furious. He wanted to move, but the severe pain made it difficult for him to move at all. After escaping the fate of being killed by Frieza, he still had to die at the hands of Jinyu. Raditz fell into despair again. "Before you die, give me your body! After all, you have cultivated to this level. It would be a pity if it was destroyed just like that. I can guarantee that I will take good care of your body in the future." As Jinyu spoke, he began to destroy his body. Just in case, he had to immobilize himself. Otherwise, after the exchange, Raditz would have gained his power, and he would have become the fat on the sticky board. Jinyu's IQ is online. In the original work, he was like this, defrauding Son Goku's body. However, doing so at this time is a bit too clever. Just when Jinyu's act of self-mutilation was about halfway through, a strange sound entered Jinyu's ears, causing Jinyu's expression to change drastically, and he turned around to look. "Who are you?" Before Jinyu could react, he only said 3 words and suddenly felt like the world was spinning. Death ushered in the next moment, and he watched his body fall to the ground. The body and head are in different places. Then Namek. Starman. Before death, Jinyu said these words. The one who took action was undoubtedly Piccolo. Piccolo had attacked with Son Goku before, but he was afraid that Son Goku could not completely block Frieza's attack, and in the end they were defeated one by one. It turned out that he was overthinking, and Son Goku was much stronger than he thought. With the blessing of Kaioken, he is even stronger than Raditz at full strength. "No need to thank me for saving you, just because this battle is far from over." Piccolo received a look of thanks from Raditz. Of course, Piccolo doesn't care. Think about it, when Raditz first arrived on Earth, Piccolo almost killed him twice. Now Piccolo comes to his rescue. "This is the last fairy bean in my hand. Eat it." With the ability of you Scions to greatly increase their strength after recovering from serious injuries, your strength should increase again. Because of Frieza's power, Piccolo took him into his hands. The fairy beans were contributed. Of course, he no longer had the fairy beans in his hand, but Gohan still had them. With the fairy beans, Raditz was resurrected with full health in a short period of time. Moreover, his strength skyrocketed again. If there is a combat power detector, it can be directly seen that his combat power has reached 1.6 million points. After recovering from a serious injury, although he was not on the verge of death, it allowed Raditz to reach this level. At this time, if Raditz uses the secret skill of blood burning, he can at least compete with the second transformed Frieza. However, it is not his fight now. It's the battle between Son Goku and Frieza. In the sky. Faced with Son Goku's sudden intervention, Frieza's face was full of sarcasm. How could he know at this time that the person in front of him would love and kill him for the rest of his life? From the initial mortal enemy, he became his final teammate, and even became Son Goku's biggest brother. In the All-Universe Power Tournament, without Frieza's energy transmission, Son Goku would have been eliminated. Of course, none of this has happened yet. It may not happen in the future of this world. Humph! Isn't it better to hide quietly? If you insist on standing up and dying, you are really a Saiyan monkey who doesn't know whether to live or die. Frieza stared at Son Goku in front of him, murderous intent emerging in his eyes. Whether I am here to die or not, you will know after fighting. Frieza, I will be your opponent next. Son Goku did not get angry because of Frieza's sarcasm. He remained vigilant and spoke sternly. Treat you wild monkeys, one after another. I have had enough. Without listening to his advice, Frieza did not hesitate and took the initiative. His sudden burst of speed caught Son Goku off guard. Son Goku suffered a heavy blow to the face and was knocked dozens of meters away. Frieza didn't intend to continue playing around, but wanted to get rid of everyone as quickly as possible. Because he wants to make a wish quickly. He will never forget the ultimate goal. Damn it! Can't you react to twice the Kaioken? In that case, then 3 times the Kaioken! Son Goku, who was flying upside down, once again increased the Kaioken's multiplier. The combat power soared from 2 million points to 3 million points, and Son Goku turned around and rushed towards Frieza. What? Frieza, who was surprised by Goku's sudden increase in strength, hesitated and was knocked away. After coming back to his senses and stabilizing his body, Son Goku had already sprinted in front of him again. A fist with infinite destructive power was waved, and Frieza defended himself in time. Bang! The power of this punch was so terrifying that it even caused ripples in space. He put his hands in front of his body, resisting the advancement of Son Goku's fist. Frieza was shocked again. The power of this wild monkey is actually stronger than that Raditz. Damn it, if we had completely killed all these wild monkeys back then, we wouldn't be in trouble today. The Saiyan monkeys he faced were each more powerful than the last, which made Frieza increasingly suspicious. Among these people, will there really be a Super Saiyan? Bang! While Frieza was distracted, Son Goku's attack had broken through his defense. The destructive fist hit Frieza in the face, causing Frieza to lose consciousness for a moment. The next second before he could recover, he was greeted by Son Goku's continuous attacks. Bang! 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 The fist and kick attacks continued, sweeping through Frieza's body like a storm. The pain in his body continued to increase, causing Frieza's anger to rise. Bang! Pound! 2 consecutive muffled sounds. Son Goku's fists were locked by Frieza's hands, unable to move forward at all. Oops! The action was blocked, and Son Goku secretly thought something was wrong. Stop poking your nose in your face, wild monkey! With an angry shout, Frieza instantly became furious. Huge power exploded, throwing Son Goku away. Before the flying Son Goku could control his body, Frieza hit him in the face with a heavy punch and was sent flying hundreds of meters away, smashing 2 islands in succession. The breath exploded again. Frieza caught up with Son Goku, who was flying upside down, put his fists together, and landed a dunk. Boom! Son Goku suffered a heavy blow and fell into the sea like a meteorite, causing waves thousands of meters high. It's over, wild monkey! To avoid unnecessary complications, Frieza raised his right hand and pointed it at the sky, condensing a large white-purple light ball. With a big hand throw, the huge white-purple light ball broke through the air and pressed down, heading towards Son Goku. Its destructive power was so terrifying that even Son Goku, whose combat power reached 3 million points, felt a fatal crisis. Son Goku, who was tumbling in the sea, looked at the super-large ball of light condensed by Frieza. He didn't dare to lift it up, and concentrated all his energy to release his special move. Turtle-style Qigong Wave! Condensing the ultimate move at the fastest speed, a blue energy beam burst out from Son Goku's palm. Boom! The 2 forces collided, causing terrifying energy shocks in the void. The aftermath of terror swept across all directions, subverting everything. The entire Namek planet was shaking due to their opposing waves. Everyone watching the battle, including Vegeta, was in a cold sweat for Son Goku. The power of the two of them has reached an incomprehensible level. Tianjin Fan watched this scene that seemed to be the end of the world, and the shock in his heart could not subside for a long time. The strength gap between them is already the difference between dimensions. We must win! Goku! Krillin shouted loudly. Dad, that's amazing! You can definitely defeat Frieza! Son Gohan said with joy on his face. Dumplings and Yamcha are also conveying their cheers in their own words and ways. That Kakarot guy, could it be said that he is already qualified to become a Super Saiyan? The one who was most stimulated was Vegeta, who was watching the battle on the battlefield. He was supposed to be the strongest of all Saiyans. Now all the Saiyans have surpassed him one after another, and he, the strongest, has become the weakest. Other side. Did that Frieza guy really use his full strength? Piccolo, who had been silent as a bystander, had an ominous premonition in his heart. He vaguely sensed that Frieza's true combat power was probably much more than that. Being able to transform twice, will there be another hidden transformation later? Kakarot, you are still ahead of me. 3 times Kaioken. With your current physical fitness, it is more than enough to use 5 times Kaioken, Raditz commented. On the battlefield. Wild monkey! Frieza, who was high in the sky, once again increased the release of energy because his energy attack was blocked. The white-purple energy light ball further suppressed the turtle Qigong wave. The pressure on his hand increased, and Son Goku gritted his teeth and tightened his mind. If you are hit by this energy, you will be half disabled even if you don't die. The next moment. 5 times! Kaioken! Shouted angrily, and Son Goku directly increased the multiple of Kaioken. The combat power also climbed straight from 3 million points to over 5 million points. The roaring turtle-style Qigong wave penetrated Frieza's super-large energy light ball and headed towards Frieza. What? How is this possible? The attack was neutralized. Frieza was shocked. Feeling the deadly threat coming, he immediately protected his chest with his hands to form a defense. Boom! Frieza's body was completely engulfed, and a huge explosion exploded in the sky. The scalding flames were overwhelming, and the devastating aftermath swept in all directions. Dazzling light bloomed high in the sky, and everyone couldn't help but protect their eyes. The power of the explosion swept across and lasted for half a minute before it subsided. Did it work? Vegeta, who wanted Frieza to die the most, looked up at the explosion high in the sky and couldn't calm down for a long time. Frieza, who he regarded as a devil, became so terrifying after his transformation again that he was even suppressed by Son Goku. In this huge explosion, even if he didn't die, Frieza would still feel uncomfortable. Until the smoke in the sky clears. Frieza's form appeared again. Is that guy a monster? In such an amazing energy explosion, he's not dead yet? Clint said with a look of horror on his face and disbelief. Goku's turtle-style Qigong wave with all his strength failed to have much impact on him. What a monster! Tianjin Fan said with a solemn face. All Z warriors were frightened by this scene. Frieza's power far exceeded their knowledge. With the end of the energy explosion, Son Goku stabilized his energy and slowly floated in front of Frieza. He began to feel excited, because he thought that 5 times Kaioken would be his limit. But now after using it, it was obviously not the case. Maybe he can produce 10 times the Kaioken. After quickly coming to his senses, Son Goku looked at the embarrassed Frieza again. Even if he cast Kaioken 5 times, he didn't dare to be careless at all. Because of his sudden increase in strength, he also sensed the huge energy in Frieza's body. The two looked at each other, and after a while, Frieza showed an unexpected smile. Then Frieza quickly descended to the ground and hooked his index finger at Son Goku, beckoning him to come over. What is this guy trying to do? Son Goku was confused, but he still fell from the sky and landed in front of Frieza. The battlefield has returned to calm, but this is a precursor to the coming storm. Back then, there was a Saiyan who looked exactly like you. He fought against me until the last moment before Planet Vegeta exploded. Now, his son appears in front of this king. It's a pity that the fate of your father and son is the same. Frieza smiled sadly. This was deliberately revealed to Son Goku. He wanted to tell the other party that the other party's father died in his hands. I see, that scion you mentioned is my father. However, I'm wrong about one thing. The only person who loses today is you, Frieza. Son Goku put on a fighting stance, with 5 times the Kaioken added, reaching 5 million points of aura and pressing down on Frieza. Ho ho ho! It's a very strong momentum, but that's all. Because of your hard work, I will let you see my ultimate form. Frieza didn't do any ink, he charged up his hands, and more majestic energy surged from his body. After Son Goku felt the surge of energy, his expression suddenly changed. Frieza, indeed, he has a backup plan. He has another transformation. Crackling. As Frieza exploded, his aura quickly formed. Countless cracks appeared on his body, as if something was about to break out of its shell. This transformation is very similar to the previous one, but there are also differences. Bang! The armor-like skin turned into fragments and shattered, scattering on the ground. Because Frieza's momentum exploded, the sky for hundreds of miles around darkened, and countless thunder and lightning flashed. The wind was howling, waves were rising, sand and rocks were flying, and thick smoke was everywhere. Looking at Frieza's posture at this moment, he is no longer the hideous and terrifying alien he was before. His figure is like a small and exquisite clown. There is no threat at all, but it represents absolute terror. This is the final form of Universe Emperor Frieza. You are the first person besides my brother and father who can see my king's final form. I'll give you a good time, wild monkey. Frieza stared at Son Goku with his bloodthirsty eyes and teased expressionlessly. When Son Goku looked at Frieza in his final form, he was also shocked by his unfathomable aura. Awesome! I didn't expect you to be so strong. I'm getting more and more excited. Son Goku is not afraid of Frieza, because he also has a trump card that he has not used. He is very happy now. He feels very lucky to have met such a powerful enemy as Frieza. The Z warriors, as well as Piccolo and Raditz, who were watching the battle from a distance, all felt their hearts rise at this moment. Frieza's bottomless aura was like an abyss, making it impossible for them to see through it. Can Son Goku really win? Lin Chuan, who was hiding in the dark at the same time, looked at this scene on the battlefield and knew that this battle was coming to an end. I just don't know if Son Goku can become a Super Saiyan without his intervention for the time being. This was also a test for Lin Chuan. Otherwise, he would have appeared before. It's a fateful duel. Unfortunately, the current Kakarot is much weaker than the original. Lin Chuan murmured to himself. Due to the changes in the plot, even if Son Goku has the potential to develop as a great elder, he only has 1 million points of combat power at this time. In the original work, he still has 3 million points. However, if he is crushed by Frieza and uses the Senzu Bean to fully recover, he may be stronger. On the battlefield, war breaks out. Son Goku took the lead and charged towards Frieza. With the blessing of 5 times Kaioken, a new round of attack was launched against Frieza. However, these attacks were in vain in front of Frieza in his final form. No matter how he attacks, no matter how he takes action, he can't even touch Frieza. At this moment, Frieza was swimming like a fish in the water, easily dodging all of Son Goku's attacks. Just like an adult facing a 3-year-old child. Too weak, you should already understand the difference. Frieza smiled jokingly, and the tail behind him broke through the space and gave Son Goku a heavy whip. With a muffled sound of "pa," Son Goku was instantly sent flying to a distance of 10 meters. Before Son Goku could control his body, a death beam passed him by and bombed the mountain not far behind him. Boom! The power of this explosion was beyond imagination, even more than Son Goku's full-power turtle-style Qigong wave just now. When Son Goku came back to his senses, he felt that his body was soaked in cold sweat. He clearly realized the terror of Frieza. Ho 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 ho! That should be the right expression, fear, fear! Frieza smiled sinisterly. He wants to torture Son Goku bit by bit, making him unable to survive or die. He also wants everyone here who stops him to suffer his humiliation. What a scary guy, but I will never give up! Kaioken! 10 times! Knowing that Frieza was very powerful, Son Goku didn't dare to neglect, and just gave it all. With today's physical strength, 10 times Kaioken. On the basis of his millions of combat power, his combat power at this moment reaches tens of millions. Your momentum has improved again. It seems you have hidden a lot, Wild Monkey. But unfortunately, it was all in vain in the end. That's just it, it's still too weak. Son Goku's 10 times Kaioken is nothing in Frieza's eyes. Take it, Frieza! With a cry, Son Goku sprinted towards Frieza at full speed. At this point, the second round officially begins. Outside the battlefield at this moment, everyone has a new understanding of Frieza's terror. No, Goku's aura is still not as good as Frieza's. Krillin came to a conclusion after carefully sensing the aura. Even with Kaioken activated 10 times, can't you compare to him? What kind of monster is this? Tianjin Fan was surprised that Frieza's true ability was so terrifying. Everyone, you can't help much by staying here. How about we first? Yamcha already felt like shrinking back at this moment. In fact, it's not just him, Vegeta also has this intention. Frieza can still transform. What does this mean? They are ants. I think we should take away the Dragon Ball now. Dumpling's sudden words made everyone stunned and turned their attention. Because of Jinyu's death, they all ignored Dragon Ball. Other side. Piccolo and Raditz were stunned and overwhelmed. Piccolo frowned, thinking about the next strategy. When he arrived this time, he couldn't even help. Abruptly, Piccolo, the Great Elder's voice sounded in Piccolo's mind. Great Elder? What's wrong? Piccolo was surprised by the sudden contact from the Great Elder. I have ordered Naru to assist you. Frieza's power is too powerful. Your current strength is not enough to defeat him. When Nailu arrives, you will assimilate him. The Great Elder's words made Piccolo feel as if he had been hit by a heavy bomb. What the Great Elder means is to make him and Nailu become one. You want me to assimilate him? No. Absolutely impossible. Piccolo decisively refused. Don't worry, Naru will only turn into your power and will not affect your thoughts. Piccolo, fight as an Namekian. Right. The Great Elder's voice suddenly disappeared at this moment. It seems that it will never ring again. On the main battlefield, 10 times Kaioken's grandson Goku chases and beats Frieza. With combat power exceeding tens of millions, looking at the entire universe, in the current era, there is no doubt that one side is the overlord. But now, Son Goku, blessed with tens of millions of levels of combat power, is being played like a plaything by Frieza. No matter how he attacked, his attacks were easily blocked by Frieza with one foot. Ho 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 ho! Are you still struggling? It's really interesting. In front of me, you are just an ant that can be easily crushed to death. If it hadn't been for this king's whim, you would have died long ago. Frieza enjoys torturing his grandson Goku. His small body burst out at extremely fast speed and quickly circled behind Son Goku, and his slender tail even wrapped around Son Goku's neck. The tail wrapped around his neck kept shrinking, and Son Goku was unable to fight back. His eyes were filled with bloodshot eyes, and his body fell forward uncontrollably. The suffocation feels good, right? Wild monkey, Frieza said cruelly while increasing the strength of his tail contraction. At this time, Frieza's despicable and cruel nature was revealed. It is obviously a great opportunity to kill with one blow, but it is torture to the opponent, which is too horrible to watch. And often at this time, rollover often occurs. The next second, Son Goku, who couldn't break free, simply bit Frieza's tail. Frieza! Damn wild monkey! The heartbreaking pain caused Frieza's expression to change dramatically. He quickly withdrew his tail and kept blowing on the bright red tooth marks to calm the pain. Seizing the opportunity, Son Goku smiled, and once again exploded with tenfold Kaioken. Taking advantage of his unpreparedness, he attacked Frieza. Bang! A punch containing terrifying power hit Frisia's face hard, sending him flying instantly. Son Goku, who did not miss the opportunity, chased Frisia angrily, and he wanted to continue the blow. Unexpectedly, the opponent turned around and kicked him several dozen meters away. Stabilizing his body that was flying upside down, Frisia stared at the panting Son Goku directly in front of him with an evil expression on his face. What a rude wild monkey! Okay, it's time for me to send you on your way. Frisia moved his limbs and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. The moment this ray of light flashed by, Son Goku clearly felt a chill sweeping through his body. He was also frightened by this moment of intimidation and almost lost his mind. Hey, I forgot to tell you something, so you can be convinced that you lost. The power I used against you just now was only 1/10 of my true strength. Frisia's words made Son Goku even more afraid of him. From the tone of Frisia's words, it didn't sound like he was bragging. In order to let you die with peace of mind, I will reluctantly use 2/10 of my power. After these cruel words, Frisia immediately rioted. Just this sudden burst of speed left Son Goku with no time to dodge. Bang! Frisia's head hit Son Goku's face. Just this one blow almost caused Son Goku's consciousness to dissipate. Forcibly maintaining the stability of his consciousness, Son Goku endured the severe pain and launched a counterattack. But every move he made had already been seen through by Frisia. Whenever he launches an attack, Frisia will catch the exposed weakness and hit him hard in return. In just 2 or 3 seconds, he had already endured several heavy blows, and his physical body had also suffered great trauma. The injuries on his body are getting more and more serious. At this time, even if he is 10 times Kaioken, it is still very difficult to maintain. This situation made the Z warriors watching the battle from afar feel despair. Even Goku, who is as strong as Son, is no match for Frisia. If they go, they will give Frisia his head for nothing. Son Goku, hold on a little longer, it only takes a little while. Watching the situation on the battlefield, Piccolo clenched his fists involuntarily. With the current situation, it would be useless even if he and Raditz went up together, they would only be killed instantly by Frisia. He was relieved and determined. Accepted that Nair came to be assimilated by him. The only hope is that after assimilation, he can gain combat power that surpasses Frisia. Huh! At this time, Piccolo noticed something. A powerful aura erupted rapidly. When he focused his attention, he saw Sun Wuhan on the other side having extremely violent mood swings. His breath was erupting uncontrollably. Gohan! Piccolo was shocked when he noticed Son Gohan's condition. The intensity of this breath even far exceeded him. Stop! With a roar, Son Gohan's anger completely detonated the potential in his body because he saw his father being ravaged by Frisia. The violent aura swept across all directions, and a terrifying aura formed instantly. The sudden burst of aura made everyone present feel their hearts sink. Everyone present looked at Sun Wuhan like a monster. This power. Kakarot's little kid can actually explode with such a strong power? How is it possible? Vegeta was suspicious of Son Gohan's ever-expanding aura. Life. Who is he? Where is he? What is he doing? Don't bully my dad! His anger was aroused, and Sun Wuhan rushed towards the battlefield at full speed. The speed was so fast that the naked eye could not catch up. Stop it! Gohan! Don't be impulsive! Piccolo wanted to stop Son Gohan from going berserk. But the distance was too far, and he had no time to intervene. Just when he couldn't help but take action, in an instant, Nayla's energy was very close to him. Stopping what he was doing, Piccolo forced himself to calm down his mood swings. He turned around and looked in the direction where Nayla's breath came from. Not far away from the horizon, Nayla's figure appeared. Finally here! Noting Nayla's arrival, Piccolo did not hesitate at all, and the next moment he jumped in the direction of Naylu. This scene aroused great confusion in Raditz. After a while, Piccolo and Nair met, and the two stood face to face in the air. The Great Elder should have told you my purpose of coming, Nayla said firmly. Well, although I am reluctant to assimilate with you, the current situation is special and we have no choice. Piccolo nodded. Come on. Maybe it's fate. My existence is to fulfill you, Nayla said. If you dare to cause trouble in my body, after I deal with Frisia, I will find a way to force you out. Piccolo nodded again. Hearing this, Nayla smiled. Don't you want the power that was given to you for free? But soon, the smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by deep solemnity. Promise me, with the rage of the Namekians, I will defeat and kill Frisia. Nero's eyes contained murderous intent. You don't need to say anything, I will kill that guy naturally. Piccolo nodded without hesitation. At this time, regardless of whether they are strong enough after assimilation, this is their determination. The two reached a consensus and held their right hands. Under the power of Piccolo's assimilation, Nero's body turned into a white energy flame and attached to Piccolo's body. Feeling the terror of this white flame, Piccolo's expression changed drastically. He felt an extremely huge amount of energy flowing through his body, and his body, soul, and strength were all undergoing transformation at an extremely fast speed. As this flame completely submerged into Piccolo's body, his combat effectiveness has undergone earth-shaking changes. This power, is this me? Piccolo's whole body was horrified. The surge of energy in his body gave him the confidence to defeat everything. 10 times, no! Not even 20 times. His strength can no longer be compared with what it was before. Even Frisia cannot be his opponent. Kill Frisia with the fury of a Namekian. Nero's voice echoed in Piccolo's ears. Piccolo, who had gained great power, had a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. At this moment, there was a hint of gloom and determination on his face. For those who didn't know, they thought Piccolo's demonic nature had resurrected and he had become the heinous devil he once was. Don't worry, with such a powerful force, Frisia will definitely die in our hands. At this moment, Son Goku is here. He had been bruised by Frisia's torture, and he didn't even have the strength to swing his fists. After being hit hard by Frisia again, Son Goku fell to the ground. It seems you have reached your limit, wild monkey. Frisia smiled sinisterly, looking down at the incompetent Son Goku with a victor's attitude. The tip of the index finger flashes with a strange light, and the death ray condenses on the fingertip. Don't bully my dad! Frisia! At this time, an angry Son Gohan rushed to the battlefield. The terrifying aura exuding from him attracted Frisia's attention. Frisia dissipated the energy at the tip of his index finger and looked at Son Gohan with a puzzled expression. Ho ho ho! Is that your son? Wild monkey! Frisia had a cruel idea in his heart, and the evil smile on his face grew stronger. This time, he must remove the roots. Especially at such a young age, with such strength. You, come at me if you have anything! Don't touch Gohan, Frisia! Son Goku almost yelled the last words. After going through this battle, how could he not see what Frisia was thinking? This man wanted Gohan's life. Ho 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 ho! There is nothing more touching than the reunion of father and son. Your father died in my hands back then. Now I will send you and your son to reunite the 3 generations of you in the underworld. Frisia kicked Son Goku away to prevent him from causing trouble. Dad! Seeing Son Goku being kicked away, Sun Wuhan became even more angry. Because of his anger, many S-cells stored in his body began to beat. Little monkey, just use whatever skills you have. Frisia didn't take Son Gohan to heart. But then, Sun Wuhan's outburst made him dumbfounded. You are unforgivable! The anger in his heart was completely ignited, and Sun Wuhan's aura grew explosively. The deepest potential in the body was released, and Sun Wuhan's aura climbed like a rocket, breaking through 1 million points and reaching 10 million points. Mimicry! Super Saiyan! This little monkey's strength has actually reached this level? He must be killed. Frisia's frown deepened. Although he didn't care about Sun Wuhan's little strength, the opponent's combat effectiveness was undoubtedly 1/10 of his level. At such a young age, if he is allowed to grow up, it is not impossible to become a Super Saiyan one day. Even Sun Wuhan himself didn't notice that in the depths of his eyes, a golden light flashed past. He didn't even know that his state was about to truly break through and become a Super Saiyan. Magic Flash! With a roar, the magic flash that Sun Wuhan concentrated with all his strength shot out. Its destructive power is terrifying, with a combat power of tens of millions. Humph! Frieza snorted coldly. In his final form, his strength was much more than what he had shown before. In an instant, he sprinted in front of Demon Flash and hit Demon Flash with an upper kick. This ball of golden energy light with a destructive power of 20 million levels was sent up into the clouds by Frieza's kick and flew towards the depths of the universe. Outside Namek's planet, the energy of the magic flash exploded, forming a brilliant halo. The explosion lasted for 20 or 30 seconds before the light disappeared, showing the terrifying destructive power. Damn it! The brief outburst ended. Sun Wuhan only felt weak and exhausted, and it was difficult to even maintain the Wukong technique. After all, he was still young, and the power he had just exploded out of anger was certainly powerful, even reaching the level of mimicry, but its side effects were beyond imagination. His body collapsed. Oh, the energy is quite amazing. Even I am beginning to be tempted. If you were not a Saiyan, I might be able to train you to become one of my generals. It's a pity that such a good seedling will die soon. Frieza knew the terrifying potential of Son Gohan. With such strength at such a young age, if he continues to grow for a while, he may be threatened in the future. Run! Gohan! Son Goku shouted heartbreakingly. Frieza's death ray also shot out at this moment, heading towards Son Gohan. At this moment, when his life was hanging by a thread, a golden energy wave shot out from the sky, scattering Frieza's death ray. Huh! Who is it this time? Frieza became even more angry after being blocked one after another. This is endless. Looking in the direction of the opponent's attack, he saw that the person coming was none other than Piccolo. Namekian? Frieza said with disdain. In his opinion, the Namekian who came over was not even as powerful as Raditz, who he had just defeated. Uncle Piccolo. Seeing Piccolo, Sun Wuhan smiled on his tired face. Leave the rest of the battle to me, take Goku and leave here first. Piccolo flew in front of Sun Wuhan and said in a voice without any emotion. Yes. Sun Wuhan did not hesitate and followed Piccolo's instructions. The combatants changed again, and Son Gohan had no doubt at all whether Piccolo was Frieza's opponent. He flew towards Son Goku. When Frieza saw this, he was about to fire a death ray, but was interrupted by the energy bomb spit out from Piccolo's mouth. Namekian, it looks like you really want to challenge me. Killing intent flashed through Frieza's eyes. If it weren't for the fact that the Dragon Balls were still on Namek, he would have turned Namek into dust in the universe. These flies keep disturbing him, which is really annoying. I'm not challenging you, but I'm going to kill you and feel the anger of the Namekians, Piccolo said coldly as he came to Frieza. The next second, he took off his training clothes and stared at Frieza with his cold eyes that seemed emotionless. What did you say? Did I hear you right? Do you want to kill me? Frieza felt as if he had heard a big joke, and he couldn't control the smile on his face. You won't be able to laugh anymore. Hey Ubi! Without saying anything else, Piccolo unleashed a surge of energy in his body. Boom! The combat power exceeding 10 million points swept across all directions like a tsunami. That's not all. Piccolo's aura is still expanding. 10 million points is far from his current limit. In the original work, his combat power was limited, but assimilating with Nayla would give him 1 million combat power points. Now the combat power has reached 1.5 million points. After assimilation, even if it is only increased by 20 times, the combat power will still be 30 million points. Frieza felt the rising terrifying aura on Piccolo and felt a little dazed for a moment. This Namekian seems a little different. Lin Chuan sighed. Hiding in the darkness, he is always paying attention to the direction of the war. To be honest, he had thought that after the assimilation of Piccolo and Naru, the combat power would reach millions or even tens of millions of points. But he didn't expect that the opponent's combat power would increase to 30 million points in such a short period of time. But if you think about it carefully, it seems reasonable. Later in the original work, Piccolo went to assimilate the gods, and his combat power increased dramatically to the point where he could defeat number 17. The combat power of more than 30 million points is almost catching up with my normal level, Lin Xuan praised without hesitation. However, with only this level of fighting power, it still cannot change the fate of being defeated by Frisia. Speaking of which, it's almost time to show up. There won't be any other surprises in this battle. The perspective of the Z soldiers. It's amazing. Can Piccolo's aura be improved to this level? How did he do it? Klin exclaimed. His breath is even 10 times stronger than Kaioken's Goku. What happened just now? Tianjin Fan said in disbelief. Great, if it were the current Piccolo, he should be able to defeat that monster, Yamcha said happily with a trembling voice. Everyone sighed. At this time, Sun Wuhan returned with Son Goku, and Raditz also approached at this time. Taking this opportunity, Sun Wufan gave Son Goku a fairy bean to help him recover. After eating the fairy beans, Son Goku also successfully cleared the bug of recovering from serious injuries. Moreover, his increased strength far exceeds that of Raditz, because the power he exerts and the damage he receives are greater. 3 million points. It is comparable to the combat power he possesses in the original work. Why did Piccolo's aura suddenly increase so much? It's amazing! It's amazing! Son Goku was shocked by Piccolo's burst of aura. No one knows that this is because Nera came and was assimilated by Piccolo. On the main battlefield, Frisia looked at Piccolo, whose aura erupted like a volcano, with a hint of surprise. You really hide your secrets, Namekian. I underestimated you. Your power is even more powerful than that wild monkey named Son Goku just now. As a reward, I will reluctantly use 30% of my strength to fight you. Frisia smiled slightly, gathered 30% of his energy, and fired a death ray at Piccolo. 30% of the strength is undoubtedly 36 million points of combat power. Better than Piccolo, but slightly inferior in some aspects. Bang! This extremely penetrating death ray was knocked away by Piccolo with one hand as he gathered his strength. Seeing this scene, Frisia's expression did not change and he once again fired multiple death rays towards Piccolo. He wanted to see how capable this Namekian was. It's useless. Piccolo's eyes surged with murderous intent, and his strength boiled and burned rapidly. He knocked away all the incoming death rays. At the same time, all the strength in his body turned into substantial flames and burned, and with full of anger, he sprinted towards Frisia. Begging for votes. Begging for rewards. The book club is recruiting people. Come on, be happy, you have a lot of time anyway. Frisia, it's time to pay for your evil deeds. In roaring rage. Carrying a power that could shatter the stars, Piccolo's punches were fierce and filled with the immense anger of the Namekians towards the invaders. At this time, Piccolo represents not only himself, but the entire Namek family. There was a loud bang of boom. Piccolo's fist was blocked by Frisia with his arm. With 30% of his power, Frisia is so powerful. In purely numerical terms, it is higher than Piccolo. Do you think that this skill alone is enough to defeat me? You are too wishful thinking, Namekian. Piccolo's arrogance allowed Frisia to reveal his truest self. An extraordinary fierce battle begins. In terms of real combat power, Piccolo has reached unprecedented heights. With the help of fighting skills, and the body, and will that have been trained and honed in the gravity training room for a long time, Piccolo's strength far exceeds his superficial numerical level, and he can even suppress Frisia, who has exerted 30% of his power to a certain extent. Of course, despite this, Frisia will not be completely passive. Even though he has never practiced seriously since he was born, or even fought seriously, the power in Frisia's inheritance is not false. There is no need to work hard to become stronger, that's because his stable strength after his birth is the Universe Emperor level. The fists and feet collided, causing countless ripples in the space. The speed was so fast that even Son Goku and Raditz, whose combat power reached 1 million levels, could not fully see clearly. Others can only use their sense of breath to capture it with all their strength. The sound of air explosions is endless and terrifying. As the battle progressed, Frieza finally understood that his repeated clumsiness was the wrong decision. These ants, because he repeatedly treated them lightly, became more and more difficult to deal with, and even once made him, the Emperor of the Universe, lose face. Disturbed by his emotions, Frieza's counterattacks became more and more powerful. Facing Piccolo's fist and kick attacks, Frieza also showed his super fighting ability. They are all geniuses, and they all have extremely terrifying potential. They can achieve leapfrog challenges and so on. It can be said that Frieza's terrifying qualifications completely surpass Piccolo's. After all, in the original work, Super Era, after Frieza was resurrected, he reached the height of the 7th dimension with just a few months of training, and even completed a higher level of transformation, the Golden Form. Even though there are more than 10 years of accumulation in Hell, this kind of explosion is in one breath, far beyond all existence. And this is only the early stage of the Super Era. In the later stage, Frieza has completed the Black Gold Form. They suppressed everything violently from the moment they came up. Granola and J-Sai were not worth mentioning. To put it more accurately, Black Gold Frieza was so powerful that he was able to punch and kick a self-knowing Sky. Of course, that is the performance of later generations. Nowadays, it is impossible for Frieza to achieve a breakthrough due to his mood swings and violent rage. For a higher golden form, Frieza at this time has no idea at all. Bang! Bang! Boom! Pound! Bang! Fierce confrontations continued to occur. During the ultra-high-speed movement, Piccolo and Frieza transformed into two Aurora. Sometimes they went to the sky, sometimes they fell on an island, sometimes they hit the sea, and sometimes they returned to the sky. Planet Namek is a battlefield, and neither of them has any intention of holding back in the current state. At the same time, it is located on the planet King Kai. Watching the battle escalate again and again, watching his disciples lose one after another, there was still some hope that Son Goku and Raditz could defeat Frieza's King Kai, but now they can only put their hope of defeating Frieza back on Lin Xuan. Piccolo is strong, but King Kai knows the horror of finally becoming Frieza. This battle has just begun. If Piccolo didn't have stronger means, the result would undoubtedly be a brutal defeat. Great Elder, since you have already guessed the result, why don't you arrange for a few more Namekians to be assimilated by Piccolo? Although the remaining Namekians may not be as strong as Nehru, if the remaining Namekians are by assimilating the people below, Piccolo might be able to surpass Frieza. When the time comes, as long as Frieza is defeated, then I can use the Dragon Balls to make wishes and resurrect the assimilated Namekians. King Kai kept telling his thoughts. It's a pity that he can't intervene in this incident. Otherwise, even if he was openly assisting others to kill Frieza, he was afraid of being held accountable by Beerus, the god of destruction. After all, Frieza was the spokesman of the god of destruction during his sleep. If he helps others kill Frieza, he is going against Beerus. Beerus will not be able to come to him then? Lin Xuan, it's time for you to take action, right? Everyone else's strength has been improved because of Frieza's relationship. This should be your plan, right? King Kai turned his attention to Lin Xuan. Although it has only been more than a month since he really got to know Lin Xuan, he already has a rough understanding of what kind of person Lin Xuan is. On Namek. As Piccolo suppressed him more and more intensely, Frieza unknowingly used 40% of his power. 48 million combat power points. Ordinary beings with a combat power of 30 million would definitely be unable to resist. But after Piccolo assimilated, he clearly discovered the deeper source of power in his body, and became stronger as he fought. Although Nairo failed to completely make up for Piccolo's shortcomings, he successfully played a certain role. It's over! Eat my move! Frieza! The collision of fists and kicks could not gain the upper hand, let alone defeat Frieza. The pressure was increasing, and Piccolo was determined not to waste time anymore. The ultimate move was brewing, and terrifying energy gathered during the battle, and he was directly knocked out. Facing this blow, Frieza clearly felt threatened. In the next second, he used all his strength to maintain his body and raised his hand to block Piccolo's super-explosive magic wave. This scene is so shocking. But Frieza directly blocked the energy devouring with his body. Just like in the original work, Frieza blocked the turtle-style Qigong wave from Son Goku's 20 times Kaioken. What? His full blow was still blocked, and Piccolo felt unwilling. Immediately, he gritted his teeth and released energy beyond the limit. At this point, there is no retreat. The hot and burning feeling in his hand became more and more intense, and Frieza did not dare to lift it any further. As soon as he gritted his teeth, the energy in his body began to flow rapidly. The next second, while resisting, a terrifying energy cannon burst out from his palm. Boom! An extremely shocking super explosion exploded in the sky. The terrifying storm swept across hundreds of miles. The power of the aftermath seems to destroy everything. Fire and smoke filled the sky, covering Frieza's figure. You can't see it, but everyone knows that Frieza is fine. Not only did the aura not weaken at all, but it became even stronger. The edge of the battlefield. The Z soldiers gasped. Son Goku and Raditz gritted their teeth and clenched their fists. Damn it! That guy Piccolo is already so strong, isn't he still a match for Frieza? Raditz doubted his life. At this moment, he seemed to realize that he was the frog in the well again. Frieza is the strongest person outside the well, overlooking the weak him. Even now, even if I use Kaioken 10 times, I'm afraid I'm not as powerful as Piccolo. Son Goku murmured to himself. After recovering from a serious injury, his strength has indeed greatly increased, but he still cannot participate in this duel. Unless use a higher multiple of Kaioken, such as 20 times. However, if Kaioken is used 20 times, his body will definitely not be able to bear it. At most, it can only be used for a short period of time. The limit is to issue several attacks. You can't even interfere with Goku and Raditz. We are even more useless. Krillin's face was full of sorrow, and he was extremely afraid. At this moment, he still has the same excitement as when his strength increased greatly in the beginning. The gap is too big. So, we can only pray that Piccolo can hold back and defeat Frieza? Tianjin Fan tried his best to calm down, but he just couldn't calm down. Always working hard to become stronger, always chasing. Goku is a Saiyan, and his strength continues to improve, reaching heights that are difficult for him to look up to. Piccolo is a Namekian and is now even more amazing than Goku. What about him? He is from the Three-Eyed Star, but no one can compare to him. In fact, it is just a little stronger than Klin. The people being compared were different, which gave Tianjin fans inner demons. TCH. At the last moment, do you still have to have this prince come up with an idea? All of you, please listen to me. Now may be the last chance. You don't really think that damn Namekian can defeat that monster Frieza, do you? Suddenly, Vegeta, who had been silent until now, spoke. The prince's tone was still so loud. Everyone concentrated their attention, and their surprised eyes fully expressed their doubts. Only Raditz was dismissive. The personal grudge between him and Vegeta was so deep that no matter what Vegeta said, he would sneer at it. If you have anything to say, just say it quickly. No one likes to see your self-righteous princely manner. One sentence directly caused veins to appear on Vegeta's forehead. But at this time, he could no longer think about these grudges. Only by defeating Frieza can they all survive. Only by surviving can Vegeta have a chance to regain his life. In his opinion, both Raditz and Kakarot can do it, and so can he. And that Talos. Thinking of this, Vegeta's eyes were sharp. Before this, I was very surprised. Since you are all here, why didn't Talos show up? That guy's strength can completely kill Forley after turning into a Super Saiyan. Sa. As soon as these words came out, everyone froze. In the final analysis, this group of them was too confident, so they came to planet Namek before waiting for Lin Chuan to come back. It's too late to say anything now. Lin Chuan is not here, so you can talk about your solution now, Vegeta. Son Goku asked. Hearing this, Vegeta gasped when he knew that his guess came true. Immediately, he talked about the characteristics of Scion's greatly increased strength after recovering from serious injuries, and how Raditz and Son Goku's strength increased greatly after being beaten by Frieza this time. The suggestion is that as long as Raditz and Son Goku climb from the edge of death again, maybe they will have the power to surpass Frieza after they recover. It can even reach the bottleneck of Super Saiyan. But, at this time, Sun Wuhan spoke. Because everyone was practicing in the universe ship when they came here, of the 20 or 30 fairy beans they brought, only the last one is left. After they arrived at planet Namek, there were only 3 fairy beans left. I gave one to Vegeta and one to Son Goku. Piccolo hid one and gave it to Raditz. In other words, do we only have one chance? In that case, let's do it, Kakarot. Raditz suddenly spoke. At times like this, he became selfless. He also wants to become stronger. But he realized that he was not as good as Kakarot now, so even if he climbed back from the edge of death, he would not be as strong as Kakarot. After hearing this, everyone agreed. Only Vegeta clenched his fists. He originally planned to take this opportunity to do it again, but he didn't expect that there was only one magical bean left. After a change of thought, Vegeta came up with another way to guarantee the bottom line. If even this doesn't work, then there is only the Great Ape. After the Great Ape, the combat power of us Scions can be increased tenfold. Kakarot, you should be able to control it, right? Another backup move, and everyone realized that they were not desperate. It was just another sentence from Son Goku that made Vegeta dumbfounded. His tail was cut off by the god Piccolo a long time ago, and never grew back. Here, the discussions are still going on, but they don't know that time is no longer enough for them to consume. In the sky. When the smoke completely dissipated, Frieza's ferocious face was revealed along with his body. He is angry. After such a long and fierce battle, he has gradually lost his patience. Especially the Namekian in front of him was so powerful in combat that it threatened his existence. Even compared with him, there is still a big gap. But God knows if the Namekians still have some backup plans. The battle is over, Namekian. You have succeeded in pleasing me, so I will also use powerful enough stunts to take away your life. With the murderous intent in his eyes increasing, Frieza raised his hand, and a huge amount of energy surged out of his body and gathered at the tip of his index finger. In just a moment, a black-purple energy sphere condensed out, carrying endless evil aura. This move is Frieza's unique planet-destroying bomb. It was used in the original work, but failed due to the energy bomb. This move is slightly inferior to Supernova in strength, but it is also Frieza's ultimate move. Faced with the terrifying pressure, Piccolo was shocked. Not daring to show any signs of neglect, he gathered his strength as quickly as possible. I will not sit still and wait for death. Frieza! You think too highly of yourself. Even though he knew that the difference in strength was reflected, Piccolo still had his aloofness. He is trying his best to condense the magic-piercing light to kill the cannon. Kill the enemy by leapfrogging. Even if he is not able to do it with his current strength level. But after exceeding the limit of the limit, it may not be possible. At this moment, are you still thinking about fighting to the death? I really like your unruly look. The Namekians, it should be said, can make me use 50% of my power. Looking at the entire universe, there are only a few people who can do it. After I use the Dragon Balls to realize my wish of immortality, I will destroy your planet and let all the surviving Namekians be buried with you. Don't thank me. Ho 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 ho. Frieza's cold and gentlemanly words pronounced Piccolo's death sentence, and the fate of the Namekians. The next second, the black-purple energy ball condensed from the tip of his index finger expanded rapidly, reaching the level of 1,000 meters. With his sudden throw, the huge energy bomb broke through the space and pressed towards Piccolo. Magic penetration light kill cannon! Condensing the energy to the maximum extent, Piccolo decisively used his special move. The spiral orange-yellow energy beam broke through the space and rushed high into the sky. The two sides' special moves collided, causing the space within dozens of miles to change color. Piccolo's face became even more ugly. His special move, the demonic light-killing cannon that goes beyond the limit, is being pushed back at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only did he fail to penetrate Frisia's energy bombs, he was directly suppressed and retreated. Ho ho ho! Namekian, your death has come! Frisia smiled sinisterly and increased the propulsion of the black and purple energy bombs. Filled with infinite destructive power, the demon Guang killing cannon was instantly defeated. Oops! Looking at the huge destructive energy approaching in the sky, Piccolo knew that he could not avoid it. Once hit, you will lose half your life even if you don't die. And if he avoids it, the one directly affected will be the mother planet under his feet. The ending seems to have been decided at this time. But just when Piccolo gritted his teeth and prepared to fight to the death, in the distance, a speeding golden energy beam hit the black-purple energy bomb. Although this energy was not directly detonated, it also changed the movement trajectory of this black-purple energy bomb. After the energy bomb flew more than 10 miles away, it broke away from the surface of planet Namek due to some magical power and reached an altitude of tens of thousands of meters. Boom! The huge explosion caused an extremely terrifying world-destroying storm. Although the star-destroying blow did not directly destroy Namek, the terrain of Namek was also changed due to the air pressure, and the planet was constantly shaking and shaking. Piccolo, who had a brush with death, still doesn't understand what happened. When he came back to his senses, only one possibility appeared in his mind. Could it be that it's him? The image of Lin Xuan appeared in his mind, and Piccolo breathed a sigh of relief unconsciously. Now it seems that no one except him can do this. Humph! You have so many reinforcements, so many that I can no longer accept them. Frisia's eyes flashed with a hint of haze. This time, he got really angry. Every time you want to kill an enemy, you will be blocked one after another. This made him very unhappy. Frisia stared forward, but Piccolo ignored him. Next, how about I be your opponent? Frisia. Lin Xuan's slow voice sounded. In the space, Lin Xuan appeared without knowing when. It was so natural. It seemed as if nothing had been done just now. I knew it was you, From the looks of it, you arrived here a long time ago and haven't shown up. Do you want to see me make a fool of myself? After confirming that it was Lin Xuan, Piccolo completely relaxed. Although he felt very unhappy, Piccolo Daima was so powerful that he still needed to be rescued. However, Lin Xuan made him dependable and reassured enough. This is a change that has been brought about subtly over a long period of time. TCH. Is it another wild monkey? There's no end to it. Frisia's temper gradually became violent, and Frisia decisively changed his target and took the initiative to kill Lin Xuan. Be careful! Piccolo's eyes widened at Frisia's action, and he quickly shouted a warning. Death! Wild monkey! Using 50% of his combat power, Frisia was about to kill Lin Xuan on the spot. And just when he was about to reach Lin Xuan also moved in an instant. His body reacted instantly, turning around and kicking Frisia in the cheek. With a muffled sound of bang, Frisia's body flew backwards. Frisia was shocked when he was knocked away. The severe pain made him lose consciousness. He even flipped dozens of times in midair before he stabilized his body. He stroked the part where he had been hit hard, and the shock in his eyes could not be concealed. 50% of his combat effectiveness is 60 million points of combat effectiveness. This wild monkey was actually able to hurt him. Since the first battle with this group of people, the situation has become more and more uncomfortable, and each opponent that appears is more powerful than the last. I thought that using 30% of the final form's combat power would end this battle, but now 50% is not enough. What's wrong? Are you starting to fall into self-doubt? Frisia. Lin Xuan smiled slightly, crossed his arms, and looked at Frisia with cold eyes. Frisia didn't answer, just stared at Lin Chuan indifferently. Seeing the tit-for-tat atmosphere between the two sides, Piccolo knew what would happen next. As a loser, he decisively exited the game. Outside the battlefield. Just when Son Goku was about to accept Vegeta's proposal and perform self-destruction to recover and improve his strength. Seeing Lin Chuan appear, the situation completely changed. They were still shrouded in death and despair, but now they finally don't have to worry. Lin Chuan is here, which means Frisia is really done. Even if they are defeated, Lin Chuan can win. Because Lin Chuan is a Super Saiyan. Great! As long as Uncle Lin Chuan is here, Frisia has nothing to fear. Son Gohan shouted happily. That Talos guy is finally here. Frisia, your death has come! Without any other means, Raditz clenched his fists in excitement. Now the Super Saiyan that Frisia fears is right in front of him, and he doesn't know it yet. If he takes action, I don't need to take any more risks. Son Goku clearly knew how powerful Lin Chuan was. The horror of Super Saiyan is still fresh in my memory. Fortunately, that guy really knows how to pick the time, and he came at the right time. Klin was sweating profusely and stretched out his hand to wipe it away. He had witnessed Lin Chuan's power. Compared with Frisia, he was just a chicken. Great, Tianjin, Dumpling said happily. Yes, we can finally see the Super Saiyan. Tianjin Fan concentrated his attention and stared at Lin Chuan with 3 eyes without blinking. Although he knew what had happened, he was in a coma at the time and did not know the details. On the side, Yamcha remained silent. Apart from everyone else, Vegeta's mood changed drastically. Although he was very reluctant, he still hoped that Lin Chuan could kill Frisia. Let Frisia see what a true Super Saiyan is. High in the air, the aura of Tit-for-Tat became stronger and stronger. Lin Chuan was nonchalantly dispelling Frisia's pressure on him. Unable to see through the depth of the person in front of him, Frisia became increasingly fearful and dignified. The temperature of the surrounding space dropped rapidly, and Frisia chose to use his momentum to attack and fight Lin Chuan. After a brief 10 seconds of silence, Frisia was even more amazed, because no matter how he attacked, his momentum always seemed to hit cotton, and some of it bounced back. Who are you? Frisia realized that Lin Chuan was different from anyone before. He is a Saiyan, but he is ridiculously strong. Raditz and Son Goku before also used tricks to fight him. In contrast, the gap is enough to show. The instinctive feedback gave Frisia a premonition that he must use 100% of his fighting power to end this battle. I'm just a Saiyan, Frisia. Lin Chuan smiled slightly, not exaggerating. Humph. Since you don't want to say anything, then just never say it again. Not wanting to talk nonsense, Frisia raised his hands. With a thought, superpowers are unleashed. In an instant, the ground within a radius of 10 miles began to tremble violently. The huge island behind Frisia was directly stripped from the depths by his superpower. It's so huge in size, but it can be directly controlled with abilities, which is so terrifying. With a thought, Frisia pushed this huge island with a diameter of nearly 10,000 meters towards Lin Chuan. Such boring tricks are of no use to me, Frisia. Lin Chuan raised his hand and shot an energy beam from his palm without hesitation. The energy beam hit the island in the sky. Boom! Pound! In just a moment, the entire island collapsed instantly, turning into countless fragments and sputtering in all directions. Lin Chuan didn't know that Frisia wanted exactly this effect. He felt that Lin Chuan's sight was blocked, which was the best time for him to attack. While the fragments of the boulder were still filling the space, Frisia took the initiative to attack. His ghostly figure wandered among the fragments of rock, and unknowingly arrived behind Lin Chuan. He originally thought that this sneak attack would be successful, but he didn't know that Lin Chuan had already understood his actions through breath perception. Die! Murderous intent rioted. Frisia's right hand turned into a claw and stabbed towards Lin Chuan's heart. Looking at this posture, it seemed that he was going to kill him with one blow. Lin Chuan, who had already noticed Frisia's whereabouts, used teleportation in a flash, but moved behind Frisia in the blink of an eye. In the opponent's incredible gaze, a whip kick swept across. A burst of bang sound exploded. The terrifying destructive power swept across all directions, shattering all the surrounding rock fragments. Frisia was hit hard and flew out like a cannonball. Taking advantage of your illness to kill you, Lin Chuan decisively released his energy to chase Frisia, who was knocked down. Countless golden energy light balls blasted towards Frisia's position like a rainstorm of pear blossoms. Frisia, who was flying upside down, was worthy of being an emperor-level powerhouse. After quickly regaining control of his body, he was so angry that he waved his hand and used his superpower to destroy all the energy bombs that came his way. Boom! The flames of the explosion engulfed the entire sky, and its destructive power was so terrifying that it vaguely distorted the space. Death! Frisia felt the crisis coming and used all his strength so far to punch behind him. Lin Chuan happened to use his teleportation ability and came behind Frisia. As he had expected, he put on a defensive posture and blocked Frisia's punch. Yeah! Seizing the opportunity, Frisia did not hesitate and began a devastating offensive against Lin Chuan. Bang! 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 The shock wave generated when the limbs collide was extremely terrifying, and layers of sonic booms exploded in the sky. Frisia's countless ferocious attacks were perfectly defended by Lin Chuan, making him invulnerable. Even without the Super Saiyan transformation, Frisia is like a plaything in Lin Chuan's hands, held in his hands. Anyway, Lin Chuan's combat power has reached 41.5 million points. It's not as good as Frisia's 50% 60 million points, but Lin Chuan's Super Saiyan energy pool can be mobilized, and it can be doubled or doubled invisibly at will, and there is no need to transform into a mimic Super Sailor. Of course, Lin Chuan didn't even need to use the Super Sailing energy pool at this time. His strength is constantly getting stronger, and his methods are becoming more and more numerous. The special skills learned on the Audrat star to predict the future play a huge role at this moment. He has already seen every attack by Frisia and can make countermeasures immediately. This kind of reaction, this kind of speed, and this kind of movement with ease. Rather, it's like a simplified version of the self-free ultimate intention gong. Needless to say, the skills of the Adartites are really very powerful. Although there is no one in their tribe who is too powerful in combat, the tricks they invented are all superb skills that can surpass the level of challenge. In a close battle, being able to predict the opponent's next move in advance basically sets the stage for victory. Even in a battle where there is a gap in strength, being able to see the future in advance will give you a chance to make a comeback, or even fight back.